It has been 20 years since the day I left Earth for another world. Today, I will defeat the monster and save this world. Right at this moment, the flames flared up fiercely. Suddenly, an explosion of energy erupted, a blinding light swallowing the space with an overwhelming aura. Out of the darkness emerged a beastly figure with glowing red eyes, a ferocious magic beast appearing as its voice echoed. Still alive? You really are a hero, it mocked, though your comrades look like they're barely holding on. Upon hearing that, Hyun-suk coldly replied, "Looks like you're not doing much better yourself." The ferocious magic beast began to roar. "I'll smash that barrier." Hyun-suk showed no fear. He swung his staff powerfully, unleashing a forceful blow that shattered the surrounding rocks to pieces. Hyun-suk's comrades were working together to conjure a barrier, trying to withstand the magic beast's onslaught. Menacing purple sparks flared around the magic beast as it spoke. "If you don't surrender, I will crush you." It began hurling a wave of purple aura forward. "This land is a kingdom built by my teeth and claws." The waves of purple aura grew denser and thicker, surging straight toward Hyun-suk. Yet he maintained a stern expression, his sharp eyes devoid of any fear. Hyun-suk swung his staff in retaliation, repelling the blinding light. He gripped the shaft of his staff tightly with both hands as violent flames erupted around him. He said in a deep voice, "Let's end this." A dazzling surge of light burst forth, casting an intense yellow-orange glow all around. The ferocious magic beast widened its eyes in anger, growling as it fought against the blinding explosion of light before it. A radiant beam of golden energy shot outward, tearing powerfully through the fabric of space. Hyun-suk activated his flame spell, causing the fire to flare to towering heights as smoke and blaze burst violently. Hyun-suk landed heavily, ripping the ground apart. He stomped his foot hard, leaving a white trail behind, as a streak of fire shot straight into the ground, shattering the rubble. Their fierce gazes locked onto each other. The massive boulders around them were smashed to pieces. The ferocious magic beast lunged forward to attack Hyun-suk. It raised its hand, revealing sharp claws before bringing them down in a slash. But Hyun-suk quickly parried the attack. The immense pressure forced him to stagger backward. The ferocious beast laughed savagely. "That pathetic blow didn't even leave a scratch on me." Hyun-suk raised his hand as a current of red aura enveloped him. Asking, "Pathetic, you say?" He swung his staff, sending powerful surges of energy crashing straight into the beast. Hyun-suk spoke in a deep voice. "That's more than enough to snap your arrogance in half." The beast was engulfed in flames, and the helmet on its head fell to the ground with a clatter. Half burned, it collapsed, its voice still echoing. "To think there's someone in this world daring enough to stand against me like this." Hyun-suk stated firmly, "I am not from this world." The ferocious beast raised its voice. "You keep talking nonsense. Oh well, I suppose I fall here, but my flesh will be absorbed by the earth someday." Mid-sentence, it froze in disbelief, staring in shock. "Dissolving?" Hyun-suk chuckled. "What's wrong?" "Can't regenerate anymore." He explained, "The flame burning you away is my unique ability, heaven-defying fire. Unlike ordinary fire, it consumes abstract things like willpower, reason, and memories. You love reviving across the centuries, don't you? But it's over now, because what's burning away is your very existence." Hearing this, the ferocious beast was astonished. "You mean my time is up? Even if I vanish from this place, you won't be remembered as a hero who saved the world." It emphasized, "Those you call comrades actually just wish you would die right here." Hyun-suk calmly replied, "I know." The ferocious beast panicked. "You knew?" Suddenly, the saintess interrupted. "Lord Hero, do not listen to the monster's words." Hyun-suk evaluated the saintess inwardly. Even though she confesses her love, she actually despises an outsider like me. Every single action of hers has been calculated. He asserted, "When the battle ends, they will purge the hero." Hyun-suk questioned her. "Saintess, did I say anything wrong?" Upon hearing that, the saintess's expression shifted, her lips pressed tight, her eyes turning dark. Hyun-suk's voice continued, "The other two are no different. The knight received sacred treasures from the emperor to kill me, a slayer of monsters. That cowardly king is merely terrified of losing his throne. The knight clenched his teeth and growled, "How dare you?" Hyun-suk went on. "The mage loves human experimentation and hates me because I oppose slavery. In other words, I've known since last year that they intended to kill me once you die." Hearing this, the ferocious beast spoke up. "How ironic, hero. With enough strength to push me into a corner, you could have easily destroyed this world." A flicker of sadness crossed Hyun-suk's eyes. "Because I want to go home," the gradually dissolving beast asked with confusion. "Go home?" Hyun-suk's memories began to rush back. 20 years ago, in 2005 on Earth, I was a 30-year-old office worker brought to this world by someone claiming to be a goddess. "My lord, chosen hero, please save the world from the monsters." This sort of thing was common in novels. Ordinary people crossing over to another world. But where I arrived, a voice cried out at that moment, "Please save us." And that was the embodiment of disaster. I tried every possible way to return, but the goddess's voice manifested. "You have only one choice. Slay the monsters and save the world." Thus, I spent 20 years training to fight. Back then, Hyun-suk had been blocked by 2 guards. Even the hero is not allowed to leave at will. Holding a baby in his arms, Hyun-suk pleaded earnestly, "I rescued this child from the village. Let her in." But a guard shouted angrily, "She's dying. Leave her be. What a waste of medicine." At that moment, Hyun-suk realized how cruel this world was for abandoning the weak. An even bigger issue was someone screaming in agonizing, hopeless pain. A man in a white hood gave an order. "Hold her down. Amputate her leg before the infection spreads." Hyun-suk judged the medical standards here to be as backward as the Middle Ages. Even a mild infection required amputation. All the mages had gone to the front lines, leaving no one behind to heal. Suddenly, a voice called out from ahead. "Lord Hero," a high priest asked, "that child was captured by monsters. How did you manage to find her?" But even worse, a woman laughed derisively. "She must be possessed by a demon to have survived. We'll perform an exorcism. We're dealing with several others like that right now." The woman challenged. "You wouldn't dare go against the will of heaven, would you?" Right then, Hyun-suk realized this disgusting world lacked any concept of human rights. If you want to save her, cast away such useless kindness. After enduring 20 years, I finally destroyed the monsters and saved this suffering world. Hyun-suk lowered his head, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It's done. At that moment, a sword was drawn as someone's voice rang out. "Better to be discovered than this. We cannot let you live." Hyun-suk turned around and answered, "You know what? I hate this world." The knight frowned, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Hyun-suk reproached himself inwardly. "I should have stopped breathing from injuries too severe to even move, let alone fight. Did I kill monsters only to become a monster myself?" Afterward, he parted his lips as wisps of smoke drifted out. Hyun-suk shouted in anger, "I have fulfilled my mission. Keep your promise to me." At that moment, the blood-red sky cracked open, revealing beams of light. A much larger, more powerful beam of light shone down blindingly. The goddess appeared, smiling as she said, "You've worked hard, hero. You finally defeated the monsters." Hyun-suk pointed upward. "Hey, goddess, do you remember? You said that if I killed the monsters, all my memories, experiences, and even my soul would return safely and intact to Earth." The goddess threatened in response. "Do you truly despise this world that much? Even if you have the power to threaten me, all of Hyun-suk's achievements will vanish." Hearing this, Hyun-suk let out a helpless smile. He barked, "Stop the act. You can rest assured because I am leaving." The goddess said in a low voice, "There are no monsters left in this world. After all." She clasped her hands together. "Will you not regret this?" Hyun-suk immediately dropped the staff from his hands. "I only want one thing, to return to the world I know." The staff fell to the ground with a clatter. "That's all." Hearing that request, the goddess made her decision. "Very well." Hyun-suk's hands began to fade away. "Disgusting world, goodbye." Right at that instant, a massive beam of light shone directly down upon Hyun-suk. The goddess's voice echoed. "Your physical body has perished on Earth. I shall place your soul into a new vessel." Hyun-suk asked groggily, "Whose body?" The goddess replied, I cannot share the details, but it is a dying body, yet one in which you can still survive. Hyun-suk's physical form gradually faded away. As long as I can return to Earth, even a dying body is fine. No matter how harsh fate is, it's still happier than the memories here. Returning to Earth, dim lighting illuminated the entire room. A man lying on a large bed asked loudly, "Did I make it back?" Year 2025 Earth. The soul of the hero Hyun-suk had possessed the body of an ordinary civilian named Yuchan. Right then, Yuchan sat up and cursed. Those alien bastards. From now on, I won't have to look at those traitors ever again. He looked into the mirror, a look of fleeting astonishment in his eyes. Now I'm a human of Earth. Yuchan hugged the mirror, filled with overwhelming joy. I'm really back. Earth. He turned on the faucet, smiling with delight. Clean, unpolluted water. Now this is real magic. The mages can go vanish. Then Yuchan turned on the gas stove. With just the push of a button, there was fire, no more chopping wood or starting fire from now on. Suddenly, he was enticed by the fragrance coming from a paper box. I've missed everything so much. Yuchan stared at the box of fried chicken and started drooling. This is fried chicken, right? He gently picked up a piece of fried chicken in his hand, his eyes flashing as he eagerly began devouring the pile of fried chicken. His whole body trembled as he cheered with joy. It's so good it makes me want to cry. Now this is food. Suddenly, tears welled up in Yuchan's eyes. I've missed this so much. Everything was finally beginning a normal life. First of all, I need to adapt. What? The year 2025? Did time flow concurrently with that other world? Oh well, no matter how difficult things are, nothing could be as terrifying as that world. Inside the bathroom, water streamed down from the shower head. Yuchan stood underneath the running water, basking in the experience. Hot water came out instantly, and with just the flick of a switch, a cool breeze blew in. The sky was clear without a single cloud. He pressed his hand against the glass window and looked down. This was what life was supposed to be like, a far cry from that foul-smelling world. While Yuchan was talking to himself, a grotesque face appeared. Is it 2025 already? Where should I start? Should I play StarCraft first? He turned his head to look, startled so badly that he let out a loud scream. Yuchan raised his head high and asked, "What on earth is this?" A mechanical voice rang out, broadcasting to all residents. An invasion rift was currently appearing in the residential area. He whipped his head around to look behind him. Huh? What on earth is an invasion rift? That voice continued to broadcast. All residents are advised to quickly move to the fallout shelter. I repeat. Yuchan looked bewildered, panic flashing across his face. What the hell is going on? What is this mess? His eyes drifted toward the window and collided with something unclean. Piles of monsters with horrifying faces were clinging to the glass pane. Their sharp nails pressed hard until the glass couldn't hold anymore and shattered. Outside the dark and quiet hallway, the door was suddenly kicked open by Yuchan as he bolted frantically outside. He ran while darting glances over his shoulder. What is this mess? That mob rushed toward Yuchan like madmen. What on earth has Earth turned into? He ducked out by a window while the monsters blindly continued marching up the stairs. As soon as they cleared out of sight, Yuchan climbed up over the windowsill. He poked his head out and let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he managed to escape. Yuchan spotted a young kid wandering nearby. A child named Sung and noticed him and spoke up. Huh, you're alive? Yuchan walked over anxiously and said, It's dangerous here. Hurry down to the shelter. The kid didn't listen, looking around warily instead. Have you seen any monsters around here? Sung casually continued. I'm planning to kill it. Do you want to come along? Yuchan couldn't believe it, frowning as he asked. What? They say Earth has been like this for about 13 years now, damn it. The kid stubbornly refused to go down to the shelter, and Yuchan couldn't bring himself to abandon him. There are invasion rifts older than your age out here. So he ended up having to drag the kid along with him. Yuchan spoke up first. If what you're saying is true, then that invasion rift is a monster portal. Does no one know when, where, or how it appeared? Sung quickly answered, Yes, that's right. Yuchan's expression instantly darkened. I crossed through hell to return to Earth, only to find Earth turned into hell as well. Are you kidding me? You crafty goddess. The kid glanced over abruptly and asked, But why don't you know anything about this? He was startled and hurriedly made up an excuse. Ah, it's because I just came back after living in the US. That only made Sung even more skeptical. Huh? Why? Didn't the YouTube videos say you couldn't return to Korea because the US president was once impeached for trying to bring his daughter to Korea? What? What on earth is he talking about? Realizing things are going south, Yu Chan steered the conversation elsewhere. Oh, actually, by the way, are you a hunter? What was your name again? The kid smiled brightly and replied excitedly. Lee Seun, belonging to Gil Janabi, globally ranked. Main weapon is a longsword, currently handling an invasion rift at. Yu Chan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, dodging the question. But ordinary humans fighting monsters? Just like in another world? How could something like that even be possible? Sung A's voice rang out, snapping Yu Chan back to reality. Especially that long sword. It's awesome. Before the kid could finish speaking, Yu Chan clamped a hand over his mouth. I've got an amazing Lee Say-un clip on YouTube. Want to watch it? Yu Chan hid in a corner, thinking to himself. Damn it, outside. A pack of monsters was lurking around, hunting for prey. There were monsters and quite a few of them. Exactly 5. Actually, 6 if you don't count the guy hiding. Fortunately, this body had above-average muscle mass, and having fought numerous enemies before, he was completely fine. But what should he do with this kid? Leaving him alone would undoubtedly spell trouble. Where on earth had his determination to slay monsters gone? While Yu Chan was lost in thought, a beam of light radiated from somewhere. What should he do without a proper weapon? Right beneath his feet, a rippling field of light was spreading widely. Wait a minute, the air was saturated with magic power. Definitely, it was identical to what he had seen in that other world. Then a stream of dark aura came flying, brushing against the face of a nearby monster. It immediately began to corrode, crying out in agonizing pain. He reached his hand forward, light wrapping around Yu Chan's palm. Though his accumulated 20 years of magic power were gone, he smirked, thinking to himself, but if the air contains magic, carving the heaven-defying flame into my soul will still allow me to use it. Is the fire weaker than before, though? Its head dropped to the ground and gradually dissolved, but this was enough. Standing nearby, Sung shouted in praise, Big bro, you're amazing. The kid's eyes sparkled. I thought you didn't know anything, so I was a bit suspicious. To think you have a unique attribute. Yu Chan rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and smiled. It's a relief no one got hurt. Do these people call this a unique attribute? Sung suddenly lunged toward the monsters. Oh right, I need to check the Hunters Academy's official YouTube channel. He chased after him, shouting, Watch out! Before Yu Chan's words could finish, the flame of the heaven-defying fire. The monster suddenly bolted out from the black smoke, and it would not extinguish until its target was completely dead. A stream of red blood spurted out, staining everything around it. Sung, it was trembling all over, his eyes welling up with tears. Kid, his hand, stained with blood from grabbing the monster, didn't know what dub was, but Yu Chan stepped forward to block. You've got a gentle face, but you should stop watching stuff like that. He asked again, Can I borrow your stick? Sung finally snapped out of his shock. The kid obediently handed the stick over to Yu Chan. The monsters that hadn't been completely incinerated swarmed in from all sides, surrounding the two of them. His gaze swept over them coldly. Continuous strikes lashed out, blood spraying everywhere. Yu Chan swept past all the monsters. Wherever he walked, the ground was stained with deep crimson blood. Sung A's eyes widened, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight, and he stammered out, So scary. Are you actually a disguised hunter, mister? Without answering, Yu Chan just stood there catching his breath. It's true that I'm back on Earth, yet I still have to smell the stench of blood. I just wanted a peaceful rest after all those hardships. But who would have thought this world wouldn't be any different from the other one? Inside the shelter, everyone had gathered together, chatting noisily. The door slowly opened, a harsh, dry sound echoing through the space. Yu Chan walked in from outside, grumbling nonstop. So now I'm a brat instead of a little kid? Sung A followed closely behind, holding a stick. You're discriminating against elementary schoolers. A woman spotted the two of them and cried out in surprise. Yoon Sung A, with a worried expression, she hugged the boy and asked, Was it you who brought Yoon Sung A back? Thank you so much. You must have had a hard time with this stubborn child. Mom, he doesn't understand anything. Yuchan scratched his head and replied, "Ah, yes." Seeing the designer earrings and expensive clothes on Sung A's mother, he thought to himself, so he's a rich kid. Suddenly, a violent tremor threw everyone into a panic. A giant hand smashed the shelter door right down. A loud crashing sound echoed. Terrified, everyone looked outside. The monster opened its jaws wide and roared in its own language. The terrified crowd scattered in panic. The shelter had collapsed. Everyone ran. Looking slightly scared, Sung had turned to Yuchan. "Big bro, let's just run this time. We can't beat that." He frowned in deep thought. "I didn't ask for much." Yuchan's arms trembled. He just wanted to return to the world he knew, back to his beloved homeland. He pressed his fingernails into his palms until they bled. Was that dream really too much to ask? Yuchan let out a soft voice. The brat Sung A unhappily protested. "I told you not to call me that." Ignoring him, Yuchan continued. "You're from a rich family, so why do you want to be a hunter? Wouldn't it be better to stay somewhere safe? You don't have to fight." The boy obediently listened to everything Yuchan had to say. "I lost my father to a monster, and an invasion rift appeared right inside the shelter, a place that was supposed to be safe. That's when I realized there's no safe place in this world. So even though I'm not as strong as you, and even though I'm still scared of monsters, I'm going to become the strongest hunter." Sung suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. "Wipe out every single invasion rift and save this world." To him, that was probably a foolish dream. Yuchan suddenly smiled. "Kid, you're going to make an outstanding hunter." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. Even if he couldn't save the world, the woman nearby rushed over and hugged the boy tightly. Yoon Sung A, you can't go." Unwilling to give up, Sung A tried to run toward Yuchan. "Wait, big bro." A sudden blast of cold wind swept in, forcing the two of them, who were locked in a tug-of-war, to pause. Sung quickly whipped his head around to look behind him, the boy's eyes widening in shock. In front of him was Yuchan, touching the massive monster with his bare hands, because doing so was his duty. Sung A's eyes glistened as he looked at him. "Save the world." Yuchan tilted his head and smiled gently. "Since I've already done it once, I can definitely do it better than you, kid." After 20 years of slaying monsters in another world and returning to Earth, before I could even enjoy my freedom, I was met with an invasion rift. Fortunately, thanks to my past life experience, I survived. And after promising the kid I'd save the world, Yuchan sat in front of his monitor, biting on a water bottle. I'm not doing anything. He was playing a game on his computer. The victory screen popped up. "Oh." Yuchan pulled the water bottle away, his eyes still fixed on the screen. "So that's how it is. It's way too easy." He reached out and grabbed a cold can of soda. "Whoever has saved the world plays better anyway." What on earth is this? Despite making such a passionate declaration in front of everyone, my intention to save the world didn't last long either. In the other world, I used to dream of video games, delicious food, and a convenience system that only required a single touch. Besides, hunters are already taking care of saving the world anyway, so whatever. Yuchan picked up his phone and wondered, should I just order some food? My subsidy is gone. That's it. Inheriting this body's original identity, Yuchan used to be a transport worker who lost his job because of an invasion rift. Now that his subsidy had dried up, he was looking for a new job when he lowered his face onto the desk in defeat, as if normal job openings even existed. Yuchan collapsed face first onto the desk in exhaustion. Invasion rifts kept popping up constantly, causing most companies to go bankrupt. That makes sense. You need a job to live in modern society. Companies only hire experienced people, and as he lay next to the glowing phone screen, well, he definitely had experience. At the Hunters Association area, towering skyscrapers rose up, and people constantly bustling in and out were buzzing with chatter. Oh man, I became a hunter, but getting overly excited just over an aptitude test? Exam tests are just a formality nowadays. As long as you can display a unique attribute, you're set. A pair of apathetic eyes swept across the crowd. Just a bunch of cookie-cutter fools. As a proud figure strode right into the middle of the crowd. What if I get too famous? Anyway, our batch will definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, he panicked at the sight of the person in front of him. Who the hell is that? It's Lee Se-eun. Lee Se-eun of Janabi. Walking right through the center was Lee Se-eun, globally ranked 100th hunter, and a member of Janabi. The gossiping crowd quickly started whispering. I thought she went off to clear an invasion rift somewhere else. Janabi sent someone to scout recruits? Who is she coming to check out? She scrolled through the profiles of each applicant on her phone. Academy graduate Han sang, "Hey, electricity awakening ability." Propping her chin on her hand, Lee Se-eun asked indifferently. She can probably recharge batteries, right? The bodyguard beside her quickly waved his hand and replied, "She's not a generator candidate. She's a hunter applicant. Her ability control is pretty good. Might be useful." Her comment left him frozen in place. Is it a yes or a no? A sudden shout startled the bodyguard so badly he jumped. If you want to hunt invasion rifts, you need real combat experience. Yikes, that scared me. The other bodyguard chimed in excitedly. Even if they stand out at the academy, many don't perform well in real situations. Satisfied, Lee Se-eun tossed him a piece of candy. That's what I meant. Let's go hunting. Thanks for the compliment. Lee Se-eun Bandev. Training is completely different from actual combat. Can kids only used to safe practices handle the field? Han Sang would also need a long time to adapt. Sitting in the stands, she looked down. The team leader knows that, so even if I'm absent for a week. The MC's voice rang out at that moment. Attention hunters, please begin the first match right now. She watched down with a hint of amusement. Anyway, I have to finish the assigned task, so I might as well boost my value so they'll want to recruit me. The MC reached out to adjust his mic. Oh, this applicant is interesting. He's a civilian rather than someone from an academy. There has never been any precedent like this before. On what grounds is he standing on this arena stage, I wonder? Applicant Yu Chan stepped out looking a bit flustered. I'm still not used to this new name. The MC's voice boomed across the arena. I hereby announce the match rules. No personal weapons allowed other than association equipment, and causing severe injuries or life-threatening danger is strictly prohibited. With a serious expression, Yu Chan looked at his opponent. Since I've decided to be a hunter, first, save this world that's about to collapse. While he was deep in thought, his opponent spoke up first. Second, live a prosperous life. That's ridiculous. Brushing it aside, Yu Chan sank back into his thoughts. To achieve that, I need to get a good score in this tournament first. The MC shouted, "Both applicants, take your positions." The opponent raised his hand high, opened his mouth wide, and took a deep breath. As soon as his hand dropped, his opponent instantly lunged forward. The battle began. He smiled slyly and said, "Am I fighting someone who hasn't even accumulated a shred of magic power?" Despite that blazing aura, Yu Chan stood completely calm and composed. "Consider losing to me an honor." His face was full of triumph and cunning. Flames suddenly erupted around that guy's body. "I am the undefeated spear master of the academy." No matter how imposing the aura was, Yu Chan's eyes remained indifferent without the slightest flicker. As the spearhead slammed hard into the ground, the sound of metal clanging against the floor ringing out. As he pointed his spear forward, he froze. What on earth is this? Disbelief was written all over his face. He vanished. Suddenly, a voice whispered right by his ear. "Hey!" Yu Chan lunged in from the right. "Your spear technique is utterly pathetic." He threw a punch straight into his opponent's stomach before he could block. Yu Chan also stomped hard on his opponent's foot, and then followed up with an uppercut to his face. A barrage of continuous strikes left his opponent unable to defend, sending him tumbling down for momentum. Yu Chan looked startled and hurriedly spoke up. "Hey, wait, is it already over? I thought using a spear would easily cause injuries, so I used my bare hands instead." His skill level really was astonishingly amateur. "I hope this isn't the average skill level of the hunters around you." Lee Se-eun's eyes instantly lit up as she looked at him. Who on earth is he? She opened up his profile to check again. He used to be a transport worker, you say? The bodyguard beside her leaned in and whispered, "There's practically zero magic power inside him." Achieving that kind of strength usually requires a long time of accumulation, but this result just proves he got lucky. Lee Se-eun tossed a piece of candy onto his hand, chewing on it to shut him up. Thinking seriously, she spoke up. "You can tell just by looking. Actually, that's not it at all. He intentionally didn't use any magic power, you know?" Meanwhile, Yu Chan rubbed the back of his neck suspiciously. "How could that possibly be? Even though I fought carelessly, It should be enough to prove my capability. Maybe I should wrap this up a bit more definitive. Sitting on the floor, his opponent clutched his face. How could you? Raising his fist, Yu-chan reassured him. Don't worry, it's not a fatal wound. The guy immediately raised his hands in terror to shield himself. A loud crash echoed through the noisy arena as he collapsed flat onto the ground, his eyes rolling back and losing focus. Murmurs began to spread. What? The winner is applicant Yu-chan. Lee Se-eun glanced sideways out of the corner of her eye. The crowd kept whispering amongst themselves. After a moment of thought, she stood up abruptly and declared, while those guys are just tapping away on their computers, I need to make a move. I want to see his true strength. Turning around, the bodyguard asked, Where are you going? Lee Se-eun smiled and replied, I need to meet the association president. In his subsequent matches, Yu-chan fought while thinking to himself, so weak. Even for rookie hunters, being this weak is unacceptable. The more he fought, the more mediocre everyone seemed. He took down armed opponents with just a single blow. What on earth do they even teach at the academy? Despite going through multiple rounds, Yu-chan didn't feel a shred of fatigue. Isn't there even a single decent kid here? A head of white hair appeared, swaying gently in the air. The people up top exclaimed again. Oh, so pretty. Finally get to meet her. A girl carrying a sword stepped out. Ansanga, the final round applicant is here. Can she block the advance of this mysterious rookie? Yu-chan tilted his head, about to say something. Oh, at least she... Before he could finish, she let out a contemptuous sigh. You're the one who's accumulated the most magic power today, aren't you? Han Sang fired back. And you don't have any at all. You only made it this far out of sheer luck. You can't go any further. Calmly rubbing the back of his head, he replied, Did the academy teach you those cliché lines too? Yu-chan finally drew his weapon. Wait, he only used his bare hands before. Guess he doesn't have a unique attribute. A spark of electricity flashed in her eyes. I won't hold back, though. His expression looked hilariously funny. Well, thanks. A unique attribute? I do have one, but if I use it, you guys will get hurt. The moment the command was given, Han Sang took a deep breath to ready herself. As soon as the start signal was shouted, dazzling sparks of electricity erupted around her for battle. Han Sang-a's hand gripping the sword hilt was also enveloped in light and electric currents. Yu-chan's eyes finally widened as if he had run into a match for his level. With wide-out eyes, Han Sang stomped hard on the air and launched herself forward. Just as she was rushing in, she suddenly paused for a split second, and before her slash could even be unleashed, he performed an acrobatic flip through the air to dodge it. She stood there in a daze, deep in thought. She dodged that? She even jumped over the lightning charge? Interesting. Did she use the magnetic force on the scabbard and blade to create a railgun-like propulsion when drawing her sword? He landed on the ground and used one hand against the floor to keep his balance. Well, sure, she might be the strongest one here, but she missed something important. Han Sang-a asked with a puzzled look. What? Yu-chan explained in detail. Your attacking mindset relies way too much on speed. Han Sang-a's mistake was creating a magnetic rail in mid-air to accelerate her sword as she drew it. He smirked and continued. No matter how fast and strong you are, who just stands there and takes a hit when the flight path is that obvious? She looked like she had been cut off, unable to say another word. Don't you? Han Sang-a yelled in frustration. Even without using that skill, I'll still win. Yu-chan rushed forward with a mocking tone. Are you stupid? I can even dodge the fastest attack you've got. Ignoring him, she poured every ounce of her strength into her next strike. This time, the slash was unleashed with incredible, overwhelming force. Yet he still calmly sidestepped it. I'm pushing myself too hard. I'm overworking my mana. If I keep this up, my body's going to break down. Yu-chan stood completely unharmed right in front of Han Sang-a. It's pretty impressive, but let's stop right here. He broke into a smile, but his words cut like a knife. If it hurts, raise your left hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu-chan threw a heavy punch straight into her stomach. Before she could block it, Han Sang took the blow and spat out saliva. He pulled his fist back from her midsection and shifted into a ready stance, preparing to strike again. A rapid flurry of punches rained down on her, leaving her completely unable to defend and taking every single hit. Yu-chan raised his arm high, getting ready to unleash his final move. The strike was so powerful that even the surrounding dust and debris were blown away by the wind. Han Sang-a's face went blank from the beating, blood even spilling from her nose. She collapsed hard onto the arena floor. Right in front of everyone watching, the onlookers stood frozen with stunned expressions. No way. Han Sang-a, the Academy's top student, has been completely overpowered. Where did this guy even come from? Yuchan turned around, casually massaging his shoulders. He's way out of everyone's league, but if he collapses at this level, it must be because he relies too much on mana and neglects physical conditioning. He let out a long sigh and glanced behind him. Planning to keep going? Han Sang-a's hand slowly rose into the air, her arm trembling uncontrollably as she forced it up. The words he said earlier echoed back in Yuchan's head. If it hurts, raise your left hand. He chuckled softly to himself. She actually raised her hand? Suddenly, someone came running out of nowhere straight toward the MC. The bewildered host blurted out, "What is it?" The person whispered something that made him jump to his feet and shout, "Attention, there's a change to the match schedule." The champion Yuchan requested a short break. Hearing that, he wondered, a break? It's not over yet? The host continued speaking. Afterward, a special match will take place between the champion Yuchan and an active hunter. What? This is happening with the special permission of the guildmaster. Please give the contestants a warm round of applause. The bodyguards nearby broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. So she's really going through with it. Standing below, Yuchan looked up as the opponent's name flashed on the screen. The crowd's reaction made it clear this was a legitimately powerful hunter. A special match, huh? Want to test my abilities, do you? Every world is the same. The sound of a sword dragging across the concrete echoed out. You must be Yuchan. Lee Se-eun's long hair fluttered as she walked forward. Sorry for the sudden appearance, but this is the only way I could think of to test your true strength. She gripped her massive sword and introduced herself. I am Lee Se-eun from Janab. The arena we just used was way too cramped. Fight me, Yuchan. If you're in a tough spot, you can refuse. I understand this is sudden. At that moment, a flicker of shock crossed his mind. Lee Se-eun, a globally ranked high-tier hunter, and her current aura and presence were definitely no bluff. This was the absolute peak of power, and even with his weapon, it would be tough to match her with his current physical state. Yuchan quickly regained his composure and flashed a smile. But then he unexpectedly spoke up. All right, let's do it right now. Hearing that, the host panicked. Right now? Yuchan explained. To be honest, I haven't really used much of my strength yet, so maybe this will give you a little show. Lee Se-eun let out a teasing, faint smirk. Getting a little antsy, are we? He didn't answer right away, lost in thought. I have to fight sooner or later. Running into her right now isn't a bad thing. I'll walk away with the best possible results from this tournament. She's honestly the perfect opponent to pull that off. Let's see. Yuchan picked up his spear and said, should I go ahead and raise my own market value a bit? Right then, everyone in the audience stared forward in sheer astonishment. The commentator's expression looked absolutely grim. Lee Se-eun tightened her grip around her weapon and lunged forward. Yuchan Suk instantly brought his blade up to block her strike. He gritted his teeth. How on earth does a woman's body have this kind of terrifying strength? Breaking his train of thought, Yuchan Suk's arm countered with a swift push. Lee Se-eun lost her footing and quickly scrambled back to her original position. Her sharp gaze locked onto the person in front of him. Compared to the beginning, his speed had dropped significantly. Yuchan Suk panted heavily as his thoughts raced. It's not like she doesn't have openings, but my current physical endurance isn't enough to take advantage of. Suddenly, Lee Se-eun smiled slightly and spoke up. I thought I'd finally get a decent warm-up after all this time. But looks like you're already out of gas, huh? Still, you did well. I honestly thought you'd only last 5 minutes. As soon as she finished speaking, her feet slowly stepped sideways, and she instantly lunged forward with her weapon, never expecting it would drag out for a full 30 minutes. Take a breather now. Yuchan Suk backed away, his hand still tightly gripping his weapon. I've stockpiled a fair amount, but the ambient mana in the air is still too thin. He lowered his head, breathing heavily with his chest heaving, as Yuchan Suk thought to himself, I really didn't want to use this, but I guess I have to make a move. Breaking his train of thought, he managed to regain his composure. Reverse Heavenly Flames. Lee Se-eun, who was right in the middle of a high leap, abruptly froze in place. Without a second hesitation, She slammed her weapon directly down into the ground. Yu Chan-suk quickly bolted out from the center of the swirling, thick smoke. Lee Se-eun smirked to herself. That definitely should have been a fatal blow. How on earth did he dodge that? Yu Chan-suk suddenly stood frozen with his clothes in tatters. What the hell was that? His face slowly lifted, enveloped by a dark, gloomy aura. Reverse Heavenly Flames is a special skill I constantly relied on before returning to Earth, and it's also my most dependable power. Unlike ordinary fire, as you can tell from my clothes still being completely intact, this flame doesn't burn physical matter. Instead, each flame consumes abstract concepts that I've designated as fuel. And my current output, it can't burn things with a high ignition point like willpower, memories, or reason. My bare feet are already rushing forward. So the thing I'm going to burn right now is maintaining a cold expression. Lee Se-eun stepped back. Faster than before, huh? In a flash, the blade struck forward, fueled by the heavy burden of sheer exhaustion. Taken aback, Lee Se-eun gritted her teeth and glared. You've already recovered? Finishing her sentence, she immediately launched a relentless series of counterattacks straight at Yu Chan-suk. Lee Se-eun thought to herself, what is this? The mana concentration in the air keeps fluctuating wildly even though the arena setup hasn't changed at all. Then could it be? Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk stared ahead in a daze. Just like normal fire radiates heat when it burns physical matter, Reverse Heavenly Flames releases mana when it burns abstract concepts. Using that mana to sustain the Reverse Heavenly Flames, which in turn burns away my own fatigue to generate even more mana. His feet instantly broke into a frantic sprint. It really is an endless loop. Lee Se-eun's entire body sprang up into the air with blazing eyes. In other words, my own skill is her weapon, which in the blink of an eye filled the surroundings with a dense cloud of smoke. With absolute determination in her eyes, Lee Se-eun called out, "Still want to keep going?" But Yu Chan-suk showed no signs of giving up anytime soon. This is that stubborn, clinging to the end strategy. He slowly tilted his head and smiled. You've still got plenty of energy to play with. By the way, do you happen to like guys who stick around like leeches? Flustered, Lee Se-eun snapped back. I hate it more than anything. Thoughts continued to flash through Yu Chan-suk's mind, burning with leaves behind ash, and once it's completely burned down, it can't be burned anymore. Reverse Heavenly Flames leaves behind similar residue. If everything is burned down to mere ash, the Reverse Heavenly Flames will vanish. Lee Se-eun slowly raised her wristwatch and shouted aloud. 17 minutes in. She glanced down. You've got some serious stamina. Still want to keep going? Yu Chan-suk clutched his face and groaned. Ugh, please have mercy on me. An announcement immediately rang out. Contestant Yu Chan-suk forfeits. Hunter Lee Se-eun wins. Right after saying that, Lee Se-eun slowly pulled a piece of candy out from inside her jacket. Everyone up in the stands erupted in awe and excitement. The hunter won. Lee Se-eun flashed a bright smile and said, Now good job. Here, have this, and take my business card too. Yu Chan-suk glanced down at the business card in his hand. Janabi Team, 3 partner hunters. Lee Se-eun chuckled and waved. We can talk details later. Just give me a call first. The final announcement echoed across the venue. We hereby declare the hunter selection trials officially concluded. Winner Yu Chan-suk, please step up to the podium to receive your award. Down below, he was still deep in thought. Is Janabi some sort of hunter organization? At that exact moment, Yu Chan-suk was trying his best to enjoy the candy Lee Se-eun had given him. He focused his attention on his phone screen. Does this phone even come with a hunter license? Look at this tech. All I got was a basic permit. Hunter community, secondhand market for monster loot, urgent association notices, and even satellite calls and messaging. He slowly lifted his head. There's literally everything on here. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Hunter Yu Chan-suk, right? Seeing you in person is even more impressive than through a camera. Yu Chan-suk politely extended his hand. Man, he's tall, probably over 2 meters. Yes, but you are. Zun Sung Hyun. Dropping his voice, here is my business card. He muttered under his breath. Taibeat partner hunter Yoon Sung-hyun. He cut in, to be precise, a partner hunter of Team Taibeat Run. Yoon Sung-hyun kept it brief. Look, come join Team Tybeek, specifically my squad. Build up enough experience under my wing, and you'll go far. Yu Chan-suk intently studied Yoon Sung-hyun's expression. Doesn't look like a scammer. Suddenly, he remembered Lee Se-eun's words. My number, give me a call. Yu Chan-suk looked torn. Someone already invited me earlier, so I can't give you an answer right now. I need to think about it and decide later. Yoon Sung-hyun let out a loud laugh. Did you really think I'd force you to answer right on the spot? Suddenly, his hand rested heavily on Yu Chan-suk's shoulder. As Yoon Sung-hyun slowly leaned in close and whispered, you should think about it very carefully. He quickly turned around and walked away. See you later. Yu Chan-suk stood frozen with wide eyes, staring at Yoon Sung-hyun's retreating back. Tybeek is a hard pass. Lee Se-eun spoke politely into her phone. Yes. Lee Se-eun listening. The person on the other end quickly continued. It's Yu Chan-suk. Where should I head? She replied. The second floor of the Sky View Association building. Let me text you the address. By this time, he had already arrived at the Sky View Association. A staff member beamed warmly. Welcome to Sky View, sir. Lee Se-eun turned her head and waved. You got here fast. Come take a seat. Yu Chan-suk slowly walked over. That's a weird name for a cafe, isn't it? She followed up. Everything going well? He promptly sat down across from her. Some guy came by trying to recruit me into a guild. Huge dude. Yu Chan-suk emphasized. It was Yoon Sung-hyun from Tybeek. Lee Se-eun smiled and replied. Since Yoon Sung-hyun showed up personally to check you out, the other guilds probably won't dare approach you. He lowered his head with a wry grin. So does that apply to Janabi too? She lowered her voice. Huh? I have no intention of recruiting you, you know. Yu Chan-suk looked surprised. What? Then why? Lee Se-eun continued. What do you think about operating independently instead of joining a guild? Like a freelancer. He rested his chin on his hand and thought. I can survive out in the world without joining a guild? She spoke in a lower tone. Yoon Sung-hyun was planning to bring you in as a junior. Yu Chan-suk paused. A junior position? What even is a junior position? And what's a partner hunter? Lee Se-eun nodded. All right, you didn't graduate from the academy, did you? Guild hunters are generally divided into 3 tiers. Juniors, seniors, and partners. Juniors and seniors belong to teams led by stubborn partners, basically functioning like salaried employees. Partner hunters don't draw a salary. Instead, they hold equity in the guild, sort of like small business owners. They split the profits the guild pulls in. Yu Chan-suk started to piece it together. Sounds a lot like corporate law. Lee Se-eun nodded, spot on. I heard the hunter who founded the first guild drew inspiration from law firms. So you don't necessarily have to grind your way up from junior to senior just to finally reach partner status. He smiled. I get it now. Once you make a name for yourself and rack up impressive achievements, they'll naturally come looking for you. Lee Se-eun grinned brightly. Exactly. Yu Chan-suk frowned in confusion. Why is everyone so obsessed with forcing me to go hunting anyway? But I don't have the connections or experience, so it's going to be hard to land decent missions. Lee Se-eun lowered her voice and cut in. I'll act as your bridge, completely free of charge. Yu Chan-suk pulled a face. I still don't get why you're helping me out this much. She slowly leaned back. Down the road when you're famous enough for guilds to fight over you, oh. And include Janabi in that too. Just keep that in mind, how about it? He chimed in. Sort of like an investment in the future. Huh? An envelope was instantly placed onto the table. Read this. Your call on whether to take it or not. Yu Chan-suk quickly ripped open the envelope. What is this? Lee Se-eun explained. It's a mission from Incheon City, in an area called Jiadong. 2 years ago, they failed to clear out a spatial rift, so it turned into a danger zone. He asked next, so I just need to go down there and destroy the rift? She shook her head. You have to patrol Jiadong Island to keep watch, and if any new rifts pop up, you wipe them out. Yu Chan-suk stared closely at the paperwork. Starts in a month, 500 advance deposit, another 1,500 upon completion. Considering it's a life-threatening job, the pay isn't even all that high. Lee Se-eun looked up with a smirk. If you're not happy with it, get stronger and make a name for yourself. The money will start rolling in on its own then. She stressed with a low voice. So, what's your answer? Yu Chan-suk's lips parted slightly as he hesitated. 2 expensive luxury cars sped down the highway at top speed. He agreed. What's his deal anyway? Lee Se-un replied in a low voice. Yeah. The person on the other end sounded surprised. Yu Chan-suk comes from a civilian background, and taking down an armed opponent barehanded in a tournament is pretty impressive. She chuckled. Impressive is an understatement. I tossed him a piece of candy just to see what he could do. He ended up fighting me for a full 4 hours. The person on the other line was stunned. Really? Must be because you were holding back your power. Lee Se-un complained. Team leader, I'm a hunter with 10 years of experience. 10 years of crawling through the absolute worst hellholes out there. Normally I'm just toying with them, but with him it took 4 hours. It's honestly unbelievable. Even with reincarnation, finding a monster like that is rare. The person on the other end spoke in a serious tone. Even if you rate him that high, the Jiadong mission clearly only recruits experienced hunters. And even no matter how good he is it really safe to let him operate among veteran hunters? Lee Se-un tightened her grip on her sword hilt. Don't worry about that, team leader. I've already assigned someone reliable to look after him. The person on the other end hesitated. Well, Janabi's strategy is your call. If he reaches your level, what do you think? Lee Se-un smiled and said, this might make you a bit uncomfortable, but if Yu Chan-suk reaches my level, he might even be able to take you down, team leader. A month ago at Yu Chan's apartment, a delivery worker was struggling to carry a heavy package on his back. Room 1506. 1506, huh? His finger hurriedly pressed the doorbell. What kind of delivery is this heavy as hell? The delivery worker fussed outside the door for a moment. Which room is next? By this time, Yu Chan had quickly received the package and hastily slammed the door shut. Arrive. He crossed his arms and stared intently at the item in front of him. Pretty state-of-the-art. The button on the package was finally opened slowly. Instantly, Yu Chan's gaze paused in slight astonishment, looking down at his hands with what seemed to be a hint of excitement. This spear will do for now, huh? And this here is an elixir. An emergency medicine hunters often use, filled with concentrated mana. Very useful when you urgently need energy. The usual way of using mana is like drinking water from a filter, controlling the ambient mana in the air, storing it in the body, and using it when needed. Elixirs shorten this process, but I consume mana differently from ordinary people, skipping the storage step and absorbing it directly from the air. The advantage being that there's no limit since I use atmospheric mana. Moreover, the meridians gradually strengthen when receiving and releasing mana, allowing them to hold more energy. The only disadvantage is the small amount circulated when the meridians aren't developed, making it hard to produce massive power in a short time. But now there's no time to wait and accumulate a bit before using it. So if I train hard for a month, I'll definitely reach the required level. On a crisp, clear morning in Incheon on Jiadong Island, everyone was lined up in an extremely crowded mass. Instantly, a phone with a lit-up screen was brought forward. He tilted his head up and spoke. Team 8 Hunter Yu Chan's identity has been confirmed. A piece of paper with the team number written on it was firmly nailed to a pole, and noisy murmurs started buzzing in his ears. This guy makes a pretty penny. When are we setting off? I'm so scared. So sleepy. Is number 8 the 8th zone? Suddenly, Han Sang-a's voice called out loudly from somewhere. Yu Chan, he replied in a low voice. She looks pretty calm. And sang it ties the clips here sold it. I'm usually like this. Last time was just static electricity. Anyway, being on the same team is good. Let's cooperate well on this mission. Yu Chan turned his head away coldly. Why should I? Han Sang slowly followed behind him. You're stronger than me, so I want to learn from you. Yu Chan started complaining. Oh man, my shoulder feels like it's about to fall off. Embarrassed, she frowned. Are you dislocated? Chronic dislocations are dangerous. If you use a spear like that, you'll die. You have to take care of your health. Yu Chan frowned, thinking to himself that just like during the match, she really doesn't know how to joke around. Suddenly, someone spoke up to make an announcement. Everyone, please gather around. Teammate, since all members have assembled, I'll now report on the mission situation. Due to having new members, I will explain the terminologies. Please bear with us. Invasion rifts are graded into level 1, 2, 3, and unrated. The closer to level 1, the more dangerous. Furthermore, if it's the first rift to appear in an area, the word Alpha is added to its name. Currently, the location of the Alpha Rift in Jiadong is the Northern Church in Insuri. Even though it's currently an unrated rift, given its characteristics, that invasion rift will grow stronger over time. Absolutely do not approach it, everyone. Our mission is to patrol around Yupni Ri and Jiadong Mayan and to detect and eliminate secondary invasion rifts, if any. Min Jae raised his head in surprise. Assigning an elimination mission to a team with rookies? Murmurs broke out. We've arrived. This is Jiadong Island. Does the cold air reach all the way out here? It feels like my blood is freezing. Yuchan stood in a daze, hearing those words in his ear. Talk about exaggerating. By this time, both he and Han Sang were in position and ready, and within a short moment, the signal whistle was heard, with everyone turning their eyes forward. The situation inside the island will be reported from the mobile command post. If support is needed, please contact the command room. The final words were emphasized thoroughly. Good luck, hunters, Min Jae slowly explained. All right, first is the plan. Yuchan stared intently at his phone screen. Patrolling both zones in a week should be fine. Suddenly, Min Jae stopped the conversation and turned back around. Yuchan pointed at the map and spoke, stationing ourselves at Wagi Temple and moving around there is best. Min Jae slowly adjusted his glasses. Who are you? First time seeing this rookie's face, huh? Yuchan responded in surprise. Why go to Wagi Temple anyway? Yuchan explained in a low voice. From Wagi Temple, you can observe Yupni Ri. From the peak of Mount Wagi, you can clearly see Jiadong Mayan. And there's an old temple house to use as shelter, so naturally we're coming here. Min Jae seemed somewhat agitated. There's plenty of housing all around here. Min Jae continued. What do you plan to do if we climb the mountain and get surrounded? Yuchan casually replied. We're not fighting 1,000 people, so why fear being surrounded on a mountain? They seem to strongly object. Anyway, I'm not following an inexperienced hunter's advice. Yuchan thought to himself, huh? It's true that every world has ignorant people. Finally, he spoke up. Then please feel free to act on your own. Right at that moment deep in the forest, something was moving at an extremely fast speed. Yuchan, Han Sang-a, and Min Jae were running forward together. Yuchan glanced sideways, thinking Han Sang would follow. Who is this guy anyway? Mana slightly higher than Han Sang-a's. Kim Min Jae, right? I'm curious why you're following us. He quickly replied. You two are participating for the first time, right? Because I'm worried about letting two rookies act alone. He smiled. Thanks for caring. At least there's one decent person. Right as that thought crossed his mind, Yuchan froze. Upon realizing danger right in front of him, his feet coming to a halt without the slightest hesitation. Yuchan immediately raised his hand to signal the people behind him. Wait. Min Jae spoke up awkwardly. Yuchan? Yuchan's finger immediately went to his lips. Please be silent and look behind that rock. He was surprised, huh? Instantly, Min Jae stealthily hid behind to observe ahead. Monsters were appearing in large groups, more than a few at once. Min Jae frowned and spoke. We should detour. It's too crowded, at least 50 of them. Yuchan calmly whispered. Kim Min Jae, what is your singularity? He gritted his teeth. You're seriously planning to fight? Yuchan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he replied. Hunters fighting invaders is only natural. I asked you, what is your singularity? Min Jae stammered an answer. Flames. He asked again, what about your most proficient skill? He hesitated a bit. Fireball. Yuchan quickly nodded. Good. When I give the signal, please attack first. Min Jae was startled. What? Han Sang beside them interrupted. What about me? Min Jae's eyes widened in shock. Ms. Han Sang is being reckless too. 3 people fighting 50 monsters? Plus, isn't this your first time doing a mission? He panicked. We should contact other hunters immediately. Yuchan abruptly interrupted without letting him finish. Unlike us, starting from Wagi Temple, the other hunters are searching along the coastline. There's no guarantee they'll arrive in time if we call them. If we let these things scatter, they'll threaten other hunters too. Min Jae listened to the explanations without missing a single word. That's right. Even if there are hunters nearby, previous conflicts might make them unwilling to come right away. Yuchan continued explaining. That means we have to deal with them right now in this disadvantageous situation. The only way is an ambush. There's no time, so I'll keep it short. Min Jae uses a fireball to attack the center. I'll block the flank. He was still explaining his plan. Han saying, you'll follow this plan. She nodded, got it. Min Jae still seemed completely dazed. Such a meticulous strategy, anticipating every situation. It's as if he has been through countless battles like this. Endless confusing thoughts. Who on earth is this guy anyway? Right at that moment, all the monsters were looking in one direction. In the blink of an eye, Min Jae was the first to attack. Right now, the fireball immediately unleashed its powerful inner force with blazing flames. The monsters were simultaneously being slowly scorched from within the fire. Min Jae hurriedly spoke. I need time to prepare the next fireball. Yuchan smiled and nodded. All right, attack the moment you're ready. Min Jae's eyes were filled with confidence in his own power. All right, understood. In a flash, Yuchan gathered momentum and leaped forward. His pupils filled with killing intent as he prioritized combat efficiency above all. Yuchan's body moved flawlessly, dividing roles being the crucial key. The monsters right in front of him seemed to be losing control. Yuchan thought to himself, while waiting for the next fireball, I will prevent the others from approaching Kim Min-jae. Of course, I can't block this many numbers all by myself. The corners of his lips curved up, which is why a clear division of labor was necessary. Beside him, Han Sang-ae's palm was still gripping her sword hilt tightly, and she attacked the monsters without the slightest hint of fear. Crackling electricity crawled all over Han Sang-ae's body. Instantly, Min-jae called out loudly amidst the sea of fire. Yuchan, fireball ready. He quickly turned his head back to reply, I can dodge on my own, fire. Min-jae immediately clasped his hands together to summon a powerful inner force fireball. Yuchan's entire body quickly dashed out from the fireball's range, his palms still tightly clutching his blade. Yuchan's gaze turned terrifyingly cold as he shouted loudly, Kill them all. The battle continued fiercely deep within the forest, and finally, the sharp tip of the blade was driven straight down into the ground, creating billowing smoke all around and a scene of utter chaos. Yuchan spoke in a low voice. Good job, everyone. But when did Min-jae point the barrel of his gun at him? Min-jae lowered his gun helplessly, waving his hand. Can you humor me for a second? Inside Yuchan's mind. Why are you suddenly doing that? A modern device was pulled out by him. Yuchan was curious. Is that a microchip implant? Min-jae replied, Yeah. When the mission ends and safety is secured, some scrap dealers contracted with me will come to collect. He looked confused. Scrap dealers? He remained nonchalant. It's hard for us to harvest loot from monster corpses ourselves. Too bulky and heavy, so we implant chips like this. After the mission, the scrap dealers will come to collect everything of value. They appraise and sell it, split the profits after deducting commission per the contract ratio, and return the rest to the chip-implanted hunter. Yuchan doubted. Can those guys be trusted? Min-jae cheerfully said. That's why finding a reliable scrap dealer to sign a contract with is important. But this is seriously insane. A trio of rookies wiping out 50 monsters, absolutely unimaginable. Suddenly a monster appeared out of nowhere and quietly stood behind them, giving them a start. Yuchan immediately shielded Min-jae, his eyes sharp as knives. He spoke in an icy tone. Bad news. Min-jae gritted his teeth. What is it this time? The monster opened its mouth wide to reveal sharp, jagged teeth. Yuchan glanced sideways at it, deep in thought. Seems like a sub-boss, I guess. He angrily gnashed his teeth together as he looked at it. In his mind, the previous pack leader was nothing. The mana radiating from this one was completely different from the small fries. He shouted loudly toward the others. Leave it to me. Absolutely do not interfere. Yuchan thought, if it chases us, these two won't be able to escape. Ansanga hesitative, Gyo-chan. But Min-jae interrupted her. We should join forces to buy time and fall back to report the situation. Yuchan angrily spat out each word. Go and fall back. Want to go home in a body bag? Hearing that, the two of them panicked with incredulous looks on their faces. In Yuchan's mind, handling it alone was much easier. No need to worry about spreading risks, and he could freely use the reverse heavenly flames to finish it off as fast as possible. He provoked it. Come on, plaything. The blue sky stretched out alongside floating white clouds. Min-jae seemed worried. Shouldn't we go help him? It looks way too dangerous. Ansanga, no need. Yuchan looks like he's being overpowered, but he hasn't taken a single hit. Not only that, The attacks I thought he only dodged by pure luck. He's both dodging and counterattacking right back. Wherever his spear strikes, pitch-black flames billowed up. What on earth is this? The more fire there is, the slower the monster gets. At first, Yu-chan was struggling, but now, is he toying with it? Is this guy really a rookie? How can something like this even happen? Yu-chan lunged forward and spun around, his hand gripping the sword tightly, before tossing it high up into the air. Han Sang-a's eyes widened in shock. The spear. Did he just throw it away? Yu-chan is in danger. However, the monster only approached right up to his face, baring its sharp teeth without doing anything else. Then it suddenly collapsed to the ground. The monster lay in agony on the floor with its eyes tightly shut. Yu-chan calmly remarked, "Burned through all its stamina, and it can still move, huh? I need to make sure this finishes it for good." Hearing that, the two of them instantly panicked, and Min Jae thought to himself, "No way." Yu-chan was clearly being suppressed, yet now the monster has collapsed. What on earth just happened? He spoke up. Kim Min-jae. The man hurriedly replied, right here. Is it normal for monsters like this to appear in Jiadong? He answered, I'm wondering the same thing. This isn't an invasion core zone, after all. If it were a region with an invasion core, a rank 3 rating would make sense. Invasion cores are divided into 4 levels. According to the pre-mission report, the Alpha Invasion Core in Jiadong was clearly unrated. So perhaps the Alpha Core in Jiadong Mayan has upgraded to rank 3. Han Sang spoke up, but the report said he calmly cut her off. If it isn't rank 3, there's no way to explain the current situation. Min Jae chimed in. Wait, unrated and rank 3 are worlds apart. If that's true, almost none of the hunters will make it back alive. Yu-chan, let's go save the other hunters. With your level, even a rank 3, Yu-chan cut her off. I refuse. What? What? He replied. How am I supposed to save all the wandering hunters on the island by myself? I have my limits too. What I can't do, I can't do. Our mission isn't to rescue stranded hunters, but to locate and eliminate the emerging invasion core. And once you're doing this kind of work, don't expect nobody to die. Han Sang wondered. Yu-chan, let me ask you this. If you fell into that kind of situation, what would you do? You'd probably feel helpless, resentful, and beg for your life too, right? So naturally, shouldn't we show some mercy and help save them? He replied, I'm not talking about whether I understand human emotions or not. I'm talking about the results. There are deaths in life that simply can't be avoided. Facing that kind of death, no matter what you think or how you feel, you're still going to die. So panicking in a hopeless situation with that kind of mindset means you won't survive long in this world. The door silently opened and someone stepped inside, speaking up. The building is completely intact with no other signs of an invasion. Thank goodness. Yu-chan raised his voice. See anything? Min Jae replied. It's too dark to see anything special. Luckily, thanks to the lights, we can spot the positions of the other hunters. Deep down, Yu-chan thought that emitting light to give away positions like that was genuinely dangerous. If it were just a bunch of small fry, getting discovered wouldn't matter. But if something like what we just faced shows up, I at least need to send out a warning. This is Yu-chan from Team 8. Given the level of the monster we just faced, the Alpha Invasion might have upgraded to rank 3. Using lights indiscriminately could land us in danger, so keep it to an absolute minimum. So if we destroy the invasion core, will all the invaders disappear? Min Jae replied, That's right. Without energy from the invasion core, the invasion zone will dissolve. Yu-chan muttered inwardly. Well, that makes it simple then. We just have to destroy the invasion core. Han Sang calmly closed her eyes as if lost in thought, and Min Jae took the opportunity to catch some sleep. Yu-chan thought, I heard this device sounds an alarm when monsters get close, so I might as well take it easy. Luckily, I figured out the location of the Alpha Core beforehand. Things should go smoothly like this. Suddenly, Yu-chan was startled. No wonder it felt way too easy. A roaring voice echoed from the distance, and Yu-chan's voice cracked. Is it you again? He quietly turned around and stared straight at it, muttering, You've got an unfamiliar face. At the command room of the Jiadong Island Hunter Association, a panicked voice rang out, reporting that signals from several members of Team 5 have vanished. They are suspected Kia. Reports indicate the monsters are operating in an organized manner. One death confirmed in Team 3. What on earth has been going on since a moment ago? It's just an unrated invasion hole. Emergency situation. Reinforcements needed immediately. Activate the emergency communication network and send an urgent support request to hunters in neighboring areas. Someone spoke up. Section Chief. Someone is approaching the Alpha invasion hole. The section chief screamed. Contact them and tell them to stop right now. Who the hell is reckless enough to do that? The person heading toward the Alpha invasion core is Hunter Yu-chan from Team 8, sir. Yu-chan is the very first one who discovered the upgrade of the invasion hole. He ordered, connect the device right now to verify his survival status. Deep down, an upgraded invasion hole was completely unprecedented. In that situation, he was the first to grasp the situation and head straight for the Alpha hole. Perhaps Yu-chan knew the answer. As soon as the connection was established, he heard a string of curses, faster than I expected. You guys said it was unrated. Me dodging that was pure luck. You guys aren't out hunting, so you didn't even bother to investigate properly. Huh? Loud and clear? Should I mute the audio? When I get back, I'm going to carve an invasion hole right onto each of your faces. Survival of Yu-chan confirmed. My current heaven-defying flames aren't strong enough to kill a powerful individual outright. Against the strong ones, I can only use the flames to weaken them and then finish them off with a spear. But this big guy refuses to go down. Inwardly, because he used up so much of Jiadong Island's mana during the day fighting that giant fallen creature, his current strength is way weaker than usual. Since he can't leave Jiadong Island, he has to find somewhere on the island to absorb mana. Suddenly he flinched as if spotting something. He saw a massive, glowing black pit. Found it. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged straight down into the black pit. Come follow me. There's something I need to check out. The security staff member's voice completely broke. GPS signal confirmed lost. The section chief panicked. Hunter Yu-chan has entered the Alpha invasion hole. Yu-chan stepped inside and exclaimed, it's cleaner in here than I expected. I heard unrated and rank 3 holes aren't very big. So just how large are rank 1 and rank 2 holes? Suddenly footsteps sounded behind him, but he remained completely calm. Done sightseeing the invasion hole. Huh? Should we wrap up our relationship right here and now? I'm not the type who likes being tailed. The monster opened its jaws wide as if trying to swallow Yu-chan whole. One of the greatest weaknesses of the heaven-defying flames is that they latch onto every living creature except the user. Even if it's an ally, once it exceeds control limits, it can no longer be used. Yu-chan prepared to bolt away from the monster. A beam of purple light erupted from his spear. The monster let out a frenzied scream. He continued, but if I'm fighting alone, that's not a problem. The important thing is from here on out. A source of blue light burst from his body. The heart inside his chest had turned a faint shade of cyan. The mana absorbed from the monster would spread throughout his body, expanding his blood vessels and making his physical frame even sturdier. Yu-chan let out a sharp breath. Thrilled. Better results than expected. The monster lost control, its eyes rolling back white, and its screech felt like it was tearing the sky apart. Yu-chan was pumped. Oh, let's see. He pivoted to face the monster's head-on. The giant monsters gazed at him with ravenous eyes. They called for reinforcements. What a shame. Backing off this way would make it all meaningless. Yu-chan stood right in the middle of the massive black pit. Even though I'm several times stronger than when I started, I'm still miles away from my prime in the other world. Where's the invasion hole core? According to Hunter Kim Min-jae, it's the strongest invading creature in this space. Yu-chan lowered his voice into a hoarse rumble. Has arrived? His eyes widened, pupils constricting violently. A fierce battle was about to unfold. The monster slammed its heavy sword down onto the ground. Yu-chan challenged it. Glad you waited until the flames went out, huh? You can even talk. Smart. The core really is in a whole different league. The monster threatened. You will die. Let's see, with my current skill level, I can pull off the quadruple strike. He soared upward to face the monster. His spear thrust forward in a flash, but the monster swiftly blocked the attack. It wore a look of utter contempt as it stared at him. Yu-chan's gaze turned razor-sharp. Phantom duplicate spear. A burst of blue light emanated from his body, and the monster panicked as if unable to believe its eyes. Phantom duplicate spear is a technique that creates a blue trail following your swing. This blue trail mimics the exact first attack and repeats it 4 times. If I step into the blue trail and attack together, it's just a simple technique repeating 4 strikes. But what if the blue trail attacks with a slight delay? Then it creates the punishing wind duplicate spear melody that's nearly impossible to dodge. Facing a coordinated attack with built-in delays, the opponent is bound to make a mistake. His eyes turned wild. Let's end this. He charged forward to strike the monster. The monster's body was riddled with holes, and you'd think it would just simply vanish. But what's poking out of there? A box? Yuchan slowly opened the box and was stunned by what he saw inside. The staff member panicked. This is bad. The invasion zone is spreading out from the center of Jiadong Island. The section chief roared angrily. How are you guiding the hunters? Trying to get all of them killed. Lost signal for Team 9. Reinforcements clashed with monsters and couldn't land on Jiadong Island due to obstruction. In the section chief's heart, is this really the end? Unless a miracle happens, I'm just going to have to stand here and watch the hunters get wiped out. The panicked staff member screamed. Section chief received a message from Hunter Yuchan. Enter the hole. What? What did you say? It's broadcasting on the main screen right now. Broadcasting to everyone. The Jiadong Island Alpha invasion hole has been dealt with as of this moment. Signal for the Alpha hole confirmed vanished. Extermination complete. All creatures that cross paths with the hunter are confirmed eradicated. A miracle has happened. How was that even possible? Yuchan sat on the grassy field, lifting his face to the sky. The air is so fresh. The cluster of monsters was blasted backward. Han Sang was covered in wounds from head to toe. Yet she still forced herself to keep attacking. Her wrists trembled, unable to hold her weapon steady any longer. Han Sang used her other hand to support and lift it high. Her eyes swept the area briefly as she thought to herself. The hit count is multiplied several-fold compared to daytime. Plus Yu Chan-suk has disappeared too. Min Jae, standing behind her, suddenly called out, Han Sang-a. He asked her, are we actually going to make it out alive? Han Sang-a didn't answer, merely thinking. Kim Min Jae has reached his limit, and I have no idea how much longer I can hold out either. A monster opened its jaws wide and shrieked loudly. She crouched low with a freezing expression on her face. When suddenly Han Sang-a's body lost its balance and collapsed flat to the ground, her legs having run out of even an ounce of strength. Seeing this, Min Jae panicked and shouted loudly, Sang-a. The monster kept its fang-filled maw wide open, and he stared wide-eyed in absolute terror. A loud sound echoed through the deep forest as bright moonlight illuminated the pitch-black night below. She still kept her eyes tightly shut in fear. Feeling something was strange, Han Sang slowly opened her eyes as the monsters surrounding them gradually dissolved away. They disappeared at the Jiadong Island Hunter gathering area. Yu Chan-suk walked over with a somewhat vacant expression. Quite a few people are injured, huh? The invaders must have gone on a rampage while everyone was scattered. 2 members of the group were instantly surprised upon seeing him. Huh? Yu Chan-suk. Yu Chan-suk. He ignored the chatter and silently lowered his head. Is it really true that he single-handedly eliminated the rank 3 invasion hole? It's unbelievable. Just how on earth did he? Min Jae waved his hand and called out, Chan-suk. Glancing toward the voice, he saw 2 people resting. Ah, you guys are here. The man spoke first. I was so surprised when I got that message. What made you think of handling an invasion hole all by yourself? Yu Chan-suk squatted down between them and replied, perhaps because I wanted to protect the hunters. My heart told me to rather than my reason. Hearing that, Han Sang tilted her head back. What kind of logic is that? Everything went smoothly, so now he's acting all sweet and gentle. Yu Chan-suk continued. Knowing it would turn out like this, I should have set off before my contract ended. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. Hunter Yu Chan-suk. It's a pleasure. I'm Byeonyin Jong-tae, branch manager of Incheon North to Gyeonggi for South Korea's operating company. He glanced over his shoulder. Ah, you're the one who requested me to come here. The man asked further. May I ask if you could spare a moment? The mayor wants to see you. Beneath a massive building as heavy rain poured down, Yu Chan-suk stepped out of the car. That come to my place commanding tone. Is that some kind of privilege for officials or what? Holding an umbrella against the rain, He looked up at the building. Ah, the contract didn't mention compensation. What happens if I wipe out a rank 3 invasion hole? I'll just negotiate the price once I'm there. A middle-aged man walked out from inside. It's a pleasure, Hunter Yu-chan-suk. Holding an umbrella, he flashed a trademark smile. I'm Li Pei-je, Public Relations Coordinator. He led Yu-chan-suk inside. The mayor is very much looking forward to this meeting. I was startled myself when I received the report about Jiadong Island at dawn. After reading it, the mayor canceled his entire morning schedule just to meet you. Sighing, he replied, "Is that so? We could have taken our time eating. I didn't do anything all that major." Li Pil-ji raised a hand in a dismissive gesture. "Don't say that. Rookie hunter single-handedly wiping out a rank 3 invasion hole. Cases like that only date back to the era of the first-generation senior hunters." Hearing this, he thought to himself, fair enough. Without prior combat experience, it would indeed be hard to handle it alone. But I heard there was a precedent. Wasn't that senior a literal monster? While Yu-chan-suk was lost in thought, the man opened the door. "Mr. Mayor, Hunter Yu-chan-suk has arrived." Seated at his desk, the mayor greeted him upon seeing him. "Oh, you've had a long and tiring journey. I'm Park Jian, the mayor of Incheon. It's quite rude of me to invite you out in such harsh weather." He stood up from his chair to welcome Yu-chan-suk. Come, please have a seat and let's talk." Coordinator Li Pil-ji, bring out some coffee. Promptly obeying the order, he replied, "Yes, sir." The two sat down at the table and started chatting. "You've accomplished a tremendous feat for the country this time, Hunter Yu-chan-suk. From the perspective of Incheon's mayor, I see Jiadong Island as a truly troublesome menace. I knew it had to be dealt with, but with a limited budget, it was hard for me to choose an expensive solution." Lifting his coffee cup, Yu-chan-suk replied cautiously, "It's fortunate that this occasion was resolved at a relatively low cost." Park Jian agreed with what Yu-chan-suk said. "Indeed, but I heard this is Hunter Yu-chan-suk's very first contract." Taking a sip of coffee, he answered, "Yes, that's right." Hearing that, the mayor slammed his desk and bounced to his feet. "Your very first step as an exceptional figure like you is Incheon. As the mayor of Incheon, I feel immensely proud. The Republic of Korea, the safest place in the world." Park Jian's reaction left him dazed. What? All of a sudden, Incheon is one of South Korea's pivotal regions. Thanks to the outstanding infrastructure of Incheon Airport, countless goods are circulated. On top of that, thanks to the long-standing Free Economic Zone project, international cities like Songdo and Chongnya have so many foreign investors wanting to pour capital in that it's hard for me to even choose. I will leverage the massive capital they pour into Incheon and the goods transported through the airport to pave the smoothest possible hunter path for Hunter Yu-chan-suk. Hearing this, he recalled an event from the past. "Yu-chan-suk, let me ask you one thing," Byung-jong Tae asked while driving. "Could you state the purpose behind pursuing a hunter's career?" Glancing at his phone, he replied with somewhat unrefined wording. "If there's a toilet clogged with crap, someone's got to dive into the filthy water to unclog it, right?" Gripping the steering wheel tightly as if understanding something, he said, "I see. You're going to become famous. Extremely talented hunters are in high demand, and companies will invite you for commercials. Famous shows will invite you to participate as well." Yu-chan-suk smiled and asked back, "Sounds like you're worried I'll be ruined by fame, huh?" Byung-jong Tae answered candidly, "Yes. Many promising hunters get drunk on success and forget their original mission. After all, it's understandable. You just have to cross the ceasefire border and you're in an invasion zone crawling with dangerous monsters. South Korea is the only safe place, dubbed the last paradise on Earth, after all. Yet even that place is controlled by money. What Hunter Yu-chan-suk did this time is extraordinary. Many people in difficult circumstances will look up to you. I just hope you remain a symbol of hope for South Korea forever." Returning to the present, the dark clouds had drifted away. Hearing those words, who knows how excited I felt? Who would have thought he'd express himself so bluntly? Too many years of winning and enduring enough hardships meant I wasn't stirred by those illusions of fame and rewards. Tilting his head, Yu-chan-suk spoke up. "If I'm getting this much support, I ought to do something in return. For instance," his next sentence left Park Jian frozen in shock. helping a mayor whose approval ratings are dropping stay in office, for instance. Sitting back down in his chair, he raised a hand to his mouth and gave a dry cough. You're fast with information. Hearing that, Yu Chan-suk explained, phones have all sorts of things these days, you know. Your term ends early next year. Judging by the situation, most people think re-election is unlikely. Park Ji-on felt a bit restless inside. So blunt, huh? Actually, during the process of taking on this contract, did you need permission from the Incheon office? He remained silent and didn't reply further. Unlike the notification required for a rookie like himself to participate, which needed the Incheon mayor's consent, it had been cleverly packaged so that he looked like a talent discovered by Incheon. No, rather, a talent utilized by Park Ji-on to boost his own image, sort of tying him down and placing a spoon right on a ready-made dining table. Waving his hands as if continuing his spiel, the mayor said, "Thanks to Incheon's infrastructure as mayor, I have connections with various domestic and foreign businesses." Park Ji-on slammed his hand down on a box on the table. Take this for example. This instant coffee brand's contract with their current model is almost up, and I can swap them out for Hunter Yu Chan-suk's face. Not only that, but there's an endless future ahead. He abruptly slammed his coffee cup down onto the table. Mr. Mayor, Yu Chan-suk added remarks so blunt they were hard to believe. You seem to think far too cheaply of me. Hearing that, the mayor looked somewhat baffled and confused. Huh, he explained. Lately, watching the news, I see the world needs a fresh face capable of changing the gloomy atmosphere. I mean, if I keep working as a hunter the way I am now. Yu Chan-suk braced his hands on the chair with a menacing look. Then the things Mayor Park Ji-on promised will naturally belong to me anyway. Panicking, Park Ji-on flailed his hands wildly. I can filter and provide you with safe and lucrative contracts. Standing up without caring at all, he found the offer completely unappealing. Yu Chan-suk turned on his heel and walked away. Pass along my congratulations to the instant coffee model. She'll probably get her contract renewed. Beneath a bridge, the rain continued to pour in torrents. Two figures, one standing, one kneeling, were talking. I see. The Jiadong Island test failed. The kneeling man lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry, sir. The other maintained his composure. It was unavoidable. Raising his head, the bodyguard continued. But there is good news as well. Puzzled, he asked, what is it? He hurriedly brought up a video clip from the association's hunter certification exam. Audio played from the phone video. What on earth is that flame? Candidate Yu Chan-suk. That's amazing. Yu Chan-suk. The lookalike holding the phone gave a sneering chuckle of praise. He's pretty impressive. The streets were crowded with people coming and going, but everyone was staring at their phones. Inside a house, a young boy held up his device and called out, "Mom, look at this." In front of the television, a group of young people watched and chatted. Hey, who do you think is taking first place this month? Who knows? I couldn't care less. All of this was due to the shifts in the Hunters' rankings. The leaderboard hadn't seen any major upheaval. It was just entertainment for commoners. At the hospital, Min Jae excitedly sat up to watch the news, but ultimately, in the conference room, a staff member walked in to report, Mr. Association President, here are the global hunter rankings for September. At the same time, Lee Se-un also received the latest intel. And this time, there was a huge difference. Concurrently, a young man named Yu Chan-suk. Just then, someone called out his name, drawing his gaze. Yu Chan-suk. A staff member poked their head in to enthusiastically announce, "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. You can head out now." Hearing that, he calmly replied, "Understood." Opening a news page, the person saw Yu Chan-suk's name and cheered with joy. Look where Yu Chan-suk ranked. Afterwards, the staff member excitedly offered congratulations. Congratulations on setting the record for the fastest promotion. At this moment, he was fully recognized and remembered by everyone. A 5-year veteran hunter single-handedly defeating a rank 3 invasion hole would typically be treated as commonplace and looked down upon by the community. But as a freshly debuted rookie's very first mission, it was a different story. In the stands, a barrage of interview questions rained down on Yu Chan-suk. What did Yu Chan-suk do for a living before becoming a hunter? Did you receive help from other hunters when wiping out the invasion hole? Did you predict the evolution of the invasion hole beforehand? Witnessing this scene, He let out an inner sigh, feeling like he was starring in a Prodigy Discovery show. Shortly after, Yu Chan-suk calmly replied, "I have a busy schedule. I'll only take the final question." Immediately, an agile young reporter spoke up. "Many people must be very curious about Hunter Yu Chan-suk's future direction. As a hunter, could you share a few words about your mindset or determination?" Yu Chan-suk calmly spoke up. "I will prove it through my achievements." His face brimmed with fierce seriousness as he expressed this, rather than uttering cliché lines like, "I'll do my best." A while later, he flew to a ruined, desolate location. This was where Gon Salak existed. Gazing down at the scenery, Yu Chan-suk listened to someone explain. "A horrifying sight, isn't it? Conditions overseas are all like this. After the invasion holes appeared, most countries lost their governing capabilities." Beside him, the association president calmly recounted the country's current status. "But our South Korea not only defended the nation, but also advanced our technology into a superpower. The helicopter we're sitting in is part of that tech, running on Manhwa and completely soundproof." Hearing that, Yu Chan-suk inquired, "Have the countries that couldn't resist the invasion holes ended up like this?" He affirmed, "Indeed, many capitals vanished after the invasion holes emerged." As the helicopter touched down, he extended an invitation. "Want to take a closer look?" Afterwards, the president acted as a guide and lecturer. "The 8 Greats are the world's 8 most dangerous invasion holes, and Gon Salak is one of them. 13 years ago, Gon Salak formed abruptly, spreading from the city center in a giant circle. Without a single sign of warning, though a few people managed to survive, the space itself was eroded. Back then, the catastrophe struck so suddenly that people were swept away before they could even react. Just a few days later, the entire city quietly vanished." Glancing at the scenery outside the window, the president melancholically recounted that while other countries' influences hadn't changed much after the invasion holes appeared, central government authority had weakened. Yet Yu Chan-suk didn't sympathize much, merely feeling perplexed. "I'm glad to learn new info, but what does summoning me here have to do with it?" At that moment, he suddenly brought up something else. "A few days ago, Yoon Sung-hyun from Taibik came looking for me. He was annoyed that you didn't join Taibik." Instantly, the face of the man Yoon Sung-hyun popped into his head. "That big guy, huh?" At the same time, Yoon Chan-suk recalled his parting words. "You should think carefully." Suddenly, the president dropped a bombshell statement that felt like a bolt from the blue. "Then he suddenly asked me about your residence." Shocked, Yu Chan-suk blurted out, "What?" Fortunately, he didn't agree to disclose it. "Naturally, since it's personal info, I didn't reveal it, but Taibbi Guild's philosophy worships the strong. They might try to subdue you using force." Folding his arms, Yu Chan-suk thought irritably, "Tisich, what a pain. It'd be hard for me to beat him by force right now." Understanding his personality to some extent, the president asked directly, "Judging by how you act, you'd rather work on your own than join a guild, right?" Just as he guessed, Yu Chan-suk admitted, "Yeah, sort of." Hearing that, the president offered a proposal. "If you want to avoid being approached by Taibik, you should elevate your own stature. For instance, by taking on major missions proposed by the association president." Realizing this, Yu Chan-suk immediately caught on to his intentions. "Ah, so there's an agenda here." He blurted out bluntly. "You wouldn't just hand it over for free, right? What do you want from me?" The president's gaze turned solemn as he spoke with great dignity. "You just need to remember one thing. I helped you." Skeptical, Yu Chan-suk replied, "Just that? That's not hard." In his mind, he was rapidly calculating the benefits he'd gain. "I won't be getting the short end of the stick either. The association president's missions will help raise my profile." Following that, he suspiciously questioned, "So what exactly do I have to do?" Hearing the president's cautious reply, "Escort a cargo ship from Busan to Nanjing. Currently, the eroded zones make transporting daily necessities very difficult." Reading line by line through the documents, Yu Chan-suk calmly evaluated high-end ceramic clocks, ginseng wine, and pu'er tea, brand new luxury cars. The definition of daily necessities has changed over 20 years, huh? Glancing at him, the president calmly remarked to someone, "Well, these are daily necessities. I figured you'd understand." Sorting the paperwork back into a pile, Yu Chan-suk skeptically expressed, "Still, I honestly don't get why these are needed when the central government has already collapsed. Hearing that, the president earnestly explained, even though many countries collapsed due to invasion holes, international relations still matter. Instantly, he understood. So this is grease to keep relationships running, huh? Following that, Yu Chan-suk directly refused. If that's the case, I decline. Seeing this, the president hurriedly spoke up. Hold on, this is something the South Korean government takes extremely seriously. But he stood firm on his decision. Even so, I'm not changing my mind. Tangling oneself in politics is a foolish move. His steadfastness left the president utterly helpless. Hunter Yu Chan-suk, this might sound rude, but you're just a freshly debuted rookie. Seems like getting too much attention is messing with you. Before he could finish, Yu Chan-suk suddenly grabbed the papers and shoved them toward him. Right after, he tossed them down without a second thought. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Returning the president's shock was Yu Chan-suk's calm voice. Enjoy your helicopter ride. Hearing him casually utter, I'll swim back to Seoul myself. This prompted the president to blurt out in utter terror. What? The very next second, Yu Chan-suk agilely leaped down. The wind whipped past his completely expressionless face. Witnessing the scene, the president rushed hurriedly to the door to look, but could only watch as he completely plunged into the blue sea. Unable to help himself, the president grumbled, "Kids these days." At the port of Incheon, rows of cargo containers were neatly stacked on the shore. Just then, a resting dock worker suddenly noticed something. Bubbles suddenly surfaced on the sea's surface, and immediately afterward, a tired arm reached out to grip the shore. The next second, Yu Chan-suk breached the surface, letting out a sharp breath. But upon opening his eyes to see someone standing nearby, he got startled and cursed out. "Thought you were some kind of pig. Who goes around scaring people like that?" Seeing him like this, the worker calmly offered comfort. "No idea what happened, but looks like you've had a rough time." This reaction left Yu Chan-suk dazed as he vaguely replied, "Thanks." A while later, having climbed ashore, he plunged into deep thought. What he needed to do right now was grow stronger. Gazing at the scenery while lost in a daze, he weighed his plans, prioritizing the hardest, most goddamn brutal request to become a formidable figure. Remembering the president and the others, he secretly hardened his resolve not to be manipulated by anyone. Yu Chan-suk pulled out his phone to search for missions. This one looks good. A notification popped up on the screen. He stared intently at the mission details. Then he let out a breath and looked up toward the horizon. Yu Chan-suk muttered under his breath, "Things are going to get busy soon." On September 3rd, fishermen from Jeoj and Tongyeong headed out to sea to welcome the peak mackerel season. But the sea this time was completely different from usual. Tsushima Island's erosion fiends appeared, kidnapping fishermen like a hunting party. According to survivors who made it back, the captured fishermen were still alive. The mission this time was to head to Tsushima Island to rescue the hostages and wipe out the erosion source. Scrolling through the info on his phone, Yu Chan-suk muttered, "A 55 million won reward." What caught his attention was the clause stating that handling it solo grants the entire payout. His slender finger tapped the screen immediately. This wasn't small money, and success would also bring him a glowing reputation. Yu Chan-suk thought to himself, plus a great story to tell, definitely worth a shot. Closing his eyes in contemplation, worth a try. But word has it that erosion tears very wildly. A rank 3 erosion has the destructive power of a tank. Rank 2 is equivalent to a natural disaster. And rank 1 forces an entire nation to mobilize. Clutching his head with both hands, Yu Chan-suk lowered his head and sighed. "I used heaven-defying demonic flames to wipe out rank 3 easily, but can I withstand rank 2? I'm going to need a crew with support abilities." Yu Chan-suk felt truly helpless. But those people didn't care about civilian missions at all. He sighed once more. Could there really be no one else? Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk jumped in surprise. Ah, that's right. He remembered that person. Waves crashed hard against the side of the ship where Yu Chan-suk was standing. Suddenly, someone called out, "Yu Chan-suk." It was Han Sang-ae. She had come to ask, "How long until we reached Tsushima?" He picked up his phone to check and replied, "Probably about another hour." Yu Chan-suk added a warning. "Take the chance to rest. This battle is tougher than the last one. Do you hear me?" It turned out Sangha had been silent, because she was focused on something else. Yu Chan-suk tested it on his shoulder. She immediately approached and reached out to touch it. Is that the Iron Seraph shoulder gear? The limited edition with the aesthetic enhancement layer. How'd you get your hands on that? Sang-a's unexpected reaction made Yu Chan-suk look at her in a new light. Is she always this talkative? Nevertheless, he added, the second-hand shop gave it to me as part of a contract. She pouted. The place I'm partnering with didn't give me anything. A provocative smile flickered across Yu Chan-suk's face. Well, obviously our levels are different. I'm a rising star who wiped out a rank 3 monster single-handedly. You're just a rookie hunter with nothing but an excellent trainee title. Perhaps because his words were too accurate, Sang-a could only frown. If you're annoyed, then get stronger. A few days ago, Sang-a had been extremely surprised. You mean, she wiped away sweat with her hand. Do you need teammates? Yu Chan-suk on the other end of the line said, this one is rank 2. Hearing that, Sang-a's whole body froze. Is this okay? We barely survived rank 3, let alone rank 2. A few seconds of silence passed. Yu Chan-suk took a deep breath and said just one sentence that made her forget to breathe. Don't you want to become stronger? He reminded her further. I can learn from you because you're better than me. You once said you could learn from me because I'm better than you. Sang-a's breathing grew increasingly rapid with each of his promises. If you still think that, then I'll guarantee it. As long as I'm the one teaching you. Sure enough, Yu Chan-suk knew exactly what Sang-a craved most. She would become many times stronger than she was now. He repeated it again. So, what's your choice? Remembering that, Sang-a's shoulder shook even more violently. I have my own reasons for needing to be strong. Yu Chan-suk watched her eyes as she turned away. Even if it's hell, even if a storm is raging before us, I'll dive right in. At that moment, a siren wailed. Warning, warning. Thick clouds of fog suddenly revealed massive shadows. There were strange objects ahead. Sang-a squinted into the distance. Are those boats? Yu Chan-suk nodded slightly. 5 in total. He picked up his weapon, but thought to himself. How do we get over there? It's full of civilians, so do we have to sneak in? Just as he was about to turn and ask for help, Yu Chan-suk fell silent when he saw the swordswoman hovering a distance above the water. Han Sang-a, do you have a way to do this? He laughed. You have this ability, too? Sang-a seemed just as surprised. You can't do it? Yu Chan-suk was completely speechless this time. She couldn't help but exclaim. So, despite trying to hold it back, Sang-a's lips couldn't help but curl up in amusement. There are things even you can't do, huh? Sang-a laughed aloud, and Yu Chan-suk's face grew even darker. You said it was easy, yet you act like you can't do it. The sea surface parted to clear a path. Yu Chan-suk was being carried by the swordswoman, so he commented leisurely. Hey, be careful, okay? I can't run on water yet. Suddenly, his eyes caught something. Immediately after, Yu Chan-suk whispered, Han Sang-a, head to the nearest boat. She frowned, confused. Why? He spoke very frankly. I can sense that the deeper we go, the stronger and more dangerous the energy becomes. Her hand loosened its grip on Yu Chan-suk's legs. Okay. A second later, Sang-a looked up vigilantly, staring intently at the ship appearing through the mist. There are people. Yu Chan-suk immediately denied it as he crouched to prepare for a leap. No. Look closely. Whoosh. They jumped straight onto the deck. Yu Chan-suk knitted his brows as he saw what was facing them. It wasn't human movement. On the deck was an entire swarm of growling zombies. Sang-a landed on the ship forcefully. Across from her, Yu Chan-suk couldn't help but remind her, you'll break a bone landing like that. Moreover, it seemed too late for him to say that it would attract their attention. Yu Chan-suk stomped hard on the wooden floor, his eyes snapping open, and rays of light immediately shot through the bodies of the zombies. Seeing that they were clearly slow, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Good. They aren't the bottom-tier rank 2 monsters. A thought popped into Yu Chan-suk's head. Then Han Sang-a. No sooner had he mentioned it than a strike landed right beside him. Was that Han Sang-a's light? Jo Chan silk hirilischautit. An Sanga. He dodged while reminding her. You're wasting too much energy. You'll be exhausted at this rate. She bit her lip in annoyance at Yu Chan-suk's words. Half of that is enough. The guarantee echoed in her ears. Han Sang-a. As long as I teach you, you could become many times stronger than you are now. The shouts of the past and present Yu Chan-suk seemed to ring out simultaneously. Han Sang-a. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it! A bolt of lightning shot out, as if in anger. Damn it! Half the zombies were instantly blown away. But Sang was still being nagged. Han Sang-a, you're still overdoing it. Another bolt of lightning appeared. Yu Chan-suk still wasn't satisfied. Reduce it further. The swordswoman's eyes seemed to harbor some hidden thoughts. Inside Han Sang-a's heart. The life of the weak is a tragedy, incredibly narrow and endlessly dark. I won't live like a weakling anymore. I must become stronger. Another lightning bolt targeted the zombies. At this moment, Yu Chan-suk suddenly called out while looking ahead. Han Sang-a. A zombie was lunging forward with its mouth wide open. Slash! With one sound, its body was cut in two. I have my reasons for needing to be strong. Determination seemed to appear in Sang-a's eyes. Even if it's hell, I'll dive right in. A zombie fell onto the floor, and across from it was Sang-a, panting heavily after the battle. Suddenly, someone stepped onto the railing, approached, and asked, "Are you done yet?" Yu Chan-suk pointed behind him, calmly announcing, "I've already taken care of those other boats." Hearing that, Sang rested her sword on her elbow to wipe off the grime and replied, "I guess I'm just too rigid." Afterward, she expressed somewhat shyly, "Thanks for the advice. I learned a lot." He didn't pay it much mind and replied, "It's nothing. Usually, no one bothers to listen to me anyway." Suddenly, Sang revealed sadly, "Actually, I've never received advice before." As he fired his gun, Yu Chan-suk asked confusedly, "What do you mean? You studied at the academy, didn't you? Doesn't that place teach us and give us direction?" Her tone brimmed with loneliness as she recounted. "Everyone called me annoying because I learned too quickly." He felt amused and ventured a guess. "Don't tell me you believe that listening to me will help you surpass me later on?" Responding to him was Sang-a's firm voice. "There has never been a teacher I couldn't surpass." Yu Chan-suk was instantly rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. And then he stood up to leave, not forgetting to assert, "You won't surpass me. Don't worry. I guarantee you'll have to admire me for the rest of your life." Seeing that, she commented unhappily, "That's a really annoying answer." A while later, the boat docked, and two naval personnel were waiting on the shore. Seeing Yu Chan-suk and Sang-a, they shouted urgently, "We'll be waiting on Geoge Island. Good luck." Hearing this, he turned back to greet them. "All right, take care." They both left, one setting off on his path while he mused and analyzed. According to the fisherman who returned, the hostages are likely at the shrine. Beside him, Sang-a offered her opinion. "There are two shrines on this island, Gaijin Shrine and Adazumi Shrine." Hearing this, Yu Chan-suk made a decisive choice. Gaijin Shrine is closer, so we'll go there first. She didn't object and calmly calculated the time. If we run straight there, we'll reach it in a few hours. But there was another obstacle for the two of them. The problem was that there were only two of them, but they had to lead people back. Remembering the information, Yu Chan-suk felt troubled. According to witnesses, there were 15 hostages. If anyone was injured, the return trip would be even harder. Not only that, but he could perceive another problem. Furthermore, I can feel many chills-inducing waves of mana behind the mist. All kinds of monsters will be chasing us everywhere on the island. In Yu Chan-suk's head, he quickly thought of a plan. If we have to dodge monsters while protecting the victims, we'll at least need. He muttered under his breath, "Transportation." Looking at the car by the side of the road, he asked seriously, "Hey, Sang-a, are you good driving?" Sang-a, though confused, replied, "Of course. Why?" A moment later, the white car sped rapidly down the road. Inside, Yu Chan-suk gripped the handle tightly, his voice screaming in fear. "You said you were good at driving." He criticized her, both shocked and panicked. "The brake isn't for decoration, you know." Responding to Yu Chan-suk was Sang-a's tone of contemptuous disdain. "If you like nagging so much, drive it yourself." Unable to resist, he had to accept it. "Fine, I'll shut up." Immediately after, Yu Chan-suk jumped onto the roof of the car and sighed. Still better than someone who hasn't touched a steering wheel in 20 years. Facing the swarm of zombies, he confidently declared, "Besides, I'm much better at fighting." The next second, he raised his spear, and in the blink of an eye, it flew through the air like a streak of lightning toward the zombies. Instantly, a monster was destroyed. Seeing that, Yu Chan-suk raised his hand, grabbed the rope, and pulled hard. It returned to his weapon with the force of his pull. Finished, Yu Chan-suk praised it with satisfaction. Sturdy and durable. Suddenly, he was startled when he sensed a mishap. The zombies were climbing the trees and leaping down. He hurriedly shouted a warning, saying, "A, to the left." Hearing the shout, Sanga replied loudly, "I've got it." Then, the next second, she turned the steering wheel. Paying attention to the car's direction, Yu Chan-suk had a bad feeling and was about to speak up. "Wait, don't." But before he could finish, the car bolted like a stallion, escaping the swarm of zombies. And inside the car, Sanga laughed refreshingly. "Ye dust, you idiots." Watching it all, Yu Chan-suk muttered in horror, "Maybe I should just drive myself." After a while, the two arrived at a place of lush, green mountains. On a bumpy road in the forest, the sound of a car suddenly rang out, and one car was seen charging into the spot, followed by thousands of zombies. Looking toward the shrine entrance, Yu Chan-suk gave a serious order. "There it is, that's the shrine. Drive straight in." Sang-a asked, worried, "What about the monsters behind us?" Without a second's hesitation, he replied firmly, "I'll take care of them." Hearing that, she replied calmly, "All right." Immediately after, Yu Chan-suk opened the car door and agilely leaped out. Sang-a, from inside the car, spoke solemnly, "See you later." After landing, Yu Chan-suk immediately entered combat mode, and he mobilized his strength, whispering with annoyance, "If they keep chasing like this, then..." The next second, he unleashed a strike to attack the monsters, and a gloomy fire appeared, spreading across the path. Glancing at the swarm of zombies, Yu Chan-suk calmly declared, "I'll burn them all to a crisp." He stood for a moment to watch the black fire blaze. After confirming no monster remained alive, he finally left. Inside the shrine, a group of people were tied up. Suddenly, a voice asking if they were all right rang out. "Is everyone okay?" The man widened his eyes in terror at the person standing before him. Sang-a introduced herself calmly. "I am Han Sang-a, a hunter from the Hunter Association." However, the man didn't seem as happy as she expected. Instead, he screamed loudly. He didn't stop moving, shouting frantically. Seeing this, Sang-a explained in a panic, "I'm here to save you all. I'm not here to fight." Before she could finish, the man screamed and bolted away immediately. Sang-a was stunned and astonished. Why, behind her back, did a suit of armor suddenly appear, raising a blade to attack. At the critical moment, Yu Chan-suk rushed in time to stop the attack. While restraining the armor, he ordered solemnly, "Get the survivors into the car. I'll handle this one." As the battle erupted, Yu Chan-suk gently parried the samurai's attack. Afterward, the samurai raised his sword again, but this time Yu Chan-suk skillfully blocked it with his own sword. His eyes narrowed with focus, resolutely standing firm against the monster's terrifying strength. The samurai raised his sword once more, preparing to deliver another fatal blow. Right then, with incredible speed, Han Sang rammed the van straight into the monster and roared fiercely. The decisive collision crushed the samurai's head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Afterward, Yu Chan-suk turned to look at her. Leaning out of the car, he warned, "When we get back, don't you touch the steering wheel." She replied coldly, "Just get in the car." While preparing to retreat, he confirmed with her that all hostages were safely in the car. But she suddenly looked ahead in a panic and screamed to warn him to watch out in front. His gaze had already been locked onto the threat. Ahead of them was a massive, deep pit. Inside, countless pairs of cruel, glowing red eyes were flickering in the darkness. From the abyss, an army of horrific undead monsters swarmed out, screaming with hunger and thirst. Strangely enough, he calmly remarked that the monster samurai from before was quite durable to survive the van's impact, and he had anticipated this overwhelming number. He turned to her and asked to borrow her sword. She protested angrily, considering it a great insult to a swordswoman. Even as the undead army rushed closer, he cut through her pride, forcing her to choose between honor and the hostages' lives. Finally, she conceded, reluctantly tossing the sword to him. Now holding both his own spear and her sword in his hands, he prepared to face the storm, murmuring, I didn't expect to use my trump card this early. His mind drifted back to the Jiadong Rift, where he had obtained a mysterious glowing box, and he recalled the astonishment of discovering what was inside. It was a single gauntlet exuding a faint blue light. The moment he put it on, he immediately realized this was no ordinary piece of armor. The gauntlet began to absorb mana from the surrounding air. He understood that while it might just be basic mana support for others, for him, it was entirely different. After calculating the maximum capacity, he determined this was a mana battery that could store energy for 5 minutes. And in those 5 minutes, he could unleash power enough to rival the world's 10th ranked hunter, Lee Se-eun. Returning to the present, he leaped into the air, wielding both weapons. The mana-absorbing gauntlet activated, glowing brilliantly and flooding his body with a colossal surge of power. Instantly, he unleashed a heaven-shaking attack, an energy grid that engulfed and incinerated the entire undead army in the blink of an eye. From inside the vehicle, Han Sang could only watch in silence, stunned by such overwhelming power. Through the rearview mirror, she witnessed the aftermath, shocked that he had annihilated masses of monsters simultaneously. After the temporary power expired, he calmly returned to the vehicle and told her, "Drive straight to the port. Don't look back." The car sped off. The van carrying them raced through desolate streets toward the port. For a moment, she dared to hope they had escaped after defeating the final wave. But that hope shattered quickly when a new army of undead swarmed in, surrounding the car. She wondered where they kept coming from. As the car reached its limit, she suggested getting out to fight, but Yu Chan-suk calmly told her to keep driving. She protested that the car wouldn't hold up any longer, just as a strange blue shield began to form around them. The magical barrier crackled with energy, pushing back the monsters clawing at the van. She was amazed to see the undead being flung away by the invisible shield. Protected, the battered van continued to race toward the harbor. Looking back, she realized the pursuing army was being restrained by an invisible force. Her eyes widened as she began to understand what was happening. Just then, she saw a glowing magical sigil that he must have drawn on a nearby building. He explained this was the protective formation geometry technique. Simplifying it for her, in simple terms, it's a way to draw charms to ward off monsters. When she asked where he learned it, he nonchalantly replied, "In another world." He added that she wouldn't be able to learn it. Afterward, he couldn't help but praise his own increasingly advanced skills, which annoyed her. She asked if this drawing could ward off all types of monsters. He admitted it had its limits, and said seriously that it wouldn't work on the truly strong ones. Just then, the old samurai monster stepped straight through the shield without a scratch. The monster exuded a terrifying aura, growling about the duty to protect something sacred. Han Sang suddenly felt a terrible chill spread through her as she sensed its formidable power. However, Yu Chan-suk recognized the monster's ability as Mind's Eye and felt the surrounding air wasn't all that frightening. She suddenly remembered the definition of this legendary skill, a sixth sense capable of predicting all an opponent's moves. She trembled, asking how a corpse could use a technique that even masters found difficult to achieve. But he calmly reassured her, saying there was no need to fear, and confidently asserted that legendary skills, like Mind's Eye, were just little tricks. With sharp eyes, he declared he would teach her how to deal with such opponents. But the samurai monster chuckled with contempt and brandished its sword, showing off in front of Yu Chan-suk. As he calmly approached the monster, which was swinging its weapon wildly, he began a lecture on the true nature of Mind's Eye. He explained that it wasn't a mystical power, but merely reflexes honed through countless battles. These reflexes could be exploited by projecting pure, killing intent, causing its senses to become overloaded and chaotic. She whispered the names of other supreme techniques like Heart Sword and State of Selflessness, but he dismissed them all, claiming they were just illusions, empty and meaningless realms. He strolled forward, swinging his spear before the monster could react. With just a single, elegant strike, he completely shattered the armored samurai. As the monster crumbled into pieces behind him, he calmly affirmed that those high-level techniques were actually nothing special. He warned that the pursuit of enlightenment was the trap that caused martial artists to place artificial limits on their own potential. The monster that once possessed a fearsome legendary skill was now just a pile of scrap armor. Yu Chan-suk declared that he was qualified to say such things. He had endured countless sacrifices in his previous life to escape that trap, so he was worthy. He mused that even though the monster was strong enough to survive the van's impact, its final technique was pathetic in his eyes. Han Sang questioned everything she had done in this mission, feeling completely useless compared to him. Finally, she admitted that although she thought she had given her all, with new resolve, she realized she could no longer pursue her goals with a half-hearted attitude. With her will ignited, she looked at Yu Chan-suk, ready to commit herself fully. Summoning all her courage, Han Sang looked him in the eye and pleaded, "Please, teach me properly." He feigned surprise, asking if he wasn't teaching her already, but she clarified that his previous advice hadn't been enough. She emphasized that she didn't just want empty advice. She wanted his direct, practical guidance. At this moment, she admitted that compared to him, she was ridiculously weak, which was why she was so desperate to become stronger. Intrigued by her desperation, he only asked for the reason. Full of rage, she declared her ultimate goal was to personally destroy Club Shaddai. An infographic explained that the 8 greats were the most dangerous rifts in the world, and Club Shaddai was one of them, famous for swallowing the Himalayas in a single breath. Hearing this, he remarked that her goal was a bit out of reach, and correctly guessed her motive was revenge. She confirmed it, saying she wanted to avenge her family. To increase her persuasiveness, she said she wasn't asking for free help and handed him a business card. He was shocked to see the card of the KY Group, a massive conglomerate with a market capitalization of 257 trillion. Realizing she came from a prestigious family, he listened as she explained that she had renounced the succession competition. Afterward, he quickly deduced that if she achieved great success as a hunter, she might very well be dragged back into the family's power struggle. Thus, he asked what she really wanted from him. At this point, she stated her offer clearly: "Make me the strongest." In return, she would provide him with rare elixirs unavailable through normal channels, and guaranteed that with the elixirs she provided, he would also reach the level of power he desired. But he only smirked inwardly, knowing full well she couldn't possibly comprehend the level he was currently at. A flashback appeared, revealing his true self, the veteran hero who had reached the pinnacle of power long ago. He thought that the only reason he was becoming stronger now was to return the world to how it was before the rifts appeared. Back in the present, he shook her hand, officially agreeing to the deal, but said he didn't need the rare items. Instead of elixirs, he asked for something simple, and the two decided to drive to a medical center. At the hospital, a doctor was carefully recording the condition of the survivors who had been rescued. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang approached, asking about the recovery time for the 7 patients. The doctor said that because the victims were severely malnourished, it would take at least a week for them to be able to talk, and he would notify them when they woke up. The two agreed to let the patients rest and prepare to leave. But Yu Chan-suk didn't hesitate, suddenly telling a surprised Han Sang that her training started right now. He led her to a deserted training ground, ready to begin the session. But before warming up, he had a question for his new student. He asked if she thought she could dodge a spear if he swung it with full force. She admitted it was very difficult, wondering to herself why he would ask something so obvious when the gap in strength between them was so vast. He dismissed that notion, asserting that she could absolutely dodge it if she pushed her senses to the limit. Now, he instructed her to see with her eyes, hear with her ears, smell with her nose, and feel with her skin. After finishing his explanation, he asked if she had learned it. Immediately, she tried to draw her sword, but before she could fully grasp his words, he vanished. She frantically searched for him, concentrating on listening for any sound. Wrong. He instantly appeared behind her, the spear tip resting right at her neck. He told her she was too slow, explaining that in combat, senses must precede thought. Keeping the spear aimed at her, he advised her to simply receive what her senses transmitted and act accordingly, because unrefined senses would only deceive her. After the theory, he declared, "It's time to move on to practice." Suddenly, a loud impact resounded from the nearby medical center. The police officer guarding the hospital turned to look at the dust rising from the training area. Another officer ran over, intending to scold his colleague for not calling sooner, but he suddenly stood still, stammering, "What? What is that?" The source of the noise was the fierce training session, destroying everything between Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-a. Han Sang-a was still attacking frantically and relentlessly. He calmly used the shaft of his spear to block a strike, then gently pushed her arm aside to neutralize the sword, the impact of which caused the ground to crack. Despite the massive gap in strength, she gripped her sword tightly, ready to continue. But he prepared another powerful spear strike. Her eyes widened in terror as she realized she couldn't dodge the incoming attack. Just then, an officer shouted, "Mr. Yu," causing him to stop the spear tip right in front of her face. The officer hurried to report that one of the survivors had woken up and requested they follow him. She gasped for air, as if waking from a dream after the intense training. He said, "Ah, is it time already?" and concluded the session, remarking that she had learned how to block a strike. She couldn't believe it, stunned that this was only the first lesson. In the patient's room, Yu Chan-suk asked the survivor if he was okay. Sitting by the bed, the man began to recount what he had been through. He remembered seeing a truck arrive at the detention site and people stepping out. Both Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-a asked in surprise if those were other hostages. But the survivor clarified that the newcomers were too calm to be hostages, and more terrifyingly, the monsters were not hostile toward them. In his recollection, he remembered seeing a cloaked figure commanding the monsters to put some hostages onto the truck. Yu Chan-suk realized this was why only 7 hostages remained. Fortunately, at least one had escaped. The survivor corrected him, his voice heavy with sadness, saying it wasn't an escape. And he revealed the terrifying truth: they let us go on purpose. Han Sang-a was shocked to the core. Yu Chan-suk, however, was not surprised at all, murmuring that his suspicions were correct. He explained that it was strange for a civilian to escape from a place even 2 skilled hunters struggled to infiltrate, unless someone let them go on purpose. You should change careers to become hunters right now. She connected the thoughts and realized this rescue mission had been a trap from the start. Angry at being deceived, he wondered who would go to such lengths, then smirked coldly, furious at the audacity of the one behind this dirty game. She secretly wondered what the source of his anger was. Was it because he was looked down upon? Or was it righteous anger because the enemy had used human lives as bait? When asked for more details, the survivor mentioned seeing a cat and clarified that it was a cat-shaped keychain attached to the other person's belt. This detail startled Han Sang-a, who realized it was the Tsushima airport building. At the airport, it was now empty. He asked how she knew, and she sarcastically asked if his smartphone was just for decoration. He teased her for being a rich girl who didn't understand data plans, which led her to retort by asking if he had just crawled out of a cave. Seeing no one around, she suggested returning to the temple. But he stopped her and revealed he had found the target, a man standing on the shattered glass roof below. He looked down, noticing the man's face full of piercings, and dryly wondered if the guy had sewn his own face with a sewing machine. At this moment, he remarked that despite the strange appearance, the pierced man was no ordinary person. The mysterious man looked up and greeted them in an arrogant tone. "Oh, hello you two." The man introduced himself as Kim Ji-hyun to Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-a. He simultaneously declared that he was the one who had brought them here while keeping them alive. This statement left both of them completely bewildered. To prove they are being brought here alive, he revealed a man he had just captured, beaten until unconscious. With a casual wave of his hand, he tossed the prisoner into a mysterious, corrosive zone. Sang-a panicked, realizing he was throwing a living person into the rift. Amidst the victim's screams, she also realized that they couldn't escape until the core was destroyed. Just then, she watched in horror as the man underwent a gruesome transformation, his face twisting into a monster cyborg form, becoming what Ji-hyun called a corrosion member. Kim Ji-hyun contemptuously remarked that if the host is weak, the result is pathetic. He was completely dissatisfied with his creation. Afterward, he nonchalantly kicked the newly created monster, causing it to shatter into pieces instantly. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-a froze at the display of torture and barbaric power. However, Chan-suk still calmly asked, "Will he be turned into those things too?" "What?" Ji-hyun explained that sacrificing ordinary people was never enough to achieve their goals. His true purpose was to use hostages to create truly powerful and satisfying corrosion members. Sang-ah and Chan-suk were horrified to realize the terrible truth. They weren't kidnapping for ransom. They wanted the hostages themselves as raw materials. The plan was to use the captured fishermen to create an army of monsters. Kim Ji-hyun arrogantly said that even though he didn't care about them, the elders insisted he explain the purpose. He proudly introduced his organization as the successors of Dangun, a group united by a single goal. Their goal was to maintain and strengthen South Korea's hegemony so that no one would dare challenge it. To show off his power, he stomped hard on the ground, sending nearby cars flying. Afterward, he laughed savagely and declared he would help build a truly powerful nation. Finishing his sentence, he unleashed a terrifying kick at a falling car. The kick sent the vehicle hurtling toward Chan-suk and Sang-ah. The protagonist frowned in annoyance. Silence blanketed the ruined airport tarmac. However, he swung his spear, slicing the car in two, and countered his opponent's argument, declaring that South Korea was already a powerful nation. Enraged, Ji-hyun screamed that it wasn't enough, then launched a fierce attack, vowing to build a country no one would dare look down upon. The protagonist prepared to dodge the blow. Ji-hyun leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful kick while shouting about his ambition to create an invincible superpower. He recounted the history of the peninsula being forced to pay tribute, forced to live in humiliation, and mentioned the greatest shame, the loss of sovereignty. Meanwhile, Chan-suk calmly analyzed his opponent's taekwondo and his incredible speed. Driven by historical hatred, Ji-hyun roared that they would reclaim everything that had been stolen. At that moment, Chan-suk leaped back, narrowly dodging the attack. As he landed safely, he thought to himself that his opponent's logic, though twisted, had its own twisted reasoning. While Sang-ah stood by and watched, the protagonist quickly cut to the core of the issue, accusing him of having no intention of saving the world at all. Ji-hyun coldly admitted it. When the hero argued that human lives were at risk, Ji-hyun replied that it was you, Chan-suk, who didn't understand the big picture. The protagonist became intrigued when Ji-hyun revealed his organization had found a way to control corrosive zones. This discovery stunned him, as it could change everything. He thought about the consequences. If they could control the zones, hunters would no longer have to risk their lives. Therefore, he feigned interest in cooperating, asking how much they could control, and even offered to hand over Sang-ah, which terrified her. However, Kim Ji-hyun was suspicious and arrogantly asked why he should share that information. When Ji-hyun bragged about controlling enough to use, Chan-suk immediately seized on the wording, pointing out that it wasn't complete control. He exposed him as a fraud who only spoke empty words without proof, just like other thugs boasting of noble goals. The sarcasm hit the mark. Ji-hyun screamed in rage and lunged to attack. The protagonist dodged another earth-shaking kick. Catching his breath, he thought to himself that he might have provoked him a bit too much. He revealed his stalling tactic was to wait for his mana to recover. At this point, he realized his current mana wasn't enough to cast the Paradox Illusion Flame, so the War Friction ability was his best option. Ji-hyun lunged forward, suddenly sensing something unusual. Just as he prepared to strike, Han Sang-ah blocked him with a powerful flow of blue energy. He was slightly surprised, having expected her to be frozen with fear. He contemptuously asked the beautiful girl if she was feeling brave. Chan-suk warned her not to interfere, but she pointed out she had seen the empty spare gauntlet, proving he was out of mana. Realizing she had guessed his plan, he couldn't help but admire her perceptiveness. Holding an elixir vial, she asked how long he needed to recover. He replied he needed 5 minutes. She immediately injected the mana recovery elixir into herself. After finishing, she tossed the empty vial aside. Now, yellow lightning crackled across her entire body, and she said confidently, "Teacher, leave it to your disciple." He panicked, asking how many vials she had refined and warning her the risk of overload. But she insisted it was an emergency. Even so, he accepted her help, confirming that in 5 minutes, he would end the match. With intense determination, she thought to herself that she must not let him lose. A storm began to form as she gathered power. A massive lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Ji-hyun gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying energy and told the beautiful girl to relax. She directed the lightning bolt straight at him. Even though he warned it might accidentally kill her, Chan-suk watched intently as the attack hit its mark. The full power of the lightning engulfed Kim Ji-hyun. Sang anxiously wondered if her attack was effective, but she only saw him walk out with a small trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, asking in astonishment, "What?" Completely unharmed, Ji-hyun hovered in midair and mocked her, saying her powerful attack felt like a tickle. Immediately after, he unleashed a terrifying kick, hitting her instantly. The force of the kick sent her flying backward, leaving her unconscious. Blood poured from her mouth, but before she hit the ground, a hand gently caught her. Ji-hyun shifted his attention to his opponent. It was Yu Chan-suk, holding the injured Sang-ah, calmly asking his enemy, "Are you ready to die?" Ji-hyun was stunned to feel Chan-suk's mana soar significantly, suspecting he had been hiding his true strength. While caring for Sang-ah, Chan-suk asked why he was so surprised. He revealed that his mana recovery mechanism was identical to Ji-hyun's earring, which astonished the martial artist. Chan-suk coldly said only a fool wouldn't notice, and explained that Ji-hyun had consumed more mana than he could handle, causing pure mana to leak into the surrounding air. With a confident smile, the protagonist thanked him, revealing he had used that very leaked mana to restore his power and his paradox illusion flame. Ji-hyun screamed in panic, refusing to believe there was a way to absorb wasted mana. Chan-suk prepared to strike, telling his dying opponent he didn't need to know the details, because he was about to die anyway. The match ended with Kim Ji-hyun panting, his heart already stopped. Standing over him, Yu Chan-suk smirked at his opponent's foolish arrogance when he tried to stand up using only mana, then coldly spoke the terrifying truth. His paradox flame had burned away all of his muscle power. In his final moment of consciousness, Ji-hyun desperately called out to his mysterious captain to save him. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed on the roof above. Instinctively, Yu Chan-suk turned to face the new threat. He dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding an incoming arrow. As he dodged, the arrow slammed into the ground. Slightly annoyed, he looked up at the attacker and asked, "What is it this time?" The attacker replied in a cold voice. He aimed at Yu Chan-suk's wrist to force him to drop his spear. On the roof, a cloaked figure holding a bow praised his sharp instincts. Yu Chan-suk asked about the use of a traditional Korean bow and immediately realized this person was Ji-hyun's captain. Feeling a massive source of energy from the captain, he silently admitted that this person was at least twice as strong as the world's 10th-ranked hunter, Lee Se-eun. The captain, whose strength he estimated to be 3 to 4 times greater, praised his bravery and asked if he was afraid to die. This detail tells us one important thing. The author does not introduce this captain character as a temporary obstacle. This is a long-term villain persona. To that, Yu Chan-suk replied confidently that if the captain really wanted to kill him, he already would have. Deducing his opponent's true motive, he asked if he was interested in his special flame ability. As if reminded, the flames burning Ji-hyun grew stronger, causing him to pant and beg for mercy. The captain gave a strict order, extinguished the flame, and added that he wouldn't say it a second time. Yu Chan-suk analyzed the situation, realizing the captain was using his power to keep Ji-hyun, who had run out of mana, alive. He also realized the captain had intentionally spared him. If he had aimed for the head, he would be dead already. Complying with the request, he let the paradox flame fade from Ji-hyun's body. Ji-hyun lay panting, drool streaming down, his body completely devastated. At this moment, the hooded captain rushed to his subordinate, catching him before he collapsed. He said simply, "Well done." Afterward, he asked Yu Chan-suk if he realized what he had done to Ji-hyun, but he was too stunned by the opponent's speed to respond in time. Next, the captain revealed his subordinate's tragic fate. He would spend the rest of his youth in a wheelchair, surviving only on a catheter circulating blood with mana. He drew his bow, saying that while he needed to capture him alive, the concept of alive could be flexible as long as he was still breathing. Looking him straight in the eye defiantly, Yu Chan-suk declared he would rather die of a heart attack than become the captain's puppet. Realizing he couldn't win without understanding the flame, the captain decided to retreat temporarily. But before leaving, he boasted that just like controlling the erosion zone, something once thought impossible. He would succeed again. However, he threateningly vowed that one day, Yu Chan-suk would definitely fall into his hands. With a promise echoing about destiny, the captain and his subordinate vanished in a ring of smoke. Left alone on the ruined airport tarmac, Yu Chan-suk cursed under his breath. He gritted his teeth, annoyed at being entangled with such a dangerous and persistent enemy. As the dust settled, Han Sang-ah cautiously approached and asked if they were targeting his special skill. He confirmed that was the case, though he didn't know why. She wondered why they didn't just capture him when he was out of mana, leading him to speculate that they must have known about his background. He reminded her to think carefully about the terrorist goals and their reckless actions. A spark of realization flashed in her as he brought up the political consequences. Perhaps the South Korean government didn't actually oppose what they were doing. He confirmed her suspicions seriously, implying that this group might even be receiving direct support from the government. This is why Yu Chan-suk is dangerous. He doesn't just know how to fight. He can read the entire chessboard. Panicked, she asked if they should continue clearing the rifts, but he coldly told her to just pretend she knew nothing. However, Han Sang-ah shyly admitted she was bad at lying, causing him to sigh and say he had already expected that. Deciding to deal with the immediate threat first, Yu Chan-suk told her to wait outside while he entered the rift alone. She asked if he was sure he didn't need her to follow. She even warned him that he didn't know what terrifying things the terrorists had released inside. With cold determination, he said he would go and find out himself, told her to rest and recover, then turned toward the rift entrance. He leaped into the darkness, heading straight to the center of the Tsushima operation, deep inside the Level 2 erosion rift. Standing before the entrance, he felt a massive source of energy inside. He pushed hard, throwing the large wooden door wide open. He paused for a moment to observe the interior. It was completely different from any dungeon he had seen before. He found it ironic that a place filled with weak, soft undead was built so sturdily. The bone-chilling cold energy further confirmed his suspicions. The core of the rift lay right behind the next door, and he could feel the concentrated power waiting for him. Gathering his courage, he pushed the final door and stepped into the center of the rift. Inside the main room, he witnessed a bizarre sight. A giant black cauldron was bubbling, emitting a sickly green vapor. He wondered if this strange cauldron was the core of the Tier 2 rift. But before he could investigate further, a desperately pale hand reached out from behind him. He was startled by the sudden sign of life. A blood-soaked, panicked man crawled toward him, clinging desperately to his leg and begging for his life. Suddenly, a monster tentacle emerged from the cauldron and wrapped around the man. He screamed in agony that he had lost his leg. The man was dragged backward toward the horrific cauldron. Yu Chan-suk rushed forward, trying to grab his hand and pull him out, but it was already too late. The tentacle was too strong, ripping the man right out of his grip. With a final plea for help, he was yanked back into the boiling cauldron. The surface of the green liquid rippled for a moment before falling silent. A moment later, a monstrous hand gripped the rim of the cauldron. A horrific undead was just created, its face half decayed, crawling out with a raspy roar. Seeing this, he was filled with disgust as he realized the cauldron was being used to create undead by sacrificing the living. This sight stirred up painful memories from his past life as a hero. He recalled a burning village, forced to hear the screams of innocent people being sacrificed. The memory of those past atrocities made him sick to his stomach. Filled with rage, he glared at the cauldron, muttering about his hatred for the sick bastards who would do such a thing. From the shadows, a calm, disembodied voice rang out, remarking that a new sacrifice had arrived. The voice also noted that this sacrifice was quite unusual, different from the previous ones. As the figure emerged, the voice recognized Yu Chan-suk's aura as a fierce yet familiar source of energy. Surrounded by a powerful turquoise aura, the true boss of the rift revealed itself, assessing Yu Chan-suk's strength as the power of a warrior. With its sword glowing brightly, the ancient warrior ordered Yu Chan-suk to draw his weapon. Possessed by a vengeful spirit, it declared it would forge its sword with the blood of its opponent. Yu Chan-suk felt terrifying pressure emanating from the Tier 2 rift core. He was horrified to realize that not only had the cloaked captain subdued this monster, but now he was directly controlling it, while the controlled warrior glared at him, ready to strike as the master poured all his might into a single opponent. From there, he quickly deduced that even the captain hadn't reached this level, meaning there was an even stronger entity pulling the strings. He knew that facing an enemy this powerful, any carelessness, even a moment of hesitation, could lead to death. As he dodged to the side, he silently cursed the monster's terrifying speed. However, the monster seemed unimpressed by his speed, sneering at his prolonged path of survival. He deduced that dealing with such a powerful enemy was simple. Before the monster could exploit his weakness, he had to finish it off with a fatal thrust. He poured all his strength into a devastating stab. The monster's single glowing eye watched the incoming attack. Then, with blinding speed, it raised its sword to block. I love this art style. The way the artist portrays the two weapons colliding in a blinding flash of light and incredible power. But Yu Chan-suk was completely shocked by the result. Not only did the Rift Warrior block his attack at maximum output, but something even more astonishing left him stunned. The truly terrifying thing was that he couldn't see the blocking motion at all. The Rift Warrior calmly explained that the essence of a truly fast attack was making it invisible to the opponent, and he was about to learn that lesson firsthand. The warrior immediately counterattacked with unimaginable speed, slashing horizontally across his chest. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he couldn't believe the opponent could move even faster than he had anticipated. The opponent taunted him, saying he did a great job missing the vital points, then dared him to block the next strike. A frenzied exchange of blows ensued, leaving the protagonist completely driven onto the defensive. The relentless assault left him bloodied and his body shattered. He staggered backward, desperately trying to regain his balance. The Rift Warrior stood over him, exuding an overwhelming and emotionless aura. Yu Chan-suk drove his spear hard into the ground. At that moment, he activated his signature skill, forced to use Paradox Flame while lamenting that it was completely useless for offense since the opponent was not a living creature. Cornered and overwhelmed, he wondered what to do while the Rift Warrior merely commented on the chain of surprises. However, he showed curiosity, wondering just how much it would take to bring the opponent down. But right then, the Rift Warrior unleashed another lethal blow. The brutal attack tore through his body, sending blood splattering everywhere. He felt in terror as the strike ripped through every muscle fiber in his body. Even so, he braced himself for the next strike. Just when the Rift Warrior thought he had finished him off, Yu Chan-suk managed to pull himself up and charge forward. His spear was ready despite his body bearing heavy wounds. He recalled the moment he almost lost consciousness, but realized the strange warrior had failed to tear the muscles across his upper shoulder. Seizing the moment, he used Paradox Flame to rapidly heal the torn muscle fibers and move behind the opponent's back before being spotted. With the warrior's back exposed, he believed he finally had a chance to win. But the opponent's single eye showed it had been waiting for this exact moment. As I said, the warrior declared while effortlessly blocking the ambush, still too slow. A decisive slash cut through the air. Yu Chan-suk's spear dropped to the floor. A drop of blood fell to the ground, followed by many more testaments to his defeat. The warrior stood over the fallen hero, his sword resting loosely on his shoulder. Yu Chan-suk panted heavily, completely defeated. Yet, he gritted his teeth and braced himself. He leaped backward, putting distance between them. Didn't expect to miss, the warrior thought to himself. You're quite lucky. Yu Chan-suk struggled to his feet, furious, accusing the warrior of intentionally holding back and keeping him alive throughout the match. He demanded to know why he was being toyed with, asking if it was out of pity. The warrior admitted that if it were his past self, he definitely would have killed him already. He then revealed his tragic state. He couldn't even remember a single name, having lost most of his memories since he was alive. The gaps in his technique were due to this memory loss, and after being defeated by a stranger, he had been fitted with humiliating shackles. Yu Chan-suk realized their circumstances were complete opposites and identified the shackles as the very ones the terrorists had mentioned. Gripping the shackles tightly, the warrior lamented that he had lost too much. He had lost both his name and the reason he once picked up a sword. Now, only a deep-seated resentment steeped in sorrow remained, fueling his blade. His power erupted, crackling wildly around him. Panicking, Yu Chan-suk wondered what he could possibly do now. Just then, the warrior asked if his current appearance the embodiment of pure sorrow, truly looked that pathetic while his power began to transform him. Yu Chan-suk watched in silence, noting that the samurai's grudge had grown much denser. While analyzing that although the warrior's power had increased, he had also lost a massive amount of technique and experience, leading a new strategy to form in his mind. If this transformed warrior couldn't kill him in one hit, he still had a chance to win. He knew that to defeat this powerful, sorrow-filled foe, he had to put everything into his remaining strength. The decisive battle between Yu Chan-suk and the amnesiac Rift Warrior unfolded right at the center of the collapsing rift. The Rift Warrior watched closely, sensing a strange property in his opponent's power that he couldn't pinpoint as black flames enveloped Yu Chan-suk, fully restoring his wounds and energy in preparation for the next phase of the fight. The opponent accurately deduced that he possessed a special ability, remarking that the black flames seemed to be burning something other than mana. Yu Chan-suk smirked, confirming the warrior's suspicion by revealing that his special flame was capable of burning even abstract concepts. However, deep down he thought that while this power looked infinite and destructive, he still wasn't proficient enough to use it that way. He muttered to himself about the complexity of the ability, knowing that burning larger, more abstract concepts required a colossal amount of mana and absolute control to avoid dangerous backlash. Recalling the delicate control during his fight with Kim Ji-hyun, where he had to be extremely careful not to accidentally burn away his own muscle strength. Yu Chan-suk then compared his mighty past self to a sharp greatsword, while his current weaker body was like a fruit knife. He admitted that if it were his past self, he wouldn't need to be this cautious, but recognizing the critical situation, he decided he could no longer afford to be picky and prepare to take a massive risk. With newfound resolve, he declared his intent to go all out by burning away the very durability of the entire rift. The Rift Warrior was completely stunned, unable to understand the statement or the meaning of burning a concept like durability. Unwilling to explain further, Yu Chan-suk simply waved away the warrior's confusion, deciding to show him the effect firsthand. The warrior's eyes widened as he felt the shift in his opponent's energy, realizing the battle had entered a completely unpredictable new phase. As the Rift Warrior staggered from the initial blow, Yu Chan-suk taunted him about the new rules of the match, screaming in pain while he smirked, saying, "Try to figure out why you got hit." Now that he had figured out the opponent's weakness, Yu Chan-suk was confident the tables had completely turned in his favor. Eager to test his limits, he decided this was the perfect opportunity to see how far his current strength could go. The Rift Warrior watched with anxious eyes, bracing himself for what was coming. Yu Chan-suk declared, "Move somewhere else." As his power began to decompose the very space of the rift, the entire room exploded into chaos. Their collision was unimaginably fast and fierce, turning the two into swirling vortices of green and black energy. No longer bound by gravity, the two warriors plunged into a spectacular aerial dogfight among the floating debris. The battle became a deadly, dazzling dance of light and shadow as they moved through the decomposed rift space, punctuated by blinding orange explosions that marked the raw power unleashed whenever two blows collided. The Rift Warrior raised his sword to prepare a finishing blow. However, Yu Chan-suk blocked it with his spear. Gritting his teeth, he poured every ounce of strength into the shaft. But the Rift Warrior overwhelmed him with sheer force and split the spear in two. In a flash, a clean strike landed true, sending Yu Chan-suk plummeting down in utter shock. The battlefield was now a dreamlike space, with floating blocks of stone under a hazy sky. A shattered moon-like orb hung in the sky of the fractured dimension, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Yu Chan-suk's power continued to disintegrate the surrounding world, as massive chunks of earth broke apart and flew away. Taking advantage of the chaotic environment, Yu Chan-suk kicked off a platform to shatter it and propel himself forward. The resulting thrust created a massive shockwave, launching him hurtling through the air at terrifying speed. The Rift Warrior was caught off guard as his opponent closed the distance in the blink of an eye. For the first time, genuine astonishment flickered in the warrior's eyes when faced with this unfamiliar tactic. Yu Chan-suk's eyes glowed fiercely as he unleashed a new and destructive attack. summoning a mystical storm of blue blades, a technique completely foreign to his opponent. The imagery is very impressive and keeps readers on edge, even if it leans a bit more towards spectacle than practical strategy. The Rift Warrior was caught in the blade storm, unable to defend against the overwhelming volume of attacks. The sheer force of the strike blew the warrior flying across the shattered space, landing clumsily on a piece of debris and looking down, completely baffled by the turn of events. He admitted to himself that even across countless past battlefields, he had never encountered such power. Clearly panicked, he demanded to know what kind of creature his opponent really was. Confusion quickly turned to dread as he looked up and saw a massive cross-shaped energy structure looming in the sky. A colossal energy strike came crashing down, ready to obliterate everything in its path as Yu Chan-suk thrust his spear forward, locking down the attack and trapping his opponent. A brilliant, inescapable turquoise energy prison cage surrounded the Rift Warrior. Trapped inside, the warrior floated helplessly within the intricate energy prison, screaming in agony. But right then, with a roar of unyielding defiance, he erupted with power in a desperate attempt to break the prison. His energy swirled wildly, threatening to shatter the trap Yu Chan-suk had carefully woven. While the warrior focused on breaking the cage, Yu Chan-suk rushed forward, seizing the perfect moment for the finishing blow, and let out a battle cry as he poured all his remaining strength into one final strike. The Rift Warrior's eyes widened at the incoming finishing blow, too late to react. In a climactic flash of light, their weapons clashed one last time, sealing the fate of them both. Yu Chan-suk accepted being impaled with a triumphant look, knowing he had landed his own fatal blow as well. Similarly, the Rift Warrior was pierced through the chest, his body beginning to crack and disintegrate. In their final moments, the two evenly matched warriors shared a poignant, respectful smile. The hero's and the monster's eyes mirrored each other, a silent acknowledgement of a battle pushed to its absolute limit. As the Rift Warrior was defeated, the core of the dimension, a boiling purple energy cauldron, began to collapse. The core then exploded in a massive flash of light, signaling the complete destruction of the rift. In a flashback, a young knight asks veteran commander Lee Hyun-suk a hypothetical question about facing an unbeatable enemy, then clarifies by asking how one should approach a battle against an opponent of equal strength. The question is posed to the hero on a desolate battlefield, a moment that clearly shaped his philosophy. The hero, Lee Hyun-suk, seriously ponders the difficult question of facing an opponent he could absolutely never defeat. The young knight persists, genuinely curious about what would happen if someone appeared with power equal to the legendary hero. With a cold and steady gaze, Lee Hyun-suk says the answer is obvious, delivering his ruthless philosophy. In a true battle between two equals, one of them cannot survive. Returning to the present, a heavily injured Yu Chan-suk stands victorious over the defeated Rift Warrior. His past self's words echo in his mind as the Rift Warrior's body dissolves into particles of light, his existence fading away. As the final remnants of the warrior vanish, he remains the sole survivor. With a weary yet triumphant smile, his core belief in his own strength is reaffirmed as he declares that, indeed, he is the strongest. After the battle, Yu Chan-suk's spear remains planted vertically in the ground of the collapsing rift. Standing in a victorious posture, he observes the devastation he caused to defeat the powerful Rift Warrior. As the rift begins to destabilize, a reward chest appears before him, a familiar sight from his past life. He breathes a sigh of relief, seeing that Earth's reward system functions identically to the one in the other world. The intricately patterned chest then opens, revealing the prize for his hard-fought victory. Inside lies a golden-bladed spear, though he notices its length looks unusually short for such a weapon. But when he grasps the hilt, he senses there is much more to the weapon than meets the eye. With a surge of mana, the spear instantly extends to a terrifying size. A pretty neat feature, to say the least, as he realizes the adjustable length using mana makes this new versatile weapon quite useful. He recalls that Rift rewards are based on the number of participants. For a moment, he feels a slight regret for not bringing Han Sang along to claim her share of the reward, even though he handled the entire battle alone. This speaks volumes about his character, a fleeting thought crossing his mind as he wonders if her sword is still intact after their previous encounters. With the rift closed, the once chaotic Tsushima airport now stands quietly beneath a peaceful night sky. Nearby, Han Sang rests, recovering from the nightmare. She is fast asleep with her eyes closed. Right then, a sword in its scabbard gently tap her on the head, thrown by Yu Chan-suk in a rather peculiar way to wake her up, prompting her to call his name when she turns around. She says she has never seen a sword like this before, and he tells her it is a good replacement. Impressed by the weapon's quality and pristine maintenance, Han Sang is immensely grateful. However, she worries he might have taken it from a dangerous rift, but he simply brushes it off and asks if she has rested enough. His expression turns serious as he announces he is going to take a rest as well. His body can no longer hold out, and he collapses from exhaustion, a sudden and dramatic end to his victory. Watching him pass out, Han Sang is startled to realize that even her seemingly invincible master has limits. News of Yu Chan-suk single-handedly clearing a Tier 2 rift spreads like a tsunami through the hunter community, since the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3 is considered insurmountable, meaning this feat should have been impossible. On the streets, people buzz with astonishment, finding it hard to believe a rookie hunter could pull off what even veteran duos struggle with, as Yu Chan-suk becomes an overnight star with his face plastered across every billboard while the public hungers to know more about this mysterious new hero. While recovering in hospital, his phone is so heavily bombarded with messages that he cannot possibly find the important ones. His newfound fame quickly becomes a burden when he cannot even step outside without being recognized. His relative peace is soon broken by a knock on his private room door. A purple-haired woman with braids introduces herself as Su Jong from the Embargo Tower Secretariat. Yu Chan-suk thanks her for covering his hospital bills, and she explains that her company isn't well known since its main field is ICT. Cutting straight to the chase, he says he is curious about the real reason behind this visit, knowing such expensive treatment isn't mere charity, and bluntly asks what Embargo Tower wants from him. He is clearly not one for small talk, eager to get straight to the point as he stands ready to listen to her proposal. To ease the mood, she pushes a box of strawberry cake forward and asks simply, "Do you like cake?" A completely unexpected question. The topic of the meeting is revealed, a prototype shield generator designed to counter erosion monsters. And just like that, over strawberry cakes, the two begin discussing the mission details. Yu Chan-suk confirms he understands the job, having been hired to transport the mana-powered shield generator. She emphasizes the mission's importance, stating this device has the potential to change humanity's fate by bringing protection to areas hunters cannot reach, making the gravity of the mission impossible to overstate. He listens intently, recognizing the weight of her words and the scale of the operation. He correctly deduces this is a large-scale request, and she confirms they're also contacting numerous other hunters for cooperation. Hearing that the powerful Janabi Guild has also agreed to assist, he realizes this mission is much larger than he initially thought. She then outlines the long and dangerous route, noting the device will be transported by train from Vladivostok to the Netherlands, and then by helicopter to England for testing. When he asks why go all the way to England, she explains the final destination is England because most of Europe and North Africa fall under the influence of a powerful organization called Restaurantes. Great Britain remains relatively the safest place in the region, thanks to its island geography, providing a certain buffer against the chaos. With Europe in a state of anarchy and hunter corporations acting like warlords, this transport mission will be extremely dangerous, a true hostile environment. Yu Chan-suk cuts through the pleasantries, stating the obvious. Plenty of factions will be targeting that train. She asks if he has any overseas experience, and he admits this will be his first time going to Europe. She reveals that she will also be joining the mission since Embargo Tower is responsible for collecting and analyzing all data. While eating cake, he remarks that she seems quite confident he will join, though he admits having a familiar face along is rather comforting. However, before agreeing, he states one condition. He wants Han Sang to come along. He explains he made a promise to his trusted friend and disciple, and he intends to keep it, proving himself to be a man of his word. Su Jong cheerfully agrees, saying any hunter trusted by him is a valuable asset, while he thinks to himself that this request benefits him as well. With the deal struck, he officially accepts the mission, thinking that this major and high-profile international endeavor is the perfect opportunity to expand his influence much faster than originally planned. A short while later, a military helicopter arrives to pick him up for the mission briefing. Yu Chan-suk smirks at the chairman, noting that he had to mobilize a helicopter just to pick up a commoner, remarking that being treated like a VIP along with his Tier 2 solo clear has put him in a league of his own. However, Hunter Association President Moon Jong reassures him that his achievement turned expectations into certainty and pledges the association's full support. Yu Chan-suk reflects that proving one's strength certainly makes things run a lot smoother. Still, he silently wonders if the president knows about the terrorist organization Descendants of Dangun and how he would react to their existence. He ponders whether the powerful president would want to fix the world's tragic state or maintain the status quo that benefits him. Boarding the helicopter, he is surprised by the identity of the other passenger. Top-rank hunter Lee Se-eun greets him coldly, noting it has been a while. She remarks that rumors about him have spread, and he dryly replies that it is harder to find someone who doesn't know about him now. He asks her where they are headed and learns they are going to a military base. He knows the South Korean military is also participating in this mission, highlighting its national importance. He immediately grasps the geopolitical implications, knowing a successful shield generator would drastically reduce the world's reliance on hunters for national defense. In other words, the entire balance of world power is at stake, and suspecting the country's motives, he directly asks her if she knows an organization called the Descendants of Dangun. She answers for him, confirming she knows about this extremist terrorist group, and seems surprised that he knows as well, prompting him to recount their encounter on Tsushima Island. She explains that the Descendants of Dangun, an all-Korean organization, specializes in sabotaging other hunters' rift-clearing operations. Recalling his conversation with Kim Ji-hyun, Yu Chan-suk admits he can somewhat understand their radical ideology. He also understands the twisted logic behind their actions. Changing the subject, she unexpectedly startles him by saying, "Gotcha," and handing him a piece of candy. A bizarre and sudden shift in tone, as he stares at the pumpkin candy with a completely baffled expression, wondering why she is giving it to him. Lee Se-eun then asks him the same question Soo Jong asked, whether he has any overseas experience. Confused by the repeated question, he confirms this is his first time traveling this far from home. Hearing this, she wears a knowing smile, mysteriously suggesting that his current perspective is understandable given his lack of experience. As the helicopter flies toward the setting sun, she ominously predicts that this mission will make him realize a great deal. Yu Chan-suk's high-level international mission briefing begins inside a military conference room. Yu Chan-suk and Lee Se-eun listen coldly and intently as the meeting officially gets underway. Major General and Han Seo introduces himself and prepares to present the details of this dangerous campaign. He explains that their primary responsibility is to protect an 80-mile-long train with 65 cargo cars, adding that the remaining 15 cars are reserved for participating hunters and military personnel to ensure they have adequate rest space. Yu Chan-suk dryly remarks on the special treatment given to Lee Se-eun, who gets an entire private car, fitting for the world's 10th ranked hunter. The general continues, revealing that Embargo Tower has granted the Janabi Guild exclusive rights to protect the crucial shield generator car. Since the journey is long and expected to be grueling, he proposes that the South Korean military share the burden of protecting the generator. But Lee Se-eun immediately and flatly rejects the proposal, catching the general completely off guard. She asserts that since Janabi is in charge, there will naturally be many powerful enemies targeting the generator with absolute intent. She declares that no one is allowed to approach except Janabi members. Vetoed cleanly, the sweating Major General awkwardly tries to transition to the next part of the briefing. However, she calmly encourages him to continue, having made her stance clear. The general presents the arduous route, highlighting 7 high-risk erosion zones between Vladivostok and Great Britain. Yet the threat doesn't stop there, as he warns about Siberian bandits and reveals that out of the 8 European lords they contacted, Only 3 responded seriously. Yu Chan-suk immediately picks up on the grim implication. The 5 lords who didn't respond must be treated as hostile. A soldier voices a shared concern, asking how they are supposed to deal with erosion monsters, bandits, and lords throughout a 2-week mission. Suspicion spreads across the room as other officials whisper that the mission's success seems impossible. Just then, a confident voice rings out to cut through the despair, telling everyone not to worry. It is Lee Se-eun, who looks around the room and swears with cold conviction that she will ensure the train arrives safely no matter what. On D-Day, the campaign officially kicks off at the snow-covered Vladivostok station in Russia. The announcer urges second-class passengers to quickly board the colossal train. Yu Chan-suk walks along the long, snow-covered station platform toward his assigned car. He stretches his neck, remarking that walking a full kilometer to the train's first-class car is brutal. However, he is suddenly stopped by Han Seng, who reminds him of the promise she made to him. Now wearing a new fur combat outfit, she confirms she will hand over the elixir he deserves once the mission is complete, and when he asks where she was, she casually mentions she rode in luxury in the first-class car, which is why he couldn't find her. Yu Chan-suk comments on the special treatment for world-class hunters like Lee Se-eun, whom she couldn't find either. As the two observe the train, Su-jong acknowledges its grandeur, and he greets Su-jong, who has just arrived. Su-jong welcomes him, asking if he has had a chance to tour this impressive train. Having just arrived, he remarks on the massive effort and resources Embargo Tower has clearly invested in the mission. He looks over at the heavily guarded generator car, calling its defense system true steel security. However, he asks Su-jong, but isn't it even more dangerous because it stands out so much? She clarifies that while the car is eye-catching, its depleted uranium armor makes it extremely safe. Yu Chan-suk feels reassured, believing that with Lee Se-eun participating, the mission will go smoothly unless something horrific happens. His confidence is instantly shattered when a swarm of monstrous flying-eye creatures attacks the train. An injured hunter screams for help, yelling for anyone free to get to car 57. Cursing under his breath, Yu Chan-suk immediately springs into action to handle the threat. Less than 10 minutes after departure, the train is already subjected to a large-scale assault from a massive army of erosion monsters. Amidst the fight, he angrily yells that no matter how many he kills, they just keep coming, bitterly wishing Lee Se-eun were here to assist since he knows her power would wipe out these monsters in the blink of an eye. The problem is that the Trans-Siberian Railway is damaged and being repaired while the train is moving, requiring continuous protection for the repair crew, a crucial defensive role assigned exclusively to Lee Se-eun, tying her down. Our protagonist silently curses the commander's plan, which has neutralized their strongest warrior and prevented her from going all out. Frustrated by the poor strategy, he slashes through another winged monster. Facing a sky full of enemies, he braces himself for a long and arduous battle. Right then, the scene shifts to another conflict in Khabarovsk, Russia. The powerful Lord Nikolai Baranov stands victorious over the bloody carcass of a giant shark-like monster. Looking up from his prey, he wonders about the figure approaching him. He recognizes Haeun sitting by a campfire and wonders why this guy is showing up again. Suddenly, the monster he thought was dead lunges from behind in a final sneak attack. Unfazed, Nikolai activates the machine gun built into his arm. As the bullets hit their mark, the monster explodes, its body shattering and blood splattering everywhere. Pieces of monster flesh fall to the ground, and it is completely, finally dead. Nikolai turns to his visitor, cheerfully smiling and calling Haeun a pain in the ass for showing up unannounced, while Haeun greets the Lord, casually saying, "It's been a while." He explains he came to ask a favor, but got to watch an interesting match right upon arrival, formally addressing the man as Nikolai Baranov, Lord of Khabarovsk. Nikolai laments that he caught this beast for dinner, only for it to wake up after he had knocked it out. However, Haeun tells him to wipe the blood off while mocking both Russian cuisine and Korean style. Cutting straight to business, Nikolai asks about the job, making it clear that money is no object. Haeun smiles, confident the job he is offering will interest the Lord. He reveals that a train for Vladivostok will pass through their territory in the next few days. Nikolai scoffs, calling it a terrible joke since the Trans-Siberian Railway was destroyed long ago. But Heian explains that some people with awakened mana can make rapid repairs, which is how the tracks are being fixed. Nikolai curiously asked how the train could run while being repaired and what kind of precious cargo it was carrying. Heian evaded the question, saying the cargo didn't matter, and that what truly mattered was it was transporting. Nikolai's eyes widened in astonishment when Heian revealed that the main target was Janabi's candy big sis, Lee Se-eun. When Nikolai asked if he had a plan to deal with such a powerful opponent, Heian just smiled and said, naturally. A ruthless grin spread across Nikolai's face as he drooled over the idea of hijacking a train protected by a world-famous hunter. However, Heian clarified the objective. Not looting, but sabotage targeting a specific car, the one the Janabi Guild was tasked with protecting. Calling the Lord lowlife trash, he emphasized that he didn't want the car blown to pieces. Instead, he handed Nikolai a terminal and instructed him to infiltrate the car and connect the device to the machinery inside. Nikolai excitedly asked if he could smash the cargo after finishing, and Heian confirmed that would be even better. Thrilled at the prospect of a good fight, Nikolai roared that he would take the job. He swore not only to destroy the cargo, but also to slaughter all the remaining hunters right before Lee Se-eun's eyes. With a bloodthirsty roar, the Lord of Khabarovsk prepared to unleash hell upon the unsuspecting train. Aboard the speeding train, Yu Chan-suk single-handedly sliced through a swarm of flying monsters. Watching from afar, other mission personnel couldn't believe their eyes, astonished that a rookie was single-handedly killing nearly 100 monsters, a display of unbelievable power. With a final boom, he drove his spear hard in the train roof, and the immediate threat was dealt with. People remarked that he looked even more like a monster than the creatures themselves, while Yu Chan-suk surveyed the pile of carcasses and silently thought the area was now relatively clean. He glanced over at the other exhausted hunters and figured they were of no help in the early stages of the mission. Looking unimpressed and realizing he couldn't rely on them, he gravely concluded that from now on, he would have to shoulder the entire battle alone. Meanwhile, Han Sang, a dedicated hunter, tried to rally her exhausted comrades, reminding them that the mission wasn't over yet. Yu Chan-suk smirked to himself at the sight, thinking that indeed, only she was truly useful. But his train of thought was abruptly cut short by a strange rumble. A terrifying explosion tore through the landscape ahead, destroying the train tracks amidst a flurry of snow and ice fragments. In mere moments, the path ahead was completely blocked, and as he wondered if it was an avalanche, the control room signaled that an obstacle had been detected, yet they would continue moving forward. Sensing real danger, Lee Se-eun's eyes flared brightly as she urgently transmitted a message to the control room. With a sharp and authoritative voice, she issued a single crucial command: stop the train. Standing atop the engine, she confirmed her suspicions, declaring that the enemy had appeared. Right then, a massive streak of red energy darted from afar, aiming straight for her. Gripping her greatsword tightly, she braced herself to face the attack. With her sword, she batted the energy beam back up into the sky. The attacker, revealed to be a man clad in high-tech armor equipped with a jetpack, hovered in midair and lunged toward her. While Han Sang was shocked by the sudden appearance, Yu Chan-suk calmly told her to recall the briefing, reminding her that only one person was capable of this near Khabarovsk. He identified the new enemy as the notorious armed gang led by Lord Nikolai Baranov. Just as Lee Se-eun realized they had been ambushed, she was suddenly hit by a barrage of magical talismans. The talismans exploded in purple light, weaving a powerful binding curse around her. Caught completely off guard by the potent magic, she was momentarily stunned. The purple energy of the curse grew stronger, swirling around her and restricting her movements. Han Sang watched the scene in shock and disbelief as their strongest hunter was neutralized, her greatest hope eliminated in the blink of an eye. Worried, she called out to her commander, asking if something was wrong. Struggling against the magical shackles, Lee Se-eun gritted her teeth. She reluctantly admitted to her disciple that she had been completely sealed. Immediately afterward, she broadcasted a notice to all hunters on the train. She announced the enemy attack and stated that Commander Lee Se-eun was unable to participate in battle causing a wave of panic to spread among the other hunters. The brutal reality of the situation set in as they learned the enemy forces outnumbered them 5 to 10 times over. The odds were entirely stacked against them, yet she still tried to encourage the terrified hunters, declaring that retreat was not an option and their duty was to protect the train. Despite being bound, she remained resilient, ending her command with a spirited shout of "Hunt!" Without hesitation, Yu Chan-suk told Han Sang to follow him as he leaped off the train to face the enemy. The remaining hunters watched in a mix of shock and terror, calling him a crazy bastard for daring to jump down alone to take on an army of 500. It was a completely reckless act, yet inspired by the rookie's extraordinary courage. The other hunters found their own bravery, unwilling to stand by and watch the two fight alone. His courage seemed contagious, and though sealed, Lee Se-un remained steadfast, vowing to break the seal and return to the front lines as soon as possible. However, a man named Lee Hae-un appeared before her with a smug look, saying that breaking free from his seal wouldn't be easy. Lee Se-un glared at the newcomer, instantly recognizing his magic and asking if he was the one who caused this seal. He calmly introduced himself as a member of the descendants of Dangun and revealed that he and Lee Se-un were actually distant relatives. He even mockingly called her his 10th cousin, asking if meeting in a foreign land was a joyous occasion. Shrugging off the taunts, she tried to use pure strength to shatter the seal, but her massive greatsword shattered instead. For the first time, she showed genuine astonishment, staring down at the broken hilt in her hand as her usual calm was shaken. Lee Hae-un arrogantly remarked that the seal wouldn't break that easily and advised her to surrender since she was disarmed. But she just smirked, asking why he was making such a big deal over a broken sword. She twisted a ring on her finger and it began to glow brilliantly with blue light. The confidence on Lee Hae-un's face immediately wavered when he realized what she was about to do. A brand new sword appeared in her hand, and she mocked him, asking if he recognized her trump card. A system prompt explained her rare item, the mirror ring, which could instantly duplicate and return a registered weapon the moment it was destroyed. When he called her foolish for relying on brute force, she retorted, asking who the real fool was. She then coated the new sword in poison, ready to try again. With a cruel quip about his flirting skills, she unleashed another powerful strike against the seal. Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang had prepared to face the entire oncoming army. Yu Chan-suk's gaze remained sharp and focused as Nikolai's troops drew near. Hovering above the soldiers, Nikolai Baranov laughed loudly, mocking the two hunters for thinking they could stand against his numbers. With a cruel smile, he declared that he decided who lived, offering to spare their lives if they surrendered. Yu Chan-suk was confused as to how Nikolai was flying without sensing any mana, but Han Sang explained that the armor, a remnant of the old Predator project, was designed to let the user fight without mana. She went on to reveal that the armor was a South Korean military prototype that had been abandoned because the materials were too difficult to source. However, he grew suspicious as to why a Russian gang leader possessed rare, discarded South Korean military tech, raising a very important question. The reality of the situation hit Han Sang when she realized that hunting meant she had to kill people. Seeing her hesitate, he told her to go back if she couldn't handle fighting humans for the first time. Hearing that, she countered that he had never fought humans either. But she tightened her resolve, saying that since the enemy wanted to kill them, there was no difference, and with a determined gaze, she concluded these bandits were no different from the erosion monsters she used to slay. But when one of Nikolai's men rushed forward with an axe, she hesitated again, saying thinking was easy while doing was different, though with dazzling speed. Yu Chan-suk sliced the man's head clean off. The headless corpse fell before her as blood spurted like a fountain. Yu Chan-suk then offered cold, practical advice. Do what needs to be done, but don't let guilt consume you. With an ironic smile, he reassured her that any lingering remorse would fade in a few days, or at most a month. Amidst the chaos of battle, Yu Chan-suk listened to the screams and the clashing of weapons. The snow-covered battlefield before him was a gruesome scene of spilled entrails and rivers of blood as he felt the chaotic, violent vortex of raw human emotions swirling around him. Despite his extensive war experience, he still found the bloody sight disgusting. Yet, he had to admit that a part of him felt strangely familiar with the carnage. His focus narrowed as he prepared to turn the tide of battle. He noticed they held the advantage in skill, but were overwhelmed in numbers and being pushed back by the enemy's momentum. He calmly deduced there was only one clear path to victory. His strategy was simple. Ignore the foot soldiers and focus on eliminating the enemy commander, Nikolai Baranov. The warlord recognized his opponent, smirking as he identified him as the famous rookie from South Korea. Right before engaging, our protagonist dryly remarked that news traveled fast, so fast that even Russian thugs recognized his face now. As the fight began, he used his spear to block Nikolai's glowing red sword. Nikolai looked down on his opponent's strength, but inwardly, he admitted Nikolai was extremely fast and powerful. His advanced military armor was also sturdy enough to take no damage. He realized this was a tough opponent, not easily beaten. But then he smiled, realizing this fight would have been much harder if he hadn't gained his new strength on Tsushima Island. With terrifying force, he blasted his opponent backward. Nikolai was completely surprised by the sudden burst of power and cursed his opponent. Furious, he activated the machine gun on his arm, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets and vowing to finish him immediately. Dodging bullets while charging forward, the protagonist thought to himself that although the enemy claimed he would finish him, he was actually holding back his firepower. Why? He quickly deduced the real motive, wanting to stop the train without damaging the precious shield generator inside. Realizing the attack had been deliberately weakened, he concluded the enemy knew beforehand that Lee Se-un would be there to absorb the blow. Suspicious circumstances piled up in his mind. A Russian wearing South Korean military armor, alongside a SEAL master appearing at the perfect moment. He concluded this was more than just one or two suspicious coincidences. When his paradox flame engulfed Nikolai's armor, the man cried out in panic, "What is this?" The protagonist revealed his trump card. He was burning away the abstract concept of durability from the armor itself. With his opponent's strongest defense shattered, he lunged again, vowing to end the fight quickly. Nikolai could only watch in horror as his impenetrable armor dissolved before his eyes. Fuming over the turnaround, he roared, calling Chan-suk a rat, and swung his sword, but missed. Chan-suk met him head-on, unleashing a terrifying 16-hit Blue Journey combo. The final blow, named Cannon, slammed straight into Nikolai. The strike hit true, leaving the warlord dazed in his now fragile armor. Spotting a fatal crack in his armor, Nikolai realized he needed to retreat to buy time. In a desperate bid for survival, he offered to help break Lee Se-un's seal if his opponent stopped fighting. Chan-suk completely ignored the plea and continued his assault. With an overwhelming final strike, he cleaved both Nikolai's armor and body in two. Afterward, he looked down at the defeated foe with cold indifference. Standing victoriously over Nikolai's bisected corpse, he declared he didn't need his help. To prove it, Lee Se-un began breaking the seal, holding her back using her own immense power. The surrounding hunters were struck speechless by his strength and bravery, but their shock quickly turned to cheers as they realized they had won the battle. Later, Chan-suk confidently asserted that a hunter of Lee Se-un's caliber could easily break such a seal on her own. Deep within her mystical prison, her eyes began to flare with power, ready to burst forth. Shortly after the battle ended, the train resumed its journey through the desolate, snow-covered mountain range. The aftermath of the fight was a grim landscape littered with monster carcasses and fallen soldiers. South Korean hunters stood guard outside the train after eliminating the direct threat. A freed Lee Se-un congratulated Chan-suk on a job well done, while handing him a piece of candy as a reward. Holding the candy, he confirmed his suspicion that the SEAL master was indeed a descendant of Dangun. She explained that the terrorists fled the moment she broke the seal, so they weren't caught. He accepted the report, while the other hunters looked at him with blank expressions. Astonished, they asked what he was doing, and when he replied that he was about to eat the candy, everyone panicked and shouted, asking why he would eat such a thing and even suspecting he had gone mad. The protagonist asked what was wrong with everyone. Smiling, she replied, "You're probably the only one brave enough to eat it." She explained that everyone else collected her candy as a trophy rather than eating it. However, his attention quickly shifted to something in the distance. He saw South Korean soldiers collecting advanced military equipment from Nikolai's corpse. A troubling thought crossed his mind. A Russian warlord using specialized South Korean military gear. He deduced this could only happen if Nikolai had backing from a faction powerful enough to bypass the South Korean government, or if the South Korean military itself was secretly aiding him. This discovery sparked a chilling question. Could he really trust the military personnel on this mission? Right then, the scene shifted to a bustling city. The SEAL master Lee Se-un staggered forward, exhausted from the battle. He cursed his failure, admitting he had expended too much mana maintaining the seal on Lee Se-un. He approached and greeted his superior, the mysterious cloaked captain. He apologized for failing the mission, but the captain simply brushed it off as a minor stumble on a long journey. The superior comforted him, telling him to forget the failure and focus on recovery. With a final word of encouragement, he told the defeated subordinate not to lose his self-respect. However, left alone, the captain's calm exterior shattered, revealing fury and pain over the failure. He angrily muttered that if he had been able to analyze that paradox flame, he would have killed Chan-suk on the spot. As the elevator doors opened, a new location was revealed. He stepped into a dark laboratory filled with monitors and called out to Dr. Seo Jun-woo. The plump doctor spun his chair around, holding a slice of pizza, and casually asked what brought him to the lab. The captain asked about the progress of the secret project, and the doctor replied that it was doable but would take time, adding that a large budget was required, which the captain dismissed as he ordered him to hurry up. The doctor said he would do his best, remarking that it was a pity, as figuring out the shield generator's principle sooner would have been very useful, and added chillingly, "Don't worry," noting that the journey through Siberia was still long, meaning plenty more opportunities to strike. Meanwhile, on the train, Chan-suk was now extremely wary of the allies he had thought were trustworthy. The heavy armored train continued its long, grueling journey across the desolate, snow-covered plains of Siberia. Inside the command center, a military officer delivered a grim report to Lee Se-un. They had lost a third of their combat strength, with 5 dead and 10 wounded. Taking charge, Lee Se-un ordered immediate medical attention for the wounded and instructed her team to arrange proper medical care for them upon reaching Warsaw, Poland. When asked who controlled the territory ahead, the officer identified the local lord as a man named Mazurka. Lee Se-un immediately told him to contact the Hunter Guild cooperating with Mazurka and request assistance to ensure a safe journey. However, the officer expressed doubt, asking if such a powerful lord would cooperate easily. But she confidently asserted they would have no choice, leveraging her future influence and the Janabi Guild to force their compliance. Meanwhile, in Poland, the scene shifted to the massive headquarters of the Esprit Hunter Guild. Inside, an assistant rushed in to inform his superior about an unexpected cooperation request from South Korea's prestigious Janabi Guild. Partner Hunter Robert Digny flew into a rage, contemptuously telling the assistant to tell Lee Se-un to go to hell. A panicked colleague tried to advise him, reminding him that the request came from South Korea's legendary Candy Big Sis, a hunter famous for clearing 5 first-tier rifts. Robert stubbornly objected, looking down on her as just a regular hunter and asking why they should risk their lives just for her request. However, another hunter spoke up, showing deep respect and declaring that he was ready to jump into fire for her if needed. Incensed by that loyalty, Robert screamed that his colleague was an idiot for worshiping a hunter who only worked on contract. Suddenly, the room fell silent as a group of top Esprit hunters appeared, standing united against his outburst. Robert was astonished to see so many of his colleagues gather to oppose him. One hunter even declared they would rather pay a fine and leave the guild than refuse the Candy Big Sis's request. He could only glare in disbelief, utterly failing to understand their absolute loyalty to a woman he viewed as merely a co-worker. He angrily shouted that no matter how famous she was no different from him. Another hunter calmly corrected his delusion, simply stating that the Candy Big Sis was different. Everyone agreed, recounting how Lee Se-un's fund had saved each of them, either through life-saving surgery or rescuing them from a rift. A colleague warned him that if everyone left, the guild would be in deep trouble, advising him to apologize and accept the request. Cornered, Robert could only curse her name under his breath, wondering if her influence really extended this far. Back on the train, Lee Se-eun looked out the window and pondered the harsh reality of the mission, worrying whether the wounded hunters could hold out for 5 more days to reach Warsaw. She silently hoped this dangerous journey wouldn't encounter any more unexpected incidents. Right on cue, as if mocking her, an emergency alarm blared through the communication system, warning of approaching marine erosion monsters. Outside, the source of the alarm was revealed. A massive swarm of gelatinous slime monsters rushing rapidly toward the train. The alarm bells kept ringing incessantly as all hunters were ordered to prepare for immediate combat. Inside, some less experienced hunters panicked, unable to believe they were being attacked by such weak-looking slimes. However, Lee Se-eun knew the true danger they faced. Her face turned serious as she gripped her greatsword tightly. Unfamiliar with the monsters of this world, Yu Chan-suk calmly turned to her and asked, "What is a slime?" She explained, "They aren't ordinary monsters, but first-tier erosion monsters from a rift nicknamed the Refrigerator," which startled Yu Chan-suk. He expressed confusion, asking how monsters from a rift over 600 kilometers away could appear here. She gravely concluded that the erosion zone must have expanded, making a fight against these Tier 1 creatures extremely difficult. As the group climbed on the roof of the train, Yu Chan-suk anxiously asked just how dangerous the slimes really were. She explained that their body temperature was similar to liquid nitrogen, capable of freezing and shattering any equipment upon contact. Right then, at her command, the archers took aim, preparing to test the monster's defensive capabilities. On her signal, the hunters unleashed a barrage of mana-infused arrows toward the oncoming swarm. The arrows flew with precision, striking deep into the slime's gelatinous bodies. But everyone was horrified to see the attacks had zero effect. Lee Se-eun revealed the terrifying truth. Slimes possessed extremely powerful mana resistance. Yu Chan-suk quickly grasped the critical situation. If mana-based attacks didn't work, they practically had no way to deal damage to them. Panic began to spread as an archer shouted that their attacks had failed and the slimes were about to catch up to the train. The other hunters could only watch in despair, believing their situation was hopeless. At that moment, she despairingly stated that the mission was as good as failed. Yet, amidst the mounting panic, Yu Chan-suk and his disciple Han Sang remained completely calm. He leisurely walked up to a lead archer and asked if he could borrow a bow. When the arrogant archer lectured him about mana trajectory, he just shrugged and said he would try it his own way. Lee Se-eun looked at him with a mix of surprise and expectation as he stepped onto the front line. He deduced that if the only problem was mana resistance, he had the perfect solution, coating the arrow in his purple flames. "Just burning it to ashes will do," he declared, firing an arrow crackling with the destructive power of the paradox flame. The fiery arrow hit its mark, aiming not at the slime's body, but straight at its mana resistance. A honeycomb-shaped energy shield appeared on the slime's surface, and the paradox flame immediately began burning through it. The dark purple flames effortlessly scorched the monster's fearsome defense. The other hunters were struck speechless, staring in disbelief as the slime's impenetrable mana resistance was completely shattered. Yu Chan-suk muttered to himself that while he could cover the entire area with fire, he still wasn't skilled enough to do it safely. He handed the bow back to its owner, calmly telling the archers to resume their attacks as his flames weakened a bit. Remembering her own fight with him, Lee Se-eun was astonished to realize his special skill could erase even invisible concepts, making him a truly unpredictable force. As the slime's primary defense crumbled, she knew it was her turn to act. With a powerful leap, she lunged forward, swinging her massive greatsword at the now fragile swarm of monsters. Her sword cut through them with ease, sparking cheers from the other hunters as they realized they could finally fight back. Afterward, she shouted for a status report and learned only one slime remained, but it was dangerously hurtling toward the train. Her eyes widened in alarm as she saw the massive final threat looming overhead. The final slime leaped high into the air, preparing to crush the entire train car under its immense weight. Lee Se-eun saw no way out. The monster was too huge to slice through, and they would be crushed before they could retrieve the equipment. While everyone despaired, Yu Chan-suk calmly drew his sword, acknowledging that the monster's fatal strength came from its gigantic size, and thinking to himself that under normal circumstances, defeating such a monster would be nearly impossible. However, raising his weapon, a smirk crossed his face, knowing the answer was once again remarkably simple. Charging toward the falling monster and swinging his weapon, he declared that strength meant nothing when its very source was reduced to ash. Lee Se-eun was stunned by the overwhelming spectacle that turned the impossible into the possible. Han Sang was equally captivated by the astonishing display of power, a sentiment shared by everyone present. As the remaining gelatinous pieces of the slime rained down around them, she began to think that perhaps with Yu Chan-suk by her side, they actually stood a chance. Yu Chan-suk caught a piece of the solidified gelatin that had turned into something resembling candy, noting that it tasted like cola. With a slight smile, he said he liked cola candy, leaving Lee Se-eun to quietly wonder if this man was the one who would save their miserable world. After fighting off monsters all across Siberia, the mission train finally headed toward Poland. The team was briefed on the next step, stopping for 3 days in Warsaw to distribute relief and treat the wounded. Lee Se-eun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the local lord, Mazurka, had promised cooperation. She then asked about the status of the other lords, wondering if they would agree to cooperate with the transport mission. Unfortunately, the other lords hadn't responded yet, but she instructed the team to keep trying to contact them. The gigantic armored train finally came to a stop at the central station of Warsaw, Poland, a city caught in the middle of wartime. Yu Chan-suk was shocked by the devastation of the city. Having heard Poland was one of the relatively stable nations, he looked out in shock at the total destruction and the piles of corpses scattered across the station. Noticing a complete lack of trees, he deduced that the citizens were desperate enough to burn anything they could find just to stay warm. He also observed that Lee Se-eun and the other veteran hunters were completely unfazed, making him wonder if this grim sight was normal in this land. While he was taking in a catastrophic scene, a local military officer approached and called out his name. Surprised to hear him speak Korean, the man introduced himself as Warrant Officer Joseph Palansky, representing Lord Mazurka. Palansky offered to lead him to his lodging, separating him from the main group. A luxurious car provided a sharp contrast against the ruined city as it drove the protagonist to his quarters. He was right to guess that accommodations were assigned by rank, as he was brought to a separate location. Inside the car, Palansky confirmed his status as a freelance hunter and immediately spotted an opportunity. He wasted no time offering recruitment, suggesting he stay and work long-term in Poland since he had no ties to South Korea. Palansky lured him with promises of far more power than he could ever attain back home. Hearing this, Yu Chan-suk thought to himself that despite the corpses outside, the man was talking about power that allowed them to casually provide limousines and champagne. Palansky continued to explain that unlike in South Korea, in this lawless land, hunters were virtually unbound by any regulations. The offer took a dark turn when the officer suggested that if he worked for them, they could supply him with people for the sole purpose of beating them to death. Disgusted by the vile proposition, Yu Chan-suk barely restrained the urge to punch him in the face. That evening, he arrived at his assigned lodging. He stepped into the room, which was far from the luxury accommodation one might expect, and smirked at the pathetic state of the good lodging he was given, which resembled nothing more than a cheap hotel. After a quick inspection of the bathroom, he resigned himself to the fact that at least it wasn't filthy. However, his contempt grew when he discovered the provided meal was merely instant cup noodles. Just as he prepared to dig into his meager dinner, a knock at the door interrupted him. It was Su Jong, standing outside with an anxious and nervous greeting. With a flushed face, she shyly asked if he could help her with a small favor. A moment later, the sound of running water from the shower echoed through the small apartment. Su Jong heaved a sigh of relief as she finally got to take a hot shower in his private bathroom. While showering, she apologized, explaining that her shared bathroom was rusted, but Yu Chan-suk casually waved it off as a minor thing between acquaintances. However, he said he had a question in return. Sitting on the sofa, he asked a seemingly simple question. Why was all the relief food they were carrying produced in South Korea? She listened intently, her expression turning serious. She then revealed the harsh truth. It all stemmed from the exploitative diplomatic policy of the South Korean government, and she explained the details. South Korea imported massive amounts of resources like minerals, fuel, and food from other countries, keeping the best parts for themselves and selling the inferior leftovers right back to those same nations. It was an arrangement that Yoo Chan-suk found hard to wrap his head around. The reason they had to accept it was simple. No country dared to anger the South Korean government and lose the protection of their powerful hunters. In a world where basic survival depended on hunter protection, even absurd demands from South Korea had to be met. The result of this exploitative loop was that European nations were forced to buy subpar, nearly expired food from South Korea. His face hardened as he began to grasp the rotten face of global politics. Cutting straight to the point, he asked specifically about the relief goods they were transporting, bluntly asking if they were hauling something as worthless as sprouted potatoes. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she prepared to reveal an even more disturbing truth. The relief cargo the train was carrying was recycled mixed flour number 65. She clarified that this flour was simply dried and pulverized food waste, with the number 65 representing the percentage of recycled organic matter. Yoo Chan-suk was struck speechless, digesting the reality that they were literally hauling trash as relief aid. Soo Jong admitted she knew South Korea was fully capable of sending real food and wondered why they would send this instead. But Yoo Chan-suk delivered a harsh lesson. If they sent relief with real value, it would never reach the people who actually needed it. He then posed a rhetorical question. In a land ruled by corrupt lords, whose mouths would valuable food end up in? He explained that any edible food would just be hoarded by the lords or sold to buy weapons, further fueling conflict. Since this was a world where the strong could do whatever they pleased, good intentions were easily exploited. Finally understanding Lee Se-eun's warning, Yoo Chan-suk reached a chilling conclusion. This world was even more rotten and hopeless than the one he had fought in for 20 years. He found it ridiculous that while the world was collapsing, organizations like the descendants of Dangun were actively making things worse. This dose of harsh reality only reinforced his resolve, and he knew exactly what he had to do. He approached Soo Jong with a renewed, intense determination that startled her. With a cold tone, he said he had one more question. He asked for the location of the nearest uncooperative lord, to which she replied, Hamburg, Germany. Without wasting a single second, he set off for Hamburg to handle the problem himself. German Lord Daniel Lewis was alerted by his soldiers that something serious was happening to their forces. A soldier reported that a South Korean hunter named Yoo Chan-suk was single-handedly tearing through their forces, demanding to know why they refused to cooperate. Yoo Chan-suk paused his attack when the Lord threatened to file an official complaint with the South Korean Hunter Association over the assault. Ignoring the threat, our protagonist easily subdued one of the Lord's soldiers. Outraged by the blatant disrespect, the German Lord screamed, asking if he wanted to die. Hearing that, Yoo Chan-suk coldly explained that if one wanted to kill people, it had to be done right. And then he offered a chilling piece of advice born from a lifetime of war. Ruthlessness is the only way to survive. 3 hours earlier, our protagonist, Yoo Chan-suk, had asked for the location of the nearest uncooperative lord, set against the backdrop of the Warsaw Royal Castle, which was currently serving as the temporary headquarters for the mission. He strode into the castle, ready to speak with the mission commander, Lee Se-eun, buried under a mountain of paperwork. She looked up as Yoo Chan-suk approached and stated she was busy. With no time for pleasantries, she impatiently told him to summarize his report quickly. So, he went straight to the point, revealing that the terrorist group Descendants of Dangun was trying to control the erosion rifts. Shocked, she demanded to know why he hadn't shared this crucial information from the Tsushima mission earlier. Hearing this, he just silently looked at her with an unimpressed gaze, implying he didn't deeply trust their current allies. Understanding his unspoken message, she sighed, acknowledging that he had already made up his mind. However, he bluntly stated that he couldn't get along with his current partners, calling them weird, and she replied that she was glad he made a sensible decision. Right at that moment, a subordinate reported that teammate Han Sang had arrived. Lee Se-eun confirmed that he and Han Sang A were the ones who had carried out the Tsushima mission together. As Han Sang stepped inside, she remarked that she probably shared his gloomy outlook on the current situation. Sure enough, Han Sang admitted that the reality in Warsaw was so pathetic that she could barely believe her own eyes. She even sarcastically asked if South Korea was completely blind to other countries' catastrophic conditions, to which Lee Se-eun replied, "That surely can't be the case, right, Miss Jumian Group?" Han Sang confessed that if she weren't a hunter, she would still be living in ignorance, and expressed her helplessness at not being able to help. But Lee Se-eun coldly cut her off, saying that while the situation in Warsaw was regrettable, it wasn't their responsibility, and told her to focus on her difficult mission since they lacked outside support. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, Yoo Chan-suk announced he had a plan to break the deadlock, and confirmed he would negotiate directly with the German lord, but on his own terms. With a gloomy expression, he revealed his true thoughts. He just wanted to use brute force to subdue the lords, which made Lee Se-eun worried about his method. However, he admitted, though very annoyed, that his public image and diplomacy were hindering a full-scale assault. Hating all the red tape, he declared that, as a freelance hunter, he would take matters into his own hands and handle the negotiations himself. Hearing this, Lee Se-eun conceded that although it was an extreme method, they had no other choice to push the mission forward. When she asked if he was okay going alone, he promised to sort it out before the supply distribution in Poland ended, and told them to get ready to move out. Worried, Han Sang offered to go along, but he refused, telling her to focus on her training. Without wasting any more time, he requested a helicopter, estimating the trip to Germany would take about an hour. With a confident smile, he said his goodbyes and promised to meet them in Germany. The scene shifted, revealing that Lord Kaiser had seriously underestimated Yoo Chan-suk, believing his mana reserves were very low. His forces assumed there was a fundamental limit to the amount of mana anyone could mobilize at once. Relying on their numerical advantage, they thought they could easily overwhelm a single hunter from Korea. With their combined numbers and firepower, this assumption sounded completely reasonable. However, their plan instantly collapsed when Yoo Chan-suk easily crushed their forces with a single overwhelming strike. Their plan would have succeeded if he had just been an ordinary hunter. Now, standing amidst the ruins of the army, Yoo Chan-suk gave Lord Daniel Lewis a choice: talk or fight to the death. The German lord was in a state of shock, unable to understand how Yoo Chan-suk was still standing when his mana should have been exhausted. Daniel then roared in anger at the remaining soldiers, asking why they weren't attacking the seemingly exhausted opponent. Following his orders, the panicked soldiers opened fire, but Daniel screamed in panic as his target vanished into a shifting blur. In a flash, Yoo Chan-suk appeared right behind the lord, choking him before he could react. Holding the shocked lord hostage, he once again coldly told him to choose. Sweating profusely, Daniel desperately threatened him, asking how he would handle the political fallout of this attack. Yoo Chan-suk just glared at him with contempt, repeating the word fallout. His cold, disdainful gaze said it all. "I don't give a damn." Defeated and terrified, the lord agreed to talk, leading them to a makeshift negotiation tent. Inside, Yoo Chan-suk cautiously took a sip of the drink offered to him. However, he grimaced in disgust and demanded to know what this was because it didn't taste like cola as promised. Daniel explained it was just a similarly colored beverage, the easiest thing to get in this desolate wasteland, and tiredly admitted that it had been years since he last tasted real cola. Yoo Chan-suk remarked that the situation in Germany was even worse than in Poland, noting the lack of even basic amenities like electricity. Daniel then explained that their military base was a relic from the early days when rifts first appeared, now old and unmaintained as state support dwindled. He bitterly described it as a humiliation of realizing his country's complete helplessness. Cutting through the gloomy atmosphere, Yoo Chan-suk went straight to the point, asking why the lord wouldn't cooperate with the train operation. Hearing this, Daniel angrily declared that Germany needed shield generators much more than the UK because of the massive erosion zone called Restaurantes. Yoo Chan-suk remembered hearing about it, one of the 8 great rifts located in Italy, with its influence spreading across Europe and North Africa. The lord insisted that Britain's problems were nothing compared to the threat of Restaurantes surging up from Italy, a threat they were desperately trying to contain. Yoo Chan-suk countered with cold logic, explaining that the generators were experimental devices and had to be tested in a stable location, warning that non-cooperation would only delay them further from getting one. Daniel sneered, declaring this wasn't a negotiation but rather Yu Chan-suk making unilateral demands. Hearing this, our protagonist replied, "My patience is running thin. If you figured it out, shut your mouth and cooperate." Daniel snapped back, asking why he was acting so arrogant when he had no other choice. Ominously, Yu Chan-suk reminded the Lord that he had already seen that violent option. To emphasize his point, he crushed the glass in his hand, saying that wasn't the option he recommended choosing. But Yu Chan-suk made it clear that his role was just to act as a bridge for him to talk to Lee Se-eun. Completely intimidated, Daniel asked what cooperation meant. When the Lord asked if that candy-loving woman had sent him, he admitted he acted alone out of sheer frustration with the delays. Daniel sighed, realizing Lee Se-eun, known for her caution, would never take such a reckless risk, and finally agreed to contact her. But when Daniel told him to leave, Yu Chan-suk flatly refused, stating he would stay right here, and explained he didn't trust the Lord to keep his word, causing Daniel to sputter in outrage. As an upfront payment for the room, he placed a brightly colored candy in the Lord's hand. He revealed it was cola-flavored candy he got from a slime, prompting Daniel to bitterly remark that Koreans had it easy. Staring back, Yu Chan-suk listened as the Lord lamented that in this war-torn land, they didn't even know what tomorrow would bring. The scene shifted back to Warsaw Royal Castle, where Lee Se-eun asked Yu Chan-suk about his future plans. She clarified her question. After finishing this request, what were his thoughts? He pondered for a moment, admitting that witnessing the world's tragic reality had changed his perspective. Peeking out of the tent at the now cooperative Lord, he thought to himself that Daniel would thank him soon. With a renewed sense of determination, he declared his new goal was to smash all rifts and save the world, so that one day everyone could drink real cola again. The scene cut back to a square in Warsaw, where a large crowd of starving refugees gathered to receive their rations. A mechanical soldier called out the next person in the desperate line. What was called relief was just a bowl of thin soup with clear water, barely enough to be called a meal. One refugee stared resentfully at the meager ration he received. Finally, he burst out in anger, asking how they were supposed to survive on such meager soup, but was immediately yelled at by armed soldiers to get back in line. Right at that moment, the soldiers received orders. Suppression of civilians authorized. Use of force permitted. The angry man denounced the South Korean military as no different from the government thugs they had tried to run away from. However, his defiance was met with cold gun barrels as a soldier aimed directly at him. The soldier fired, and the crowd gasped in horror, thinking the man had just been executed over a simple complaint. However, a soldier clarified that they were only using non-lethal salt bullets. Another soldier threatened the man lying on the ground, warning that any further disruptive actions would meet the same result. But realizing the soldiers weren't authorized to use lethal force, the starving crowd began to grow bolder. Soon, refugees swarmed the supply truck, overwhelming the guards and forcing them to call for backup. Returning to the present, the mission's administrative team was plunged into chaos while trying to manage the relief efforts. An official reported an increasing number of injured people and fake ration tickets, emphasizing they were facing a severe manpower shortage. Amidst the chaos, Lee Se-eun was urgently informed that she had a message from Lord Kaiser's territory. On the phone, a smile of relief spread across her face as she congratulated Yu Chan-suk on successful negotiations. The official report confirmed German Lord Daniel Lewis had agreed to cooperate with their mission. The scene shifted to the ruined landscape of Hamburg, Lord Kaiser's territory. There, Daniel Lewis greeted Lee Se-eun, remarking about the weirdo she had sent to force his cooperation. Once the agreement was signed, she formally thanked the Lord for complying. Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk was still vigilantly observing the city from a high vantage point. He continued his patrol, quietly scanning the ruined structures. Suddenly, Han Seng flew up to his position, startling him and asking what he was doing. He explained he was scouting the area, while she informed him that Lee Se-eun was looking for him. Just as he agreed to head down, his hypersensitive senses detected something unusual. His eyes caught an abnormal flash of light from a distant clock tower. The light suddenly flared up, also startling Han Seng. unexpectedly. Instantly sensing a threat, he leaped off the rooftop in pursuit, leaving a surprised Han Sang behind. He dashed through an abandoned building, running toward the observer's position. Upon reaching the clock tower, he confirmed for sure that someone had been tracking him from this exact spot, and deduced that his target had used mana to cloak themselves and escape after being spotted. Concentrating his senses, he began tracking the faint, lingering mana trail. An illusory swirl of mana on the floor guided him forward. He was surprised to realize the mana trail led straight up to the ceiling. Wary of traps, he immediately looked up and readied his spear for an attack from above. Right at that moment, a sword slashed through the ceiling, but he was ready, blocking the ambush head-on. Yuchan Suk commented on the attacker's bizarre method of ripping through space to ambush him. The mysterious attacker, Co Joam, also expressed surprise that his opponent could find his hiding spots so quickly. He was a member of the terrorist group Descendants of Dangun. He formally introduced himself and stated his intention to stop Yuchan Suk. Yuchan Suk dryly remarked on the opponent's eccentric attire, a traditional hanbok and what looked like a sword stick. Joam calmly corrected him, revealing his weapon was a calamus sword, before unleashing a flurry of slashes. The strikes destroyed the surroundings, but Yuchan Suk managed to dodge them. However, he gritted his teeth, barely blocking the continuous attacks. The two exchanged a series of blows, pushing the protagonist onto the defensive. He dodged another powerful sword strike. Right at that moment, he moved and attacked with strange, unpredictable motions. However, he was annoyed to realize that although his strikes should have hit, the opponent dodged every single one. Co Joam playfully mocked him, telling him to try a little harder. But as the fight continued, Yuchan Suk said, "Don't you dare," and braced himself for an attack. However, the opponent's sharp eyes caught the purple mana light around his legs. When he charged straight in, Joam's body flashed, seemingly splitting into multiple clones. Yuchan Suk's spear pierced harmlessly through one of the clones, confirming it was just an illusion. Co Joam actually appeared right behind him, smugly boasting that his opponent would never be able to touch him. Right at that moment, his eyes narrowed in focus, as he realized he was about to be attacked. Still, he managed to dodge the barrage of slashes. Taking a defensive stance, he calmly stated that he had figured out two things about the opponent's technique, and smirked as he revealed his first guess. The opponent was using illusion clones. He continued to explain that the enemy's speed and power increased every time the clones merged back together. After solving the first part of the puzzle, he prepared to reveal the second, the more crucial piece. However, the opponent remained overly confident, believing Yuchan Suk couldn't do anything. But Yuchan Suk knew for a fact that he was completely mistaken. The showdown between Yuchan Suk and the terrorist Co Joam continued on the streets of Hamburg. The protagonist analyzed the opponent's technique, noting the sudden acceleration after the clones merged. Confident in his phasing ability, Co Joam arrogantly promised to end the fight with his next attack. But Yuchan Suk just smirked, realizing the terrorist's phasing technique had probably never been broken before, and his luck had just run out. Out of all people, I had to run into you, he thought to himself, remembering a similar enemy from his past life. In a flashback to his days as a hero, he recalled battles with monsters possessing the exact same phasing ability. Those creatures known as phantoms had caused endless trouble for his team. His companion, the knight, had roared in anger, but their attack passed right through the monster's body, and he could only watch in despair as another phantom lunged down. However, Yuchan Suk corrected his teammate, explaining that phantoms weren't invisible. Rather, they were using mana to shift their bodies into another dimension. Frustrated, the knight asked how they were supposed to deal with such an ability. He explained that skills of this type only activated at the exact moment of an attack, perfectly matching the speed of the blow. Therefore, to overcome it, one had to prepare to match that precise timing. The key, he realized, was simply adjusting the speed of his own attack to bypass their defensive window. Returning to the present, Yuchan Suk applied this knowledge, adjusting his strike to slash straight into Co Joam. The terrorist was utterly surprised when the blow connected. The moment he landed, he could only glare in shock, wondering how his opponent had managed to pinpoint the exact positioning to land that blow. "What on earth are you, Yuchan Suk?" the defeated terrorist thought to himself as the spear appeared behind his back. With one final decisive movement, our protagonist prepared to end the match. CEO Joam desperately braced to dodge. However, our guy stopped when a thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the surrounding area. Even he turned back, surprised by the scale of the blast. Right at that moment, Lee Se-eun calmly remarked, "Looks like I'm still luckier." But his victory was cut short by an emergency call from Han Sang-ae, telling him to stop and return immediately. She delivered the shocking news. A sarin gas bomb had been dropped on the outskirts of Hamburg. Sarin gas, a deadly toxin capable of paralyzing the nervous system with just a tiny amount. As a banned weapon, dropping it would instantly turn the affected area into a living hell. Yu Chan-suk processed the gloomy information calmly. "Got it." Without hesitation, he declared, "I'm on my way back," and began a frantic dash back to the train. While leaping across rooftops, he pondered the terrorist strategy, wondering why they didn't attack the city directly. Over the phone, she reported the military's grim calculation. The toxic gas would cover Hamburg in just 15 minutes. With relief supplies at risk, the train would make an emergency departure in 5 minutes. She added a crucial detail. Lee Se-eun was currently holding down an enemy. In a moment of clarity, the protagonist realized the terrorists' true target. The entire sarin gas attack was just a decoy to separate their strongest asset, Lee Se-eun, away from the train. When he asked who Lee Se-eun was fighting, she said the opponent was the mysterious archer, whom they had previously encountered on Tsushima Island. Yu Chan-suk frowned, well aware of the massive threat the captain posed. The battle between Lee Se-eun and the archer was an absolute mess. However, Lee Se-eun maintained her ground against the relentless assault with a steadfast smile. She slammed her great sword down, shattering the surrounding ground. The captain counterattacked, drawing his bow back as it crackled with energy. He fired a terrifying arrow that exploded upon impact. Even Lee Se-eun was startled by the sheer power of the attack. Even so, she prepared to counter, channeling her energy to match the barrage of strikes. Meanwhile, on the train, staff announced that the relief supplies were fully loaded. In the nick of time, the last members hurried aboard the evacuation train. An official confirmed all personnel were aboard and ordered the final departure. On the moving train, the hunters anxiously watched the distant battle, remarking that even a powerhouse like Lee Se-eun was being pushed back. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Don't tell me she's losing." They startled and turned back to look. It was Yu Chan-suk, casually announcing that he barely made it in time and immediately rebuking the hunters who were just sitting and watching. "Lee Se-eun isn't risking her life just for you guys to sit around and gawk." The hunters fell silent at his sharp rebuke. He warned them that when Lee Se-eun was separated from the mission, an attack was inevitable and they needed to prepare. The hunters silently followed his lead, heading up to the train roof. One relayed commands, ordering all remaining personnel to gather around the shield generator carriage. Back in the ruined city, Lee Se-eun stood ready amidst the wreckage. She assessed her opponent, acknowledging his staggering skill and wondering if he was the leader of the terrorist group. Even the captain praised the rank 10 hunter, impressed that she had blocked all of his attacks. At this, she confidently said, "Sorry for ruining your plan." But the captain revealed her confidence was misplaced, replying with a cold voice, "Don't worry." He made it clear that his plan was never to defeat her, but merely to separate her from the train. With her pinned down, a mass terrorist army was lying in ambush, and their victory was already sealed. The mission train sped along the tracks, now critically vulnerable. The engine kept rushing forward, completely oblivious to the ambush ahead. From a nearby building, another member of the descendants of Dangun, Seo Yeonju, smiled as she confirmed the train was on schedule. On the mission train, a hunter reported spotting a suspicious group on the bridge ahead. The terrorists led by Seo Yeonju and Lee Haeun emerged, ready to strike. Instantly, a hunter ordered everyone to be on high alert, shouting for all hunters to prepare for battle. Right after, Yu Chan-suk also ordered everyone to prepare for combat. At that exact moment, Seo Yeonju and Lee Haeun took the lead themselves, jumping down from the bridge to attack the moving train. The terrorists landed and immediately engaged the train's security forces in fierce close-quarters combat. Amidst the chaos, Seo Yeonju calmly introduced herself to her primary target, Yu Chan-suk. Slightly surprised by her directness, he asked if she knew him. She confirmed, stating that orders from higher-ups were to capture him alive. However, she added that she wasn't the type who liked taking prisoners, especially when the elders weren't around to stop her. With a sinister smile, she threatened that if she accidentally killed him during the fight, she would just say, "Oh, what a shame." However, he calmly recognized her special weapon as a traditional Korean geogium. As she prepared to strike, he analyzed her attack. She unleashed a terrifying acoustic shockwave from her instrument, aiming straight at Yu Chan-suk and the surrounding hunters. Quickly deducing her power, Yu Chan-suk dismissed the sonic wave as mere nuisance. Nearby, her teammate, Lee Hae-un, prepared for his part of the attack, wielding a sword and a set of bronze bells. Yu Chan-suk recognized his equipment as bronze bells on an iron pole, instantly understanding his role in the coordinated assault. Right at that moment, Lee Hae-un performed a ritualistic dance, generating a powerful buff that amplified attack power. Now, both were ready for their powerful combination strike. Yet, Yu Chan-suk calmly observed the combined attack, having already seen through their strategy early on. He realized that Lee Hae-un's dance was more than just a mere ritual. Sure enough, he accurately identified it as a potent buff skill supporting the initial shockwave. The terrifying power of the attack left Han Sang, and another hunter completely astonished. She remarked that the shockwave was so strong it could be heard from a massive distance, and worried that Yu Chan-suk might be in grave danger. But the protagonist remained completely unfazed, simply blocking his ears, and rudely dismissing her musical performance as absolute garbage. Seo Yeonju smirked at his defiance, boasting that sound couldn't be blocked and that he should just struggle until he died. Considering her challenge, he thought to himself, "She said, if so, then I can't block it." With a confident smile, he simply asked, "What about this?" He unleashed Paradox Flame, not to create fire, but to burn away the very concept of sound. Caught off guard by the sudden silence, Seo Yeonju tried to scream out commands for the next attack. Horrified, both she and Lee Hae-un realized they had been completely silenced. Yu Chan-suk confirmed his strategy was a success, stating it worked just as expected. He mocked the now powerless terrorists, remarking that they lacked experience fighting on a silent battlefield. Furious, she lunged at him, dismissing his ability as a pathetic trick. Still confident in their 2-on-1 advantage, she plotted a surprise attack, ready to sacrifice one person to win. But her confidence shattered when she saw the look of utter agony on Lee Hae-un's face. The horrifying truth hit her as she realized she was the one being ambushed, with Yu Chan-suk appearing right behind her. In a flash, he dealt a fatal blow and slashed her. A flashback appeared, with Lee Hae-un recalling their original plan to capture Yu Chan-suk alive. The plan was so desperate that they even accepted that one of them might have to die. But their plan had completely crumbled before the target's overwhelming power. Back in the present, she screamed for her teammate to stop as he sealed their guy using sealing magic. Severely injured, she could only watch in horror, wondering why. Lee Hae-un desperately channeled energy, trying to make the seal tighter, but she angrily reminded him that she told him not to use the seal before subduing him. However, he argued that he had no other choice, believing he had successfully sealed Yu Chan-suk, and revealed that his barrier was designed to restrain even top-tier hunters like Lee Se-eun and Yu Chan-suk. But from inside the supposedly unbreakable barrier, a terrifying dark figure with glowing eyes emerged behind him. Panicked, Lee Hae-un realized there was no escape and screamed for his teammate to take the shield generator and run. But right at that moment, Yu Chan-suk stabbed him from behind, shattering the seal. He coughed up blood. Lee Hae-un stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how anyone could break his barrier. Yu Chan-suk now stood above them, tauntingly asking who gave them permission to leave. Acknowledging that the protagonist's strength far exceeded his imagination, Lee Hae-un decided survival was more important than the shield generator. He roared to his teammate, "Run, Seo Yeonju." Yu Chan-suk calmly challenged her to try. Then he offered the exact same cold challenge to the injured terrorist. Pushed into a corner, Lee Hae-un gritted his teeth, agreeing to leave the shield generator behind. With an intimidating gaze, Yu Chan-suk issued a final warning. "Try running." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the aftermath of another battle at Hamburg Central Station. Lee Se-eun stood bruised yet resilient after a brutal fight with a man known only as the Captain. Her opponent abruptly decided to end the match, casually saying, "Let's stop here for today." Surprised by his sudden retreat, she could only ask, "What?" The Captain praised her, stating that her very existence was proof of the superiority of the Korean race. She smirked, asking if he actually believed in that fake pseudo-historical theory. This theory was an extreme belief about a primordial Korean empire that supposedly ruled Eurasia some 60,000 years ago. This was the ideological foundation used by the terrorist group descendants of Dangun to recruit followers. However, in a shocking confession, the Captain flatly denied believing in that theory and called those beliefs insane, leaving Lee Se-eun confused as to why he supported it. The man revealed his cynical philosophy. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not, as long as his followers believed. The image of Yoo Chan-suk fighting flashed by, representing the power that belief could awaken. He explained that their faith would drive them to partake in his grand dream, because belief didn't need proof. His chilling monologue ended with the line, "You just have to believe," before he vanished. Lee Se-eun stood alone amidst the ruins, her opponent having teleported away. She glanced around the desolate battlefield, digesting the strange and inconclusive end to the fight. Leaning heavily on her greatsword, she managed to stay standing after the grueling battle. Finally, left alone, she let out a tired sigh. Pondering the narrow-eyed bastard's escape, he noted the terrorist's extreme ruthlessness. He realized that the guy had practically carved away his own flesh just to escape. As he contemplated pursuing him, an emergency radio call from Mission Control cut him off. He learned that they had lost contact with Commander Lee Se-eun, and in her absence, a new order was being issued. He was stunned when he was suddenly given temporary command of the entire relief train mission. Just then, a group of terrorists lunged from behind, shouting, "Die, you bastard!" However, he dodged the attack with ease, and with a counterattack, he kicked the guy away. When the other one lunged at him, he took him down with a powerful, brutal kick before the man could even touch him. Then, with a quick and clean slash of his sword, he cut down the last one. After defeating them, he stepped into his new role, immediately taking command and giving his first order: depart immediately, leaving the missing commander behind. He acknowledged that despite receiving opposition from Lee Se-eun's group, he still made the difficult decision not to stop the train for her. And even though he knew this decision might affect their future relationship, he remained steadfast in his choice without regret. He justified the decision, asserting that the mission to transport relief supplies was more important than any individual. However, deep down, he expressed belief in her strength, hoping she would return safely. But his thoughts were cut short by a panicked assistant. The assistant gasped for air while Yoo Chan-suk calmly asked what was going on. He smirked, confirming that he knew she would be fine, just as the assistant announced that Commander Lee Se-eun had returned. And right at that moment, Lee Se-eun, though heavily injured but still alive, returned dramatically, proving his assessment that she wouldn't die so easily. While recovering in the medical bay, she confirmed she wasn't angry, saying he had done the right thing with the temporary command she had entrusted to him. He later asked about her cold expression, curious why she wasn't more emotional about the situation. Hearing this, she admitted that she was distracted, constantly replaying the battle with a powerful archer in her head, and confessed that even she couldn't see a clear path to victory against this formidable new enemy. Afterward, she humbly admitted that if the captain hadn't gone easy on her, she wouldn't even be able to walk. However, Yoo Chan-suk realistically stated that sudden epiphanies were nonsense, and they had to fight to earn their strength. With a determined look, she agreed with his assessment of their current weaknesses. Changing the subject, she asked about the mission status, and he confirmed that the distribution of relief supplies was proceeding smoothly. He smirked, clarifying that it was going smoothly in his own way, hinting at his usual unconventional methods. He then stated the next step. Once the supplies for the UK were loaded, she would transport the shield generators. Realizing the implication, she asked if this meant he intended to stay in the UK. He confirmed his plan, saying he believed the descendants of Dangun would certainly attack again, and revealed his plan was to stay in the UK to train, then faced the new challenge on the way back to South Korea. He then shocked her by announcing his intention to conquer the Level 1 Bratsk rift, the fridge. She was astonished by his leisurely decision, remembering how difficult even her own first Level 1 rift had been. However, he clarified that he would take Han Sang with him, causing Lee Se-eun to irritably call them both crazy. Refusing to be left behind, the injured commander declared she would also stay to support and explained Bratsk, a place where its rift was considered one of the weaker Level 1 threats. She then said, but even so, Level 1 is still Level 1, and reminded him of his grand declaration to smash every rift and save the world. She then challenged him to keep that faith after experiencing the true horror of a Level 1 rift. With a confident smile, he accepted the challenge, adding that he had a favor to ask of her. Meanwhile, at a spacious private mansion in the UK, Han Sang asked if training here, so far from their mission target, was okay. The protagonist brushed off her concerns, saying that because they were a rapid response team, location didn't matter, and explained that as long as they complied with their contract by reporting hourly, the higher-ups wouldn't interfere. She then presented a bucket of elixirs she had prepared for him, noting that they were scarce. He smiled, satisfied with the amount she was able to obtain for his training. To her surprise, he swallowed all the elixirs at once, saying it would be less bitter that way. Now fully recharged, he declared it was time for her training to begin. However, his unconventional training tool was dozens of egg cartons, leaving her extremely confused. In his left hand, he held a regular egg that contained no mana for comparison. To illustrate, he held an egg in his right hand and channeled a stream of mana inside. She watched intently as he manipulated the mana inside the delicate shell. After cracking both eggs, he revealed the results. The mana-infused egg had its yolk and white perfectly mixed inside the unbroken shell. She immediately grasped the idea, realizing this was a difficult exercise to train fine mana control. He couldn't help but tease her for her rare moment of quick understanding and assigned her the task of mastering this technique as homework to improve her poor mana control. Eager to start, he was surprised when she began to walk away because she had thought training would begin immediately. At this point, he clarified that the egg exercise was just homework for her free time, before asking what she thought their real training would be. He then mysteriously told her to recall the lesson from their first training session. When he said that real training always begins with live combat, Lee Se-eun appeared, ready for a sparring match. Han Sang was shocked to realize their training was a 2-on-1 match against the world's 10th rank hunter. The scene then shifted to a dark, hidden laboratory where someone was humming eerily. The defeated terrorist Kim Ji-hyun was tied tightly to an operating table. He was the source of the humming. The scientist Dr. Seo greeted the man who was now awake from his perspective. Ji-hyun drowsily asked where he was, and the doctor explained he had been moved from the hospital to this private laboratory. Still tied up and gagged, he demanded to know why he was brought here. Dr. Seo casually joked that he brought the dying guy here just to save him from the sorrow of having to stare at the hospital ceiling. Despite being helpless, the prisoner still glared with murderous intent, wishing death upon his captor. But the doctor shocked him by saying he wouldn't even be able to breathe without a mana respirator, so he shouldn't overexert himself, and, anyway, the person you should be angry at isn't me. The doctor then revealed his true purpose. He had succeeded in a new experiment and had an offer for him. With a sinister smile, Dr. Seo leaned down and gave the helpless young terrorist a chance for revenge. A month after the final encounter with the terrorists, Han Sang-a's grueling mana control training continued. Although she tried her best, she dropped another egg, a crucial part of Yu Chan-suk's training program. Frustrated, she admitted that she still hadn't mastered the fine control needed to cook an egg with her power. But Yu Chan-suk cut her off, announcing that her 5-minute break was over and it was time to continue. Even though she was exhausted, she tightened her resolve and agreed to continue the arduous training session. A perfectly fried egg lay on the plate, a silent testament to the difficult training she was going through. Afterward, the team conducted a 2-on-1 session with Lee Se-eun with 2 goals: to become stronger and improve teamwork. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang coordinated their attacks rhythmically, aimed at the world's 10th ranked hunter. The first goal of this grueling training session was simple: for both of them to become stronger. Yu Chan-suk observed intently, guiding his student through the intense sparring session. As Han Sang-a and Lee Se-eun clashed in a flurry of blows, the student's new skills were put to the test. Pushed back by Lee Se-eun's strength, Han Sang-a cried out that she hadn't even been able to touch her yet. Lee Se-eun relentlessly pressed the attack, not giving her students a moment to breathe. Then Yu Chan-suk joined in. His attack timed perfectly to create an opening. Lee Se-eun was stunned when Yu Chan-suk successfully disarmed her, causing her great sword to fly out and immediately ordering Han Sang-a to take advantage of the opening to land a hit. This revealed the second goal, improving the teamwork between the two of them. Lee Se-eun's eyes widened as she waited for Han Sang-a's next move, and Han Sang-a unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, showing her improved control and strength. Lee Se-eun impressively admitted she hadn't expected to be disarmed, acknowledging her student's progress. She praised Han Sang-a, remarking that she had improved a lot over the past month of training. However, she playfully added that she still had to teach the girl how to keep a tight grip on her weapon. Suddenly, the training was cut short by an emergency call from Lee Se-eun's communication system. The caller reported a surprise attack from the descendants of Dangun and noted a strange black smoke surrounding the shield generator. With an urgent request for backup, Yu Chan-suk and Lee Se-eun exchanged grim, resolute looks. Without a word, the whole team rushed to the scene of the attack. In the car, Yu Chan-suk complained about Han Sang-a's reckless driving. She replied that she was the only one with a license. While being jostled in the back seat, a nauseated Lee Se-eun begged her to drive more carefully. Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk's eyes widened in alarm as a figure appeared before them. A monstrous purple-skinned creature slammed against the windshield, causing the car to screech to a halt. The impact shattered the glass, and the car careened wildly. While Han Sang panicked, thinking she had just run someone over, Yu Chan-suk calmly told her that was not the case. He clarified that their attacker was definitely not human, as its monstrous body crawled off the hood. The monster then stood up and ominously declared, "Found you." When the monster's face became clear, Yu Chan-suk realized it was the defeated terrorist, Kim Ji-hyun. In a dark image, the monstrous Kim Ji-hyun whispered his target's name, Yu Chan-suk. Now fully exposed, the grotesquely mutated Kim Ji-hyun mocked Yu Chan-suk about the sacrifices he had to pay for this power. Filled with rage, the mutated Kim Ji-hyun lunged with blinding speed. His terrifying attack tore through a nearby building after Yu Chan-suk narrowly dodged. Kim Ji-hyun was stunned that his opponent had dodged the attack. He acknowledged Yu Chan-suk's durability, muttering that he had known it wouldn't be that easy. Sure enough, Yu Chan-suk stepped out of the dust unscathed, ready to face his hateful enemy. Confused, he wondered how Kim Ji-hyun could move, let alone fight, after he had scorched away all his muscle strength. He quickly changed plans, deciding to handle Kim Ji-hyun himself while sending Han Sang-a to the harbor and Lee Se-eun to the terrorist headquarters. Lee Se-eun casually remarked that the monster seemed to particularly hate him. With a deathly serious look, she told him to be sure to finish the job. Since their car was ruined, she told the panicked Han Sang that they had to get out and run. As the two women fled, Kim Ji-hyun mockingly remarked how funny it was to see the great Lee Se-eun forced to run away. However, he vowed to hunt them all down and tear them apart for what they had done to him. But his hateful gaze shifted straight to Yu Chan-suk, declaring he was the first one who had to die. Unfazed, Yu Chan-suk smirked at the threat, comparing the opponent's power level to the weak Incheon Batman monster. This drove Kim Ji-hyun mad, remembering how he had sworn revenge every day since Yu Chan-suk had left him crippled, and he roared that his only goal now was to bring similar pain to the person who had ruined him. With a final declaration that he would tear him to pieces, he lunged at Yu Chan-suk for the first time. Yu Chan-suk assessed his opponent calmly, silently admitting that this time it might actually be a little dangerous. Meanwhile, Han Sang arrived at the harbor and found it eerily silent, with bodies lying everywhere. Observing the bloody scene, she wondered if the hunters stationed there had been completely wiped out. Unbeknownst to her, a group of people was watching from the rooftops as she cautiously moved between shipping containers. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she sensed danger. Figures lunged from the air, and upon landing, they cracked the ground. A masked bandit appeared, surprised to see there was still one survivor amidst the slaughter. Before long, more bandits surrounded their target, realizing she was the wealthy miss of the KY group. The bandit leader smirked, announcing a plan to collect a huge ransom. Completely unfazed, Sang casually wondered if these three bandits had really wiped out the entire harbor by themselves, before belittling their redundant way of speaking. She playfully informed her would-be kidnappers that their way of addressing her sounded very forced. She even blatantly suggested that KY Group Miss, or even KY Group's kid, would work, leaving the bandit stunned. Her bold reaction made one bandit burst out laughing. He mocked her, calling her a village idiot instead of an arrogant rich girl, and said he had originally intended to demand a ransom, but looking at her state, he doubted they would get the full price. They lunged at her, promising to leisurely play with the prey they had caught. Han Sang steeled herself, assessing that she had to take down three bandits, each with twice her mana. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind for the tough battle ahead and recalled her master's important lesson. In real combat, it isn't the amount of mana that matters, but the calmness to read its flow. Recalling her master's training, she kept her cool as the bandits lunged forward. With the odds heavily against her, she was determined to just hold on until he arrived. In a flashback, Dr. Seo Junwoo explained an experiment with Kim Ji-hyun, promising to inject new power into his body and increase his physical strength by 76 times. The doctor added that this new power would also give him a significant amount of mana, helping him escape his reliance on the respirator. However, he issued a grim warning. This tremendous power comes with severe side effects. He described the painful price in detail: shattered bones, twisted internal organs, and eyes burning as if on fire. Despite the horrific consequences, the doctor coldly considered it a cheap price for a new body, causing Kim Ji-hyun to shrink back in fear. He then mocked the panicked young man, triumphantly asking if he was afraid, and reminded him that this pain was nothing compared to the future of living as a cripple, which made him bow in submission. He then provided the ultimate motivation, a chance to inflict a fate far worse upon Yu Chan-suk, and the mere mention of that name was enough to rekindle his spirit of revenge. Back in the present, the mutated Kim Ji-hyun roared that he was tired of staring at the hospital ceiling. Full of hatred, he declared there was only one thing he needed to see. With one final roar for revenge, he lunged at Yu Chan-suk, determined to see his miserable corpse. Yu Chan-suk, however, only looked on with complete boredom, utterly unimpressed. With an ease that was almost insulting, he blocked the monster's flurry of manic punches. As the opponent's powerful blows descended, Chan-suk easily pushed back and countered with indifference. He nonchalantly used his spear shaft to deflect and counter the frantic assault. The mutated Kim Ji-hyun could only stare in astonishment, unable to understand how his enhanced strength could be neutralized so easily by a powerful strike with the spear shaft. Chan-suk sent him flying. Thrown into the air, the man was shocked to wonder why he was being overwhelmed so easily. As he fell back to the ground, he gloomily vowed to finish Chan-suk the moment he touched down. But before he landed, he looked up in confusion, wondering what his opponent was planning. Below, Chan-suk calmly stabbed his spear into the rubble, preparing for his next move. The spearhead began to glow, gathering a brilliant and powerful source of energy. Kim Ji-hyun watched in horror, realizing with dread that Chan-suk's spear could change length at will. In the blink of an eye, Chan-suk thrust upward with the extended spear, catching the falling opponent completely by surprise. As he grabbed the spear, Chan-suk mockingly complimented his new strength. Then, with a powerful swing, he remarked that his punches were much harder than before. He then taunted his enemy, asking if his durability was as strong as his destructive power. Terrified, the man could only gasp, "What?" Chan-suk then unleashed his ultimate technique: twin spear dual trajectory, infinite repetition, to end the match. The attack was so powerful that it completely crushed the surrounding landscape. Amidst the vast rubble, Kim Ji-hyun lay shattered and completely defeated. Coughing up blood, the defeated man was desperate, wondering why even this tremendous power wasn't enough to defeat Chan-suk. Nearly unconscious and completely broken. He weakly begged Chansuk to kill him. Standing over his enemy, Chansuk calmly remarked that this whole situation felt very strange. He analyzed that mana was flowing through the guy's body like blood, a crude and impure trick that puzzled him. Then he discovered something chilling. The blood flowing in his veins wasn't even human blood. He pondered the past, recalling the thousands of years his old world had spent researching this very power, and smirked at humanity's current understanding of mana, comparing them to primitive people who had just discovered fire. The protagonist deduced that the descendants of Dangun were like primitive people trying to cut meat with a dull blade, crudely using technology they could never understand. And this power was a landmine deliberately set by a much more advanced entity. Realizing this wasn't the work of humans, he wondered if his opponent's power stemmed from mana-based contract. He understood that a powerful entity had manifested its mana, which the guy's body then accepted, sealing a dangerous deal. Chansuk told his defeated enemy that he had stupidly signed a blank check, asking if he understood the agreement he had signed. Suddenly, the gem embedded in his forehead began to crack as unstable power overwhelmed his body. From a safe distance, Chansuk watched a massive explosion erupt where his opponent had been lying. He calmly braced himself against the shockwave. Observing the aftermath, he remarked that it wasn't an explosion, but total annihilation, leaving no traces behind. And he recognized this technique. It was a contract with a type of entity familiar from his old world, a demon. The entity his enemy had contracted with must have been incredibly powerful. Slightly frustrated, he recalled having dealt with all the demons in his old world and hoped they wouldn't start appearing on Earth now. Deciding that he had more pressing concerns, he set aside the mystery of the demonic contract for the time being. Meanwhile, Han Seng-ah gasped, amazed that she had won just by pushing back their attacks. She looked at the defeated bandits, stunned that she had taken them all down by herself. A proud smile bloomed on her lips as she realized she had truly won, just as her master had predicted. But her joy of victory was cut short when she discovered one bandit still alive and fleeing. Just then, she shouted, "Stop right there!" as her electric sword materialized. With a powerful downward slash, she unleashed a bolt of lightning and eliminated the fleeing bandit. The last bandit was taken down quickly and cleanly by her. Immersed in her achievement, Han Seng-ah checked her work, proud of her improved control and wondering if she had really ended it that cleanly. Suddenly, Yu Chansuk appeared, offering a brief remark. Her fighting was clean, but she overthought things. Annoyed by the immediate critique, she asked how long he had been watching, and he bluntly replied, "Just now." After disposing of the minor threats, he turned his attention to the real reason they were there. The group converged and looked up at the giant, glowing shield generator, the mission's ultimate objective. Han explained that this generator was the pinnacle of mana technology, a device that had condensed a huge amount of energy. After finding Lee Se-eun amidst the rubble, Riley asked if this was where everyone had agreed to meet. Lee Se-eun stood tall over the defeated bandits, leisurely confirming that everyone was fine. S.A. remarked that she didn't go easy on the bandits, but Lee Se-eun firmly replied that one shouldn't go easy on a crazy mob. After everything was settled, the protagonist silently wondered how to explain Kim Ji-hyun's complex demonic contract. He realized that telling the truth about his past life wasn't difficult, but it would certainly lead to questions he couldn't answer. He imagined his teammates pressing him, and they would certainly immediately ask the obvious question, "How do you know that?" Knowing they would never believe the truth about his past life, he decided to make up a more believable story. To create a convincing lie, he intended to use some absurd details he had once heard from priests in that other world. So he began to weave his lie. He told a worried Lee Se-eun that while he was fighting Kim Jun, he was covered in smoke and heard a mysterious voice. He spoke dramatically about the warning of a fictional prophet, talking about the coming destruction from an entity that existed beyond the night. Inside, he admitted he was just piecing together nonsense to convince everyone that some powerful and suspicious force was behind it. Unexpectedly, Han Seng-ah believed the story, reasoning that in a world with spatial rifts, such monstrous entities could certainly exist. Sweat pouring down, Chulk thought to himself that he had just made up this long story on the spot. Fortunately, the lies seemed to have worked, even fooling Lee Se-eun, who was usually very observant. She remained silent, her unreadable expression suggesting she was thinking deeply about his wild story. Then she shifted the subject to something more practical, mentioning that the hunter transfer market was about to open and explaining that this wasn't just a place where hunters change companies, but a much bigger event. She said this was a critical gathering, where representatives and famous figures from every hunter company gathered to exchange key information. She realized this was the perfect opportunity to share Kano's story about the mysterious new threat. He understood that if a high-ranking hunter like her spoke up at the transfer market, other hunters wouldn't be able to ignore it. However, Lee Seun warned him that Yun Sung-yun of the Tai-Beak Guild would certainly come to confront him. Chan Seok arrogantly enjoyed his newfound fame, joking about whether Se-yun would have to beg to meet him. Han Sang-ah teased back that that person was already married, and his spouse was a woman. The protagonist quickly clarified that he was only talking about the transfer market. Dismissing everyone's worries, Konio calmly said that dealing with the Tai-Beak Guild was his own problem. The scene shifted to a flashback inside the magnificent headquarters of the Tai-Beak Hunter Guild. In a dark throne room, a blurred figure ordered his subordinate, Yun Sung-hyun, to report. The Tai-Beak Guild's fearsome representative, Song Si-hun, was introduced when he called out his subordinate's name. Yun Sung-hyun, severely injured, knelt before his master, apologizing for his failure to recruit Yu Chan-suk. Song Si-hun's eyes flashed with malice as he coldly repeated his apology. Then, with a brutal display of psychic power, he slammed his hand into Si-hun's face and suspended him in midair, furiously saying that he didn't punish just to hear apologies. Yun Sung-hyun struggled to speak, explaining that he apologized because Yu Chan-suk was much more famous than they had expected. Song Si-hun flew into a rage, asking what people would think of him if he couldn't even handle a simple recruitment. Declaring his hatred for weak excuses, he unleashed another round of cruel punishment upon his subordinate. Terrified, Yun Sung-hyun finally told the truth. Yu Chan-suk had flatly said he had no intention of joining Tai-Beak. Song Si-hun coldly dismissed this, asking if Chan Seok's intentions mattered, and declared that there would be no second chances for failure. The flashback ended with his final, firm order to drag Chan Seok into Tai-Beak during the transfer period. Back in the present, Chan-suk sensed trouble, asking about the strange men outside, just as Han Sang-ah confirmed they had arrived. Sure enough, a pathetic-looking Yun Sung-yun, accompanied by two identical henchmen, had appeared for a confrontation. The Tai-Beak men sat across from Chan Ok and his team for tense negotiations. Yun Sung-hyun didn't mince words, demanding that Konio fulfill his promise to join them as soon as the transfer market opened. Chan-suk calmly announced that the conditions had changed, pointing out that their aggressive approach showed they never intended to negotiate fairly. He continued to analyze their company, saying that Tai-Beak was different from other guilds, which were just loose alliances. He sharply observed that having only one sole representative was both Tai-Beak's greatest strength and its fatal weakness. Yun Sung-hyun gritted his teeth as Chan-suk accurately pointed out Song Si-hun as the absolute master of their guild. However, he further insulted them by pointing out that their master didn't even operate like a hunter. The Tai-Beak minions were startled when the protagonist asked bluntly if a hunter who doesn't operate is still called a hunter. He delivered the verbal finishing blow, dismissing their revered leader as just a wealthy, unemployed guy. Yun Sung-hyun tried to suppress his anger, warning him to keep his mouth shut if he didn't want to die anonymously. Chan-suk just smirked, thinking to himself that their blind loyalty proved Song Si-hun was at least good at restraining his subordinates. After thoroughly provoking his opponent and making his decision, he calmly declined their offer. Furious, the guy roared that Chan-suk had no right to choose. Completely losing his composure, he flipped the heavy table straight at him. Chan-suk watched the flying table with a bored expression, completely unfazed by the aggressive display. With just a light punch, Yun Sung-hyun smashed the table before it reached the protagonist. He lunged through the debris, throwing an angry punch at his target. The force of the punch was strong enough to tear through the air, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. Yet Konio dodged with speed and ease, leaving behind only a blur. The powerful punch missed completely, destroying the wall behind him. The protagonist leisurely commented that the opponent's punch was strong enough to be considered a wrecking ball. Seeing the opponent only using brute strength, he intended to respond in kind. But suddenly he jumped as he felt a massive, invisible force pressing down on him. He struggled against the invisible pressure, realizing that something was strongly restricting his movements. While trying to move, he accurately identified this as a mana-based attack. But in a split second, he was astonished to discover that Yun Sung-hyun's two henchmen had moved behind his back. Yet he had known beforehand that these two identical guys weren't the primary combatants, and he correctly deduced that the pair's specialty was manipulating mana to support the main fighter. When he couldn't move, Yun Sung-hyun lunged and used a powerful punch to pin him to the ground. The battle with the Taebeek Guild continued as Yun Sung-hyun took advantage, pressing his attack on a Yu Chan-suk lying on the ground. Chan-suk narrowly avoided a fatal blow, realizing the opponent was aiming straight for his temple with murderous intent. Yun Sung-hyun issued his final ultimatum: join the Taebeek Guild or be crushed right on the spot. But Chan-suk was completely unfazed, even feigning fear ironically before turning the tables. He unleashed the Paradox Flame, engulfing the Taebeek minions in swirling purple energy. One of them panicked, screaming as his own mana was being violently drained by that strange power. The remaining Taebeek law enforcers were horrified to witness their mana manipulation abilities completely fail as their power was drained away. Chan-suk coldly asked if they really thought this was the first time he'd been threatened with death. His eyes glowed, declaring that he was sick and tired of these kinds of empty threats. As one henchman trembled in fear, he calmly explained that his Paradox Flame would not go out. On the contrary, it would burn until they died, incinerating even the strength from the muscles they used to breathe. Trapped by the flames, a panicked Yun Sung-hyun finally realized he was facing real death. In a final attempt, he roared, asking if his opponent dared to kill a hunter of the powerful Taebeek Guild. Chan-suk sneered, reminding his opponent of Taebeek's own motto, "Survival belongs to the strong." He went on to offer his own ruthless interpretation of that doctrine. The survival of the strong is simply the weak being killed by the strong. Lee Se-eun and Han Sang-ah could only watch in stunned silence as the confrontation came to a bloody end. When Lee Se-eun pointed out that he had just killed a Taebeek hunter, he nonchalantly replied that the guy couldn't just stand there and let himself be killed. He brushed off her concerns about retaliation, saying that he and the Taebeek Guild were fundamentally incompatible. However, she warned him to be careful with Taebeek's representative, a powerful psychic user named Song Si-hun. She described Song Si-hun as a walking catastrophe, capable of using telekinesis to toss around the city's iconic buildings. Chan-suk bluntly asked if this person was stronger than her. Lee Se-eun revealed that even a hunter as strong as Song Si-hun had a weakness: range. His destructive psychic power only functioned within a 20-meter radius. Chan-suk remarked that it was hardly a weakness, since Song Si-hun only needed to block all attacks within his control zone. Thinking about the future, he realized he needed to quickly boost his reputation before the hunter transfer market opened. With the data from the UK shield generator about to be collected, he knew time was of the essence. Want to make a big splash? He suddenly asked if they could clear the level 1 corrosive rift in Russia, a place famously known as the Freezer. Lee Se-eun mused, explaining that from level 1 and above, rifts not only contain powerful monsters, but also contain difficult gimmicks. However, she gave a fairly vague success probability of 40%, explaining that these gimmicks were special rules or puzzles that had to be solved to clear the rift. They could be pressing buttons in a specific order or following a special pattern to destroy the rift's core. These unique mechanics are characteristic of high-level rifts, requiring more than mere brute force. Chan-suk realized that the Tsushima rift lacked a gimmick only because the descendants of Dangun had interfered with. Lee Se-eun pointed out that solving gimmicks required experience, which both Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah currently lack. He was startled to learn that the reward for clearing the Freezer was a whopping 38 billion won. Realizing the scale of the challenge, she said they would need to hire a full support team to even attempt it. She prepared to call in favors from subordinates and a hunter firm in Japan to assemble the force. The protagonist agreed, admitting they needed a large army just to pave a way through the slime horde guarding the rift. After deducting costs for the support team, Lee Se-eun calculated that Chan-suk and Sang-ah would each receive about 1.5 billion won. When Sang-ah asked what would happen if they failed, Lee Se-eun bluntly said they would have to pay off the debt to the hired team after finally succeeding, and clarified the harsh reality of failure, a lifetime of debt from which only Han Sang-ah's family background could save her. However, she also dangled the bait of success, promising that if they won, the money would flow in automatically. Chan-suk realized this was an all-in bet. Riley lamented if life really needed to be this complicated. Ultimately, the allure of the 1.5 billion won was too great, and he decided to accept the mission. A week later, a woman named Ja Soo-jong from the embargo tower delivered the contract and mission details to them. She explained one critical rule. The freezer rift only allowed 2 people inside, meaning Chan-suk and Sang-ah would be completely alone. As the helicopter took off, she wished the pair luck on their dangerous mission. On the way to the scene, Chan-suk asked how Lee Se-eun could recruit a team when he and S.A. could die, at which point no one would pay. Lee Se-eun just smiled mysteriously, confidently saying she had her own ways. She revealed her secret weapon, 2 life-saving crystal candies. These were rare items borrowed from the Hunter Association, which would forcibly teleport them out of the rift if they were near death. However, the price was that once used, they would permanently be forbidden from ever returning to that corrosive rift. While Sang-ah remarked that failure would be a huge disaster, Lee Se-eun added that this challenge was even more difficult because media were following them due to the association's involvement. The protagonist acknowledged that if he failed, not only would he fall in a massive debt, but the reputation and credibility he had spent years building would vanish. As they neared the destination, Lee Se-eun announced they were about to enter the corrosion zone. She instructed Han Sang-ah and Chan-suk to turn on their earpieces. An operator from a support team confirmed a stable connection with both hunters. The mission leader introduced herself as part of the Seagull operator team. They would be the eyes and ears for the entire campaign. She confirmed they had entered the corrosion zone and reiterated the final objective: eliminate the Level 1 rift at Bratsk. The operator reported 778 slime entities in the area, and the support team would draw their attention to clear the way. It confirmed one last time that only Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah were allowed to enter the rift. Chan-suk thought about the decision not to bring Lee Se-eun. He knew that if she came along, his achievements would be overshadowed. After all, if the world's 10th ranked hunter tagged along, it would look like he was being carried on someone else's back. But if he cleared a Level 1 rift only with his student Han Sang-ah, he could assert his own legend. Sensing his ambition, Lee Se-eun admitted she was worried, asking if he was sure he would be okay. Konio admitted this was a big gamble, but he was ready to choose the path with the highest reward. With forged determination, he declared, "The stage is set. Now we just have to perform well." In that moment, facing what seemed like a hopeless battle, his goal became clear and singular. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah moved quickly through the frozen city landscape toward the rift entrance. Suddenly, the protagonist alerted the support team about the monsters closing in. The professionally trained support team quickly drew the attention of the slime horde, opening a path for the main duo. However, skilled as they were, the team reported casualties, forced to regroup and call for reinforcements. A sniper took aim, preparing to pull a massive horde of 25 slimes away from the entrance. Han Sang-ah was impressed by the support team's incredible efficiency in clearing the way. Chan-suk only reminded her that hiring good people came with a worthy price. When the path was finally cleared, the operator confirmed they had approached and stood before the maw of the fiercely guarded Level 1 Korean rift. Pressure mounted as the operator gave them exactly 30 seconds to go inside, leaving Sang-ah unprepared. With a final wish for luck, the support team watched Chan-suk and Sang-ah dive headlong into the unknown space. The 2 hunters fell freely through the distorted space of the corrosive rift. They landed in a colossal ice room that looked like a frozen palace. Chan-suk surveyed the surroundings, wondering if they had stumbled into some royal palace. But his observations were cut short when he suddenly realized Sang-ah had disappeared. An invisible voice rang out, welcoming him to the ballroom and offering a riddle. One will act, the other will observe, and they can only succeed when together. Confused by the sudden separation and the cryptic message, he wondered what kind of gimmick this was. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his head. Han Sang-ah warned via telepathy that he shouldn't budge an inch. Unable to see her, he called out, asking if they had been separated into two different spaces. But she urgently informed him that an invisible blade was at his throat, which startled him. He realized he was completely blind to the dangers around him. Seeing the ethereal form of her on the other side of the room, he asked his new eyes to describe the situation. She reported a terrifying sight: a sword at his throat, chains surrounding him, and all sorts of weapons hovering in midair. The protagonist thought to himself that this entire ballroom was one giant invisible death trap. She discovered a new gate opening, and he confirmed it was the only thing he could see. And worse yet, a stream of slimes began to pour out from the gate. At the same time, Sang-ah panicked as she discovered her own problem. She was completely invisible and passed through everything like a ghost. The rift's cruel gimmick became clear. He was the body but could not see the danger, while she was the eyes but could not interact with matter. Accepting the challenge, he admitted that she was now his eyes, and this test required perfect coordination. He remarked that these slimes were slower than the ones outside, and quickly formulated a plan. Focusing on the tiled floor, he thought of a strategy based on a grid coordinate system. He then asked S.A. to be the navigator, using coordinates to report enemy positions and traps, a task she was ready to accept. The plan was executed, and she reported the first threat: a blade at coordinate 02. Konio prepared to strike. With a quick, clean move, he shattered the invisible trap, confirming this was a fixed obstacle. However, the debris accidentally triggered another chain, which panicked S.A. She screamed a warning, but she was a moment too late. An arrow pierced his side. While S.A. apologized, he ignored it, but his heart turned cold as he realized his warrior instincts were utterly useless here. He could not sense any danger at all. Even though he couldn't sense the attack, the pain was extremely real. He understood clearly that just one small mistake would lead to death. So, when S.A. started to explain a new trap, he cut her off, demanding only coordinates to save precious time. Their coordination became increasingly synchronized as she continuously reported coordinates for the slime's attacks and traps. Seeing a perfect opportunity, she screamed that the entire slime horde was gathering in one spot. It was his turn, and he flashed a smile, preparing to unleash a powerful finishing blow. He performed a devastating spinning attack, wiping out the entire slime horde in a single, well-timed move. After clearing the first wave, S.A. couldn't help but flash a confident, triumphant smile. But the joy was short-lived, as he was stunned to discover he had suddenly become invisible, passing through a trap. At the same time, S.A. was startled to realize she had returned to physical form. Chansuk quickly deduced that the roles had swapped, and the death trap had reset to a new configuration. Now he was the eyes, and he asked his student if she was confident enough to take on the action role. Overflowing with new confidence and electricity crackling, Han Sang-ah told her master, "Leave it to me, master." Just then, a new wave of slimes splashed onto the floor, ready for the second trial. After a fierce battle, Han Sang-ah gasped for air but stood there in a victorious stance, having single-handedly cleared the second wave. When the two reunited, Chansuk thought to himself that while this rift was difficult, it still hadn't reached the level 1 difficulty he expected. Just as he finished speaking, the giant gate leading to the next room shuddered and opened. The entire palace began to shake, and a bone-chilling cold spread. His face grew serious, and he asked S.A. if she felt that terrifying pressure. Shivering, she confirmed she felt a massive amount of mana and bone-piercing cold emanating from behind the gate. The protagonist stared intently at the throne room that had just opened. Sensing the true boss inside, his eyes blazed with power, as he declared that the true corrosive rift core was waiting for them. Before them was a large staircase, leading up to a giant throne made entirely of ice. And sitting upon it was the majestic and terrifying Ice Queen, the true core of the rift. He was separated from Sang-ah once again, wondering if he would have to face the boss alone. Suddenly, a mysterious temperature gauge appeared in his vision, the needle already hitting the red zone. He was wondering what was happening when the temperature began to drop extremely fast. The gauge hit bottom, signaling an extremely low temperature. Chan-suk cried out in horror as ice quickly covered his legs, rendering him unable to move. With her prey immobilized, the Ice Queen unleashed a deadly barrage of ice arrows. Facing the storm of attacks, he could only click his tongue in annoyance at the sudden situation. Now frozen in place, he realized the true challenge had begun, and the Ice Queen wouldn't give him a second to think. Frozen in place, Yu Chan-suk realized the true challenge had only just begun as the Ice Queen gave him no time to think. Facing the Ice Queen, he decided to play it safe, as he still didn't fully understand the mechanics of this rift. The Ice Queen smiled confidently, knowing her freezing trap had been triggered. The voice of the mission operator echoed through his earpiece, and Yu Chan-suk tried to assess the situation. He asked his student Han Sang how things were on her end. On the other side of the divided battlefield, Han Sang had discovered the source of the problem, a giant, chained-up slime monster. She reported that the giant slime was constantly dividing, birthing an entire horde of smaller versions. Hearing this, he realized he couldn't raise his own plummeting body temperature, but needed her help to survive. He explained that his body temperature was dropping uncontrollably because of the Ice Queen's ability. He felt the cold spreading throughout his body as the Queen's power began to take effect, then calculated coldly that if he couldn't turn the tide within 5 minutes, he would freeze to death. In desperation, he roared, telling her to find a way to save him at all costs. While she searched for a solution, he used his blue trajectory skill to evade the Ice Queen's attacks, buying time, while also using his spear to shatter sharp ice shards. But as his body began to freeze, his reflexes slowed dangerously. Just then, he noticed a slight rise in body temperature and immediately asked Han Sang what she had done. She explained that she had just destroyed the small slimes that were continuously spawning from the main monster. Yu Chan-suk finally understood the core mechanism of the rift. Han Sang had to deal with the slimes while he confronted the boss. For a moment, he thought the strategy to clear the dungeon would be quite simple. However, the temperature gauge displayed a new complication as it began to shift from cold to hot. As Han Sang continued to destroy slimes, the temperature skyrocketed into the red zone, causing Yu Chan-suk to overheat. Overwhelmed by a sudden, intense heat, he was at risk of being cooked from the inside. Han Sang was confused until her master warned her to pay attention to her slime-killing speed. He cried out that his body temperature was rising nonstop, and if it continued like this, he would die. Only then did he realize the truly vicious nature of this mechanism. They had to perfectly balance their slime-killing speed to keep his body temperature stable. Han Sang was forced to adjust her combat style, as letting the slimes multiply too much became a danger to herself. Han Sang was forced to adjust her combat style, as letting the slimes multiply too much became a danger to herself. He lunged toward the Ice Queen's throne, but slipped on the slick ice. The Queen seized the opportunity to attack, but thanks to the rising temperature, he easily dodged. She immediately erected a powerful hexagonal barrier, revealing that she also possessed extremely high mana resistance. Yu Chan-suk cursed in frustration, realizing that the mana resistance made direct attacks nearly impossible. Then, he noticed the temperature gauge glowing green, suggesting that this rift had even more complex layers. Just then, Han Sang reported a strange development. The splitting rate of the giant slime suddenly slowed down. Yu Chan-suk immediately deduced that the distance between him and the Ice Queen was affecting the slime's reproduction rate. To confirm the hypothesis, he proactively retreated away from the throne. Han Sang confirmed her master's suspicion, reporting that the splitting rate had increased again. Yu Chan-suk realized he was in a dilemma: move closer and freeze to death, or stand further away and let Han Sang be overwhelmed. The Ice Queen lived in arrogant satisfaction, knowing her trap left no good options for the hunters. The protagonist concluded that no matter what strategy he chose, he would eventually freeze to death. He thought about unleashing the Paradox Flame, but stopped, knowing it was too dangerous for Han Sang. He clenched his fists, realizing that the uncontrolled flames would swallow his student before she could even scream. Instead, he called out to his exhausted student, a desperate new plan forming in his mind. Accepting a long and arduous battle, he told her to just try and hold on as long as possible. And so, the two hunters entered a brutal war of attrition against the rift's relentless mechanics. Outside the rift, snow covered the city, marking the passage of time. Meanwhile, at the Mission Command Center, the Seagull operator team watched the situation with anxiety. A subordinate reported to the team leader that the two hunters had been in the rift for exactly 3 days. She stared at the screen, her expression revealing the stress of the 3-day operation, and began to wonder if they would truly survive this prolonged torment. After many days of fighting, the Ice Queen never ceased her ice magic attacks. Yu Chan-suk, exhausted and covered in injuries, struggled to withstand the relentless barrage. He groaned in frustration for having used the Paradox Flame against her for 60 consecutive hours without affecting her mana resistance. As his body began to freeze again, he desperately roared at Han Sang-ah to increase the speed of her attacks. Pushed beyond her limits, she could only gasp in pain while trying to fight. After 3 days of nonstop fighting, an exhausted Han Sang-ah admitted to herself that she could hold on no longer. Watching his body being covered in ice, he checked on his student's condition. She gritted her teeth, tried to confirm that she was still alive, at least for now. As the ice crept up his arm, he realized with dread that his student had reached her absolute limit. Heavily injured and freezing, Yu Chan-suk prepared to confront the Ice Queen in a weakened state. He looked down at the cracks in the ice under his feet as a symbol of his own collapsing body. The Ice Queen delivered a heavy blow, smashing him into the frozen floor. The impact shattered the floor, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. The impact shattered the floor, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Defeated and disarmed, he slowly dragged himself up from the deep crater. The Ice Queen smiled, enjoying her victory over the struggling hunter. Provoked by that mockery, Yu Chan-suk told the queen to wipe that look off her face. That condescending smile made him want to kill her right on the spot. Relying on 20 years of experience on deadly battlefields, he looked scornfully at the rift's mechanics. The veteran warrior challenged it, asking if this trap was truly enough to kill him, then issued a final, desperate order to Han Sang-ah. He gave a shocking command: use all remaining strength to kill off the slimes. She anxiously questioned the order, reminding him that the slimes were the only way to regulate his body temperature. With eyes burning with determination, he said that if they continued like this, they would both die anyway. He presented a cold choice between a slow death and a fast death, and a look of determination appeared on her face. Trusting in her master's plan, Han Sang-ah decided to end it brilliantly, focusing all her remaining mana. A massive electrical surge erupted from her body as she prepared her ultimate attack. She leaped high into the air, pouring all her strength into one final, decisive blow. Declaring that she would rather die quickly, she released her full power. The lightning-infused attack turned into a brilliant, star-like explosion of energy. The massive strike hit the giant slime directly, causing it to overload and explode spectacularly. With the heat source destroyed, the temperature gauge overloaded and shattered. The aftermath of that attack left him engulfed in a massive, uncontrolled wave of heat energy. His fate remained uncertain. Engulfed in the terrifying heat from the Ice Queen's final resistance, Yu Chan-suk knew that with just one moment of weakness, his soul would be incinerated. But he scoffed at that thought, reminding himself that he was the one who burned everything, not the other way around. He prepared to turn the tide by releasing his signature ability, the Paradox Flame. Planting his feet firmly, the protagonist channeled his power, a swirling black-purple aura surrounding him as he prepared to counterattack. The Ice Queen recoiled in surprise, realizing that this sudden attack was strong enough to finish her. With the tables turned, he confidently affirmed that Han Sang-ah's risky gamble was indeed the right move. Han Sang-ah breathed a sigh of relief as her master told her she did well, and from now on, he would handle the rest. Now that the Ice Queen's mana resistance had been completely burned away, he knew he could finally deal effective damage. With her defenses stripped bare, he declared that the battle was now just a one-on-one duel. The two locked eyes. Both understood the brutal reality of this war of attrition. Whoever got exhausted first would die. The cave exploded with destructive energy as the two powerful forces clashed in a fight for survival. Yu Chan-suk felt the chilling sensation with each of his opponent's relentless attacks, but remained highly focused, knowing that just one hit meant death. Not yielding easily, the Ice Queen also unleashed a powerful attack of her own. He narrowly dodged the deadly rain of ice spikes, each one a lethal threat. The two warriors met in a spectacular mid-air collision, their powers clashing violently. With a powerful kick, he sent the Ice Queen flying into the air. Leaping after her, he knew he could not leave even a single opening in his barrage. The Ice Queen counterattacked, her crystalline form glowing brightly as she unleashed an angry reprisal. After days of fighting, he had been pushed to his absolute limit, his exhausted body screaming in protest. Yet he still gathered his final reserves, lunging into the air to deliver a decisive blow. Miles away, at headquarters, Lee Se-eun sat waiting for any news from the rift. She sat calmly on the sofa, waiting for the results. When her assistant knocked on the door, she coldly invited them in. The subordinate anxiously reported that there had been no contact for 2 weeks, but Lee Se-eun calmly replied that it only meant they were still alive. She reminded the assistant that this was a level 1 rift, and even she had taken 5 days on her first attempt, so 2 weeks was a reasonable time frame. With her faith in Yu Chan-suk unshaken, she asked, "What are you worried about?" The Seagull operator admitted her concern was for Lee Se-eun's own status and reputation, which were being put on the line. She reminded her boss that everyone involved in this campaign had staked their careers on her name, and if they failed, the stain would never fade. Lee Se-eun paused for a moment, acknowledging the massive pressure weighing on this mission. Even so, she reassured her assistant, saying she appreciated the concern, but everything was fine. With firm conviction, she said, "If you trust me, then also trust them." She told herself that since no one else could enter the rift, the only certainty was that Yu Chan-suk was still alive and fighting. She continued to reason logically, confident in her disciple's abilities, and assumed the 2 weeks of silence simply meant Yu Chan-suk was fighting in his own way, a style that favored long battles. She understood that for someone like him, the longer the battle, the less it was a sign of weakness, but rather a part of his strategy. In fact, she knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the higher his chance of victory. Back inside the rift, the Ice Queen's form finally began to crack and crumble under the relentless attacks. But when he struck with his spear, she countered, knocking the spear out of his hand in midair. Afterward, he parried the next counterattack with his bare hands. He was impressed that his weapon had withstood the arduous multi-day battle without breaking, and realized that while weapon performance was important in combat, the skill of the wielder was what mattered far more. He nonchalantly caught the spinning spear as it returned to its master's hand, then unleashed the final, lethal blow. As the spear tip struck down, the rift core exploded in a brilliant light, signaling that the freezer had been successfully cleared. Back at headquarters, Lee Se-eun continued to keep anxious watch in her room. Suddenly, the communication device crackled with a weak but triumphant voice. I did it." She hurriedly grabbed the device, excitedly confirming if it was really Yu Chan-suk on the other end. Amidst the ruins of the cleansed rift, an exhausted Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah called for a helicopter. He bluntly informed the support team that he was too tired to walk back himself. A week later, his unprecedented achievement caught the world's attention. At a press conference, he made a bold statement enough to shake the foundations of the hunter community once again. The press exploded in astonishment, questioning if he was truly serious about his claim. A reporter whispered that there was no way that statement was feasible. The room buzzed with shocking news. This unaffiliated hunter declared he would eradicate all level 1 corrosive rifts. Yu Chan-suk spoke to the crowd, saying that while other hunters had made many efforts, the world would only truly change when these dangers were eliminated by hand, and declared that clearing the freezer proved that with his experience and the right support, what seemed impossible could be achieved. And trusting in his disciple Han Sang-ah, he believed that cleansing all rifts was not a distant dream. With iron determination, he vowed to save the world once again. Leaving the press conference, he sighed, annoyed at the time wasted with the reporters. A man approached to speak, but thinking it was just another reporter, he brushed him off. However, the man introduced himself as an agent for the KY conglomerate, requesting the presence of both him and Ms. Han Sang-ah. The titles KY conglomerate and Ms. shocked them both, and Han Sang-ah muttered nervously, "Grandfather." The agent confirmed her fear, saying Chairman Han Sang-cho wanted to see them. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah were summoned to a flashy nightclub, a rather strange and uncomfortable location for an important meeting. Dressed in formal suits, they were escorted through the cold and imposing corridors of the nightclub. Yu Chan-suk looked annoyed, asking why they were called to a place with so many bizarre rooms. Suddenly, a hand gripped a cane, and a voice rang out, "Welcome," signaling the start of a tense encounter. The pair met an old man surrounded by girls. He coldly asked if their trip had gone well. Han Soo-hee, the chairman's granddaughter, glanced at Yu Chan-suk, impressed by his handsomeness and wondering why there weren't handsome men like that in her own family. Her brother, Han, immediately scolded her, reminding her to maintain decorum in front of the chairman. Hearing familiar words like Ani and Appa, Han Sang-ah began to piece together the identities of those around her and quickly deduced that the person sitting in the middle was the clan patriarch. Sure enough, that powerful man officially introduced himself as Han Sang-cho, chairman of the Kimyong conglomerate. He tried to act hospitable, inviting them to sit down and relax with his family. However, Yu Chan-suk immediately realized the extravagant setting, and the women were just a crude intimidation tactic from the start. Undeterred, he retorted with a sharp, cynical jibe, mocking the chairman's luxurious taste and suggesting he should line up the women naked. But the chairman denied it, coldly explaining that since youth could not be possessed, he chose to collect it. Getting straight to the point, he asked if Yu Chan-suk was serious about his declaration to cleanse all Level 1 rifts. When he replied, "Would I dare lie in a place like that, considering the context?" The chairman scoffed, skeptically saying that 80% of what people say at press conferences were lies. Yu Chan-suk replied that the problem wasn't the press conference, but the attitude of the person organizing it. The chairman looked at him, remarking that this young hunter was much ruder than he had imagined. But he stood his ground, asserting he didn't believe he was in a position where he had to bow first, and boldly declared that even facing the chairman of Kimyong, he was still ready to strike. Chairman Han Sang-cho issued a veiled threat, warning that challenging him meant having no future in South Korea. Yu Chan-suk smirked, seeing through the power play and realizing this was the act of a man who had too much to lose, then said, "But anyway, for a novice hunter, isn't this a bit too much? Not to mention, I still don't know why you called me here, Mr. Chairman." Seeing his intimidation tactic failed, the chairman coldly dismissed the women from the room and explained his true motive. Hiring hunters from the association often conflicted with his company's interests. Yu Chan-suk immediately grasped the situation, asking if the chairman wanted to establish a private hunter organization within his company. The chairman confirmed his plan to create a security management team. Annoyed by his grandchildren's reaction, he officially proposed that Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah lead this new security team. Yu Chan-suk scoffed, unable to believe this old man was asking him to break a public promise he had made only hours before. Before he could continue, Han Sang anxiously interrupted the negotiation to speak to her grandfather. Recalling the tragic death of her family, she asked with a choked voice if this new plan meant giving up on revenge against Clubshot Eye. Her grandfather, however, casually advised her not to be consumed by vengeance, considering her life's purpose merely a youthful impulse. She whispered that from the first time she held a sword, she had sworn to herself. With teary eyes but a steady voice, she declared she would cut down anything standing in the way of her revenge, even her own family. When a relative shouted her name in anger, Han Sang-ah's unwavering stance made her position clearer than ever. Seeing an opportunity, Yu Chan-suk officially rejected the chairman's offer, siding with Han Sang-ah. But with just a snap of his fingers, the chairman revealed his trap, coldly declaring that he had never considered refusal an option. Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk was surprised to realize 2 bodyguards were standing behind him. The chairman began a cold monologue, asking if the young hunter knew how he had achieved this position of power, then revealed his ruthless philosophy. If someone did not stand on his side, he would crush them. Yu Chan-suk scoffed, asking if the chairman's plan relied solely on a few big, muscle-bound bodyguards. However, he was momentarily taken aback, shocked that the chairman could sense his techniques. The chairman then revealed that this room was a mana regulation vault, and he had just cut off the supply, making Yu Chan-suk appear to have lost all his power, then offered a final, cruel choice. Either submit to his control or leave this place as a corpse. To the chairman's utter astonishment, Yu Chan-suk simply smiled, completely undeterred by the threat. The chairman calmly said that his patience also had its limits, and right at that moment, he discovered his body was freezing. The biting cold air crackled around him with a chilling, murderous intent, while Yu Chan-suk revealed that he had also prepared in advance for this confrontation. In a flashback, Lee Se-yoon was seen curiously examining the rewards Yu Chan-suk had obtained from the refrigerator rift. Among the spoils was a mana-resistant long coat and a small box containing a strange ring. This reward was revealed to be a powerful artifact called the Ring of Domination. It possessed the ability to freeze enemies into solid stone if they failed to withstand its overwhelming power. More importantly, its freezing ability required no mana, completely neutralizing the chairman's mana-cutting trap. Returning to the present, Chairman Han Sang-cho was utterly stunned, realizing his flawless trap had been shattered so easily. He was both annoyed and wondering why all wealthy people had to be so predictably arrogant. He stomped his foot on the table, displaying his dominance over the helpless old man, leaned in close, and declared that worldly concepts like power, money, or rules meant nothing to him. Terrified and completely overwhelmed, the chairman broke out in a sweat and stammered, asking what he wanted. With a predatory look in his eyes, Yu Chan-suk coldly repeated the question toward him, "What do I want?" A moment later, after claiming victory, he and his teammates sped away from the Kumyeon group building in a car. While Han Sang remarked that he was making powerful enemies, Yu Chan-suk was confident that he was far too strong to be pushed around by them. Just then, she was shocked to receive a text message from her grandfather, and he immediately asked if the old man had cut off her supply of elixirs. She told him a message said something completely different, and Yu Chan-suk let out a smirk as she read the chairman's message aloud. "Come get your medicine." At that moment, he admitted that the old man had an extraordinary sense of smell when it came to money. When asked by his granddaughter why he was funding such a rude person, the chairman simply posed a question about what truly mattered to a businessman. The answer, he revealed, was ambition, a quality he saw in abundance. And he declared that out of everyone he had ever met, the crazy and unpredictable Yu Chan-suk had the greatest ambition of all. The scene shifted to a noisy, crowded grand hall packed with prospective hunters. Right at that moment, a booming voice asked if everyone had gathered to participate in the auditions. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang stepped into the hall, now wearing their combat gear and ready for the next phase. With new funding secured, he coldly announced that it was time to start recruiting new members for their team. Yu Chan-suk stood before the massive crowd of hopeful hunters, ready to kick off the recruitment trials for his new team. Standing beside Han Sang, he casually asked the candidates who wanted to be the first to challenge him. The scene flashed back to a few hours earlier, revealing the press conference that led to this packed spectacle. At the press conference, he made a bold and unwavering declaration that he would save the world at any cost. He extended an invitation to all capable hunters sharing the same goal, announcing that he would select his team through a public audition, and added that their ultimate objective was to eradicate the infamous club Shaddai Rift. He concluded his ambitious announcement with a vow to systematically bring down the world's remaining most dangerous rifts, known as the 8 Great Rifts. Returning to the present, a battle-hardened, scarred hunter stepped forward, acknowledging that he had heard that bold speech. The challenger praised the speech, and his confident stride showed he was not just another nameless face in the crowd as he faced him directly, confirming he was there to answer the call to purge the Tier 1 rift. Declaring his intention to join, the veteran hunter boasted of his 5 years of hard-fought combat experience in grueling Tier 2 rifts. But Yu Chan-suk cut him off midway, bluntly remarking that this experienced hunter did not make the cut. The veteran hunter stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend such a swift and insulting rejection. The veteran hunter stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend such a swift and insulting rejection. Yet Yu Chan-suk remained completely calm in the face of that anger, his icy attitude forming a sharp contrast with his opponent's fury. Without another word, the enraged hunter charged forward, determined to prove his worth through sheer strength. Just a moment later, the battle was over, with the protagonist standing right on top of the newly and swiftly defeated challenger, telling him that this wasn't child's play and that he would have to scold the chairman later when they met. After dealing with the first applicant, he calmly ordered the stunned crowd to continue, one by one, and thus the grueling public recruitment officially began. A lengthy period of 8 hours passed, during which Yu Chan-suk continuously defeated an endless stream of challengers. With a single blow, he sent one person flying to crash against the arena wall, forcing them to concede total defeat. After weeding out 214 applicants, he coldly dismissed the latest loser and called for the next one, his stamina seeming endless. Internally, he grew increasingly annoyed, complaining that despite such a massive turnout, he still hadn't found a single useful candidate, and thinking to himself that he didn't even need to use high-level techniques, because most opponents were so weak that just the ring of domination was enough to beat them. Sighing in disappointment, he began to think that hoping to find a worthy teammate so quickly he might have been too optimistic. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a new presence caught his attention. A stylish sniper carrying a colossal rifle introduced himself as Jong Hun, expressing his eagerness to join the team. Intrigued by the new challenger's confidence, he simply told him, "Come on in." With a confident smile, Jong Hun took his stance and declared the battle begun. Catching Yu Chan-suk by surprise, the opponent used mana-enhanced boots to launch himself high into the air. From his aerial vantage point, he fired a powerful mana bullet straight down. The golden bullet tore through the wind, aiming directly at the protagonist who appeared to be standing still. To counter this, he activated his signature technique, Paradox Flame. With intense focus, he prepared his counterattack against the incoming projectiles. He then unleashed a unique application of his power, creating 3 fireballs to burn away the bullet spin, a bizarre technique that allowed him to easily deflect the high-speed, high-powered bullet. Jong Hun was stunned to see his attack nullified in such an unconventional way. Wasting no time, Yu Chan-suk closed the distance, leaping straight toward the sniper hovering in midair, and delivered a devastating kick that slammed his opponent into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Landing gracefully, he looked up with an amused smirk, wondering what trick the sniper would pull next. Seeing Jong Hun flying freely thanks to his mana boots, he admitted to himself that he had never met a hunter who fought in the air with a gun like that, correctly deducing that Jong Hun was using mana to elevate himself, while the arrogant sniper confirmed he still had a few more moves up his sleeve. Refusing to give up, Jong Hun challenged him to continue the aerial dogfight as a high-speed battle ensued, with Yu Chan-suk deftly maneuvering through the sky while using his spear to deflect the rain of bullets. Jong Hun launched a relentless barrage of attacks, trying to overwhelm his opponent with sheer firepower. After 30 tense minutes, however, the fatigue of the prolonged aerial combat began to show on the panting hunter's face. Exhausted as he was, Jong Hun just smiled, admitting that he had hoped to at least land a lucky hit, but failed completely. Yu Chan-suk once again saw potential in the sniper, hinting that he wasn't out of tricks yet, but Jong Hun modestly denied it, saying he didn't have the kind of skills his opponent was implying. Inspecting the weapon, Yu Chan-suk remarked that the gun wasn't designed for close-quarters bullet shredding, which only drew a knowing smirk from Jong Hun. Provoked, he planted his spear into the ground, deciding to give his opponent one final chance. He stood as still as a statue, challenging him to pour all his power into one decent shot, while internally admitting that his curiosity had been piqued by the sniper's unique abilities. Thrilled by the opportunity, Jong Hun eagerly accepted, playfully warning that even a glancing blow would hurt like hell. Yu Chan-suk smirked, agreeing that ending this fun fight without witnessing Jong Hun's true power would be a shame. Jong Hun nodded in agreement, preparing to unleash everything he had as he charged up his final attack and issued one last menacing warning. He took aim, explaining that this ultimate shot required a moment to charge. The rifle glowed with immense power as he promised that if this hit, it would hurt like hell. Jang Oh-han warned Yu Chan-suk that while this technique took time to charge, a clean hit would hurt like hell. Yu Chan-suk stood firm in his spot, coldly remarking that such a shot would only hurt the target, not the trigger puller. A blinding spark flared at the muzzle, signaling that the ultimate attack was ready. With a deafening roar, a massive column of golden energy erupted from the rifle, lighting up the entire arena. Yu Chan-suk looked up as the giant beam of light hurtled down from the sky, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Gripping his spear tightly, while keeping his eyes fixed on the incoming barrage. A deflected serrated blade tore through the air, leaving a faint trail of light behind. The impact reverberated all the way up his arm, feeling as though his hands were about to be ripped apart. It was a single-strike dagger, designed for one sole purpose: to kill. Guided by mana, it continued to spin toward Yu Chan-suk, whistling menacingly through the wind as he wove through a literal storm of blades raining down from every angle. High above, Jang Oh-han couldn't believe his attacks were being countered so easily. The knives kept coming, but Yu Chan-suk's reflexes were in a completely different league. He moved faster than sound, batting away every single projectile before they could even touch him. He knew that if he didn't knock them far enough away, they would loop back and drill deep into his flesh. And right at that moment, he realized sniper shots were mixed in with the storm of daggers. Jang Oh-han maintained the pressure, shooting bullets while simultaneously controlling the blades. Yu Chan-suk realized he might have actually found someone worth spending his time on. He leaped high into the sky, deciding to end the game on his own terms. Streaks of energy cut across the arena as the two hunters clashed, his gaze cold and calculated. The warm-up was officially over as he landed heavily, creating a colossal crater that shook the entire stadium. A thick cloud of dust rose up, obscuring everything while Jang Oh-han stood in the mist, sweat dripping as he tried to locate his opponent. The arena floor remained hidden behind a wall of gray smoke, and from out of the smoke, Yu Chan-suk suddenly lunged forward like a hunting beast. Jang Oh-han's eyes widened in shock as he found himself driven into a corner. Yu Chan-suk told him it was time to end this fight. A blinding flash signaled the final collision, and Jang Oh-han collapsed to the ground, coughing and gasping for breath. Yu Chan-suk wiped his mouth, admitting that this match was actually a bit tough. The sniper conceded defeat, calling Yu Chan-suk a monster, exactly as the rumors said. He just stood there, slightly confused by the sudden change in attitude. Jang Oh-han noticed his gaze and asked what the big deal was. Yu Chan-suk wondered why he had stopped mid-fight, pointing out that Jang Oh-han still had plenty of mana left to keep shooting. One of his single-strike daggers was still vibrating in the earth nearby, and Jang Oh-han could only look up at him, realizing he had been completely seen through. He hung his head, recognizing just how massive the gap between them truly was. Yu Chan-suk offered some advice. Don't wait for an opportunity. Create it yourself, drawing a small chuckle from the sniper as the tension finally broke. He started laughing out loud, completely won over by Yu Chan-suk's insane standards, and asked if they could speak casually from now on, to which Yu Chan-suk had no objections. He held out his hand, ready to officially partner up, while Jang Oh-han mentioned a high-tier rift he wanted to conquer with a team like this. They shook hands firmly, sealing their partnership amidst the ruins of the audition grounds. For Yu Chan-suk, success wasn't just a possibility, it was the only acceptable outcome. After the dust settled in the arena, Yu Chan-suk realized he had finally found someone genuinely useful. He decided that Jang Oh-han was precisely the kind of firepower the team was lacking. With him as the spear and Han Sang-a as the sword, the team was strong but strictly limited to close combat. But a top-tier sniper like Jang Oh-han could provide support from miles away, making him the final missing piece. Before finalizing everything, Jang Oh-han said there was something the new boss needed to know first. He was a mercenary through and through, boasting that he would do any job as long as the price was right. People even called him Trash Jang due to his lack of morals, a nickname Yu Chan-suk found quite easy to remember. He bluntly admitted that if a better offer came along, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon the team at any time. While the mana blade was still vibrating violently, Yu Chan-suk wondered why this guy was being so blatantly honest about his disloyalty. Jang Oh-han just wanted to make sure Yu Chan-suk couldn't pretend to be surprised or change his tune when that actually happened. With a precise motion, the protagonist reached out and grabbed the flying serrated blade. Mana still sparked dangerously as it grated against his gloves. He looked at the sniper with a cold, calculating gaze and asked if he was truly as heartless as he claimed. Jang Oh-han started sweating, realizing the atmosphere in the arena had shifted into something far more predatory. Yu Chan-suk began to walk, casually mentioning a litter of kittens living in the Hunters Association parking lot. He told his new recruit to go there, slaughter every single one of them, and bring back their heads as proof of resolve, causing Jang Oh-han to freeze in place, his face turning pale with horror as he realized the kind of monster he had just signed a contract. Yu Chan-suk looked at him with dead eyes, asking if this trashy mercenary had suddenly found a conscience. Jang Oh-han remained silent, sweat starting to roll down his cheek under the opponent's crushing pressure. But shortly after, he tried to maintain his composure, figuring something as simple as that didn't need to be blown out of proportion. Chanseok said nothing more, simply telling him to wait here before turning his back to walk away. He called out Jang Oh-han's name to begin a psychological reading session. He argued that someone who truly did everything for money wouldn't have such an awkward reaction, leaving Oh-han stunned and wondering why Chanseok had suddenly changed his tone. Chanseok pointed out the crucial flaw. If he was greedy for money, the very first thing he should have asked about was the specific payout. He asserted that Oh-han wasn't the type to throw everything away for money, but was simply in a state of desperation. Even though he knew the other person had their own hardships, Chanseok maintained that he cared very little about those reasons. Everyone who needed money had a difficult situation, but that was no excuse for weakness. In Chanseok's mind, images flashed of people who had lost their humanity solely because of money. He warned Oh-han never to casually open his mouth and say he would do anything for money like that again. Chanseok clenched his fist, displaying a terrifying determination. Suddenly, he announced that Oh-han had passed the test and was officially hired. He ordered the recruit to report to the association's training room 207 at 9 a.m. tomorrow, leaving Oh-han astonished at how fast things were moving, unable to believe he had to start as early as tomorrow. Chanseok opened the door and walked away, not forgetting to add that at his current level, Oh-han stood no chance. Oh-han stood there watching Chanseok's retreating back, offering a faint smile as he secretly looked forward to this partnership. Chanseok and Han Sanga left the training area, leisurely walking down the building's hallway. Sanga remarked that the sniper still seemed to be lacking quite a few skills. Chanseok closed his eyes and thought, confident that he could easily help Oh-han improve rapidly. He teased Sanga, asking if she was afraid of being surpassed by the new recruit. Sanga's stomach began to growl with hunger, and she demanded that Chanseok take her out to eat at the cafe inside the building. Right at that moment, an elegantly dressed man approached and called out to the hunter Yu Chanseok. He introduced himself as the manager of the Cabin Cafe main branch and wanted to invite him to meet the owner. Hearing the word main branch, Sanga's eyes lit up with surprise, while Chanseok still looked bewildered. She explained to Chanseok that this was an immensely famous spot frequented by top hunters. Sanga swallowed hard, recounting that the owner cooked directly and the food was so delicious her company had tried to recruit them for 4 years. The man smiled and confirmed it, reiterating that the owner truly wanted to meet Yu Chanseok in person. Both of them clearly showed curiosity as to why such a powerful figure was proactively seeking them out. A bowl of vibrant red, piping hot yukajang soup was served to the table, looking incredibly appetizing. Without hesitation, Chanseok began scooping up a large spoonful of soup to enjoy. After tasting it, he was stunned by the unimaginably superb flavor. Both Chanseok and Sanga wolfed down the food, continuously praising how irresistibly delicious it was. A woman gently wiped her hands with a towel, observing the satisfied expressions of the two guests. That was Sa Sungi, the owner of Cabin Cafe, who asked if the food was to their liking. Chanseok joked that the soup was so good it felt like there was opium in it, while Sangu's cheeks flushed from sheer satisfaction. After finishing the meal, Chanseok quickly shifted to a serious attitude, asking why she had invited them here. Sa Sungi handed a file to Chanseok and asked him to look through it. Chanseok and Han Senga intently read the information written inside. It contained details about a corrosive rift existing in Jilin province, China. Sungi's expression grew sorrowful when mentioning this disaster. This was Jonggok, a Tier 1 corrosive rift with a terrifying level of destruction. She revealed that Cabin Cafe often sponsored talented hunters in the hope that they would eliminate Jonggok. But the reason this file was still sitting here was because no one had ever managed to do it. Most hunters, once they gained fame and fortune, no longer wanted to risk their lives. Chanseok asked why she was so persistent with this endeavor. Sungi painfully recounted that her husband had been killed by monsters during an attack, and the horrific memories of those creatures still haunted her mind. Her agony compounded when she suffered a miscarriage due to overwhelming stress during the evacuation, leaving her wanting to avenge her family. Chanseok affirmed that these reasons were more than enough for him to accept. Sungi smiled sadly, telling him to take his time and think carefully before deciding. Chanseok clasped his hands together solemnly and declared his agreement, firmly stating that he would be the one to clear out the Jonggok rift. Sungi shed tears of emotion, while Chanseok noted that he needed a little more time to prepare. He wanted to spend that time training Jong Oh-han, the rookie who had just joined the team. He knew she was worried, because so many hunters in the past had broken their promises. Those people usually tried to buy time or cut off contact after receiving funding. And Sungi silently bowed her head, completely understanding what Chanseok was saying. Chanseok slammed his hand down on the table, wanting to make one final point clear to her. His goal wasn't just Jonggok, but wiping out every single corrosive rift across Earth. And Sungi looked at him, with eyes full of hope mixed with anguish. Instead of asking for blind trust, Chanseok promised to prove everything through actual results. Just then, a notification popped up. Soi's live stream had officially begun. Soi appeared on screen with his usual mocking attitude. He began drawing the audience's attention by bringing up the character who had been making waves lately. As a former hunter, he asserted that the idea of a rookie with less than a year of experience clearing a Tier 1 rift was absurd, sarcastically adding that if it were that easy, he would have done it ages ago. He continued to attack his opponents, save the world, ideal as fate. Viewers began to curiously ask who Soi was actually referring to. Soi smirked, figuring that at this point there could only be one person. Pointing straight at the camera lens, he vilified Yu Chanseok as a nationally scaled scammer. The viewers in the live stream went wild over these shocking claims. Public opinion began to flip, with many people also starting to doubt Chanseok's lightning-fast achievements.